School of Physiotherapy,
which has about 48,000 members. And during COVID time, I thought, why shouldn't I start a channel on the internet where you can include more and more youngsters from different specialties, and that's how I thought of Marvelous Medicine. And I voiced this idea to Dr. Vidya, my close friend and classmate.
In the middle of COVID, my good friend Krishna said that we should start a program for doctors from all specialties and that we should run one episode every week. He wanted to call it Marvelous Medicine. The very thought of doing a program once a week was very daunting, but Krishna encouraged me and pushed me, and that's how we started this journey of Marvelous Medicine.
Medicine is one of the most marvelous things in the world. The practice of medicine, the practice of medical research, the practice of helping people, the practice of the intellectual stimulation that medicine affords people, all of it make it uniquely magnificent. So that name, Marvelous Medicine, just absolutely resonated with me, and I felt that I had to participate in it.
Now, in the beginning, the Marvelous Medicine, we had difficulty in getting appropriate audience. And during one of those meetings, when we put this link in Twitter, a lot of unusual and unwanted elements came into the meeting. So we had to put it off. And Vidya was dejected and didn't want the meeting again.
Just when we thought that we were doing the program very well, we got Zoom bombed. And that really made us very disheartened. And I was ready to give up. But Dr. Krishna and all our friends and well-wishers egged me on, and we decided to continue doing Marvelous Medicine.
The amount of effort put up by Dr. Vidya to make this show possible week after week for 4 years is unimaginable.
Everyone asked me how I managed to do this weekly program, Marvelous Medicine, for almost 4 years now, and whether it's not very difficult. But actually, I don't find it difficult at all, because it brings me so much joy. I am able to reach out to so many people and spread knowledge, and so much of discussion happens that, it actually prevented burnout for me during COVID.
Quality of the program has been consistent and has been excellent all through. Each program is better than the previous one. The speakers are fantastic, and it really helps propagate the idea of how wonderful and how marvelous medicine is, and how privileged we are to be part of this wonderful experience.
In spite of the fact that we wanted students to log in, we hardly had any students logging in, and there are many seniors who become our regular spectators.
One day, after finishing 150 episodes of Marvelous Medicine, Dr. Krishna and I were going through the recordings of all the sessions. We realized that we have had such wonderful speakers from across the world discussing everything under the sun. And somehow the youngsters who are doing their MBBS and post-graduation had missed it out. Both of us started thinking how we could get Marvelous Medicine content to the youngsters. And that is how Marvelous Medicine on Wheels was born.
But in an effort to take this Marvelous Medicine show to the students, we thought of this program called Marvelous Medicines on Wheels, which is an offline program, and which is curated exclusively for undergraduate and postgraduate students.
I wish Marvelous Medicine on Wheels is able to reach every single medical student and medical postgraduate in India, inspiring them to great heights, both in the practice of medicine, the research aspect of medicine, and in medical communication.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Radhakrishna, a surgical. Good morning. On behalf of Sri Bharatiya Vidyapeeth, MGM Group of Hospitals, the portal Learning General Surgery, and the Marvelous Medicine portal, I have a great pleasure in welcoming you all. I'll ask Dr. Vidya to take over from here.
Good morning, everybody. As usual, we will start with an invocation. Saraswati Vandana. I invite Kataksha. So Kataksha is we'll light the lamp and make up for it soon. So Kataksha is a second year medical student here at Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute. Not only is she a very good student, she's got university ranks and all, but she's a singer, she's a karate belt, black belt, and also she's appeared on TV channels. Over to you, Kataksha.
மாணிக்க வினையேந்தும் மாதேவி கலைவாணி தென்தமிழ் சொல்லெடுத்து பாட வந்தோம் அம்மா பாட வந்தோம் அம்மா பாட வந்தோம் வெள்ளி தாமரையில் வீற்றிருப்பாயங்கள் உள்ள கோவிலிலே உறைந்து நிற்பால் வெள்ளி தாமரையில் வீற்றிருப்பாயங்கள் உள்ள கோவிலிலே உறைந்து நிற்பால் கள்ளமில்லாமல் தோழும் அன்பருக்கே என்றும் அள்ளியறிவை தரும் மண்ணையும் நீயே வாணி சரஸ்வதி வான விமாரதி வாகதீஸ்வரி மாலினி காணும் பொருளில் தோன்றும் கலைமணி வேண்டும் வரம் தரும் தேவினி நான் முகநாயகி மோகன ரூபினி நான் மறை போற்றும் தேவினி வானவர் கமுதே தேனருள் சிந்தும் கான மனோஹரி கல்யாணி அருள்வாய் நீ இசை தருவாய் நீ இங்கு வருவாய் நீ லயம் தரும் வேணி அம்மா மாணிக்க வினையேந்தும் மாதேவி கலைவாணி தென் தமிழ் சொல்லெடுத்து பாட வந்தோம் அம்மா பாட வந்தோம் அம்மா பாட வந்தோம்.
Thank you, Kataksha.
Privilege of guiding you through the remarkable history of plastic surgery, a field that has not only transformed countless lives but has also evolved from ancient ingenuity to modern day marvels. Plastic surgery's origins trace back to ancient civilizations. In Egypt, as early as 1600 BC, surgeons attempted to repair broken noses as a testament to humanity's enduring desire to restore and improve the human form. To be certain of recognition as a king in afterlife, they had repaired Ramses the Great's grotesque nose by surgically inserted bone and stuffed seeds. By 600 BC, the Indian physician Sushruta laid the foundation for modern techniques with his pioneering nasal reconstruction. His work, detailed in the Sushruta Samhita, remains a cornerstone of surgical knowledge. Fast forward to the 1st century AD, Roman surgeons like Aulus Cornelius Celsus further advanced the field. He documented methods to repair facial injuries and hide scars using techniques that remain influential for over a millennium. Then came Galen, who performed aesthetic rhinoplasties. He penned literature out of which a mere percentile survives. Such renowned surgeons with bloodshed magic antagonized the church and Christianity, rendering plastic surgery pagan in the old times. Nonetheless, Branca di Branca and his son Antonio Branca worked on the Indian method of reattaching a nose lost in duel, evincing the Italian method. Around 1500 BC, Gaspare Tagliacozzi published the De Culturam Chirurgiae illustrating the Italian method. At this point in history, syphilis and its treatment had caused facial deformities, further demanding surgery, which made Tagliacozzi man of the hour. The evolution of plastic surgery took a dramatic turn during the tumultuous years of the World Wars. The devastating injuries suffered by soldiers necessitated rapid advancements. Surgeons like Harold Gillies, often hailed as the father of modern plastic surgery in association with Mackinder, Kilner, and Morland, who became known as the Great Four, developed groundbreaking procedures to reconstruct faces marred by bullets and shrapnel. Archibald Mackinder fostered surgery to aid airmen burned in war who were known as the Guinea Pig Club. The post-war era saw plastic surgery gain acceptance and legitimacy. The founding of the British Association of Plastic Surgeons in 1946 marked a significant milestone, fostering professional collaboration and innovation. The field expanded beyond reconstructive surgery to include aesthetic enhancements, reflecting society's evolving perceptions of beauty and self-improvement. Modern plastic surgery in India has deep roots owing to the pioneering contributions of Sir Harold Gillies, Eric Peat, and B.K. Rank. In 1950, the first plastic surgery departments were established in Patna under Dr. R.N. Sinha and Nagpur under Dr. C. Balakrishnan. Sir Harold Gillies himself commended the work of Indian surgeons, particularly Major Sukh, at the Armed Force Medical College, Pune. Sir Harold Gillies returned to India in 1957, conducting demonstrations at Nagpur, where he formally inaugurated the plastic surgery section of the Association of Surgeons of India. Dr. C. Balakrishnan played a pivotal role by establishing the first department of plastic and maxillofacial surgery at the Government Medical College and Hospital, Nagpur, and introducing the MS degree in plastic surgery in 1960, the first in India. His innovations included the Z-plasty for nasal lining and cleft palate, and the renowned Nagpur classification for cleft lip and palate. Meanwhile, Dr. N.H. Antia made significant strides in integrating leprosy treatment into general hospital practice at the Leprosy Home in Kandala. The world's first microvascular surgery on humans, a milestone in medical history, was performed by Dr. Antia and Dr. Book in 1966. The latter half of the 20th century and the dawn of the 21st brought revolutionary changes. Silicone implants, introduced in the 1960s, revolutionized breast augmentation. The 1980s and 1990s saw a surge in non-surgical procedures such as injectable fillers and laser treatments, making cosmetic enhancements accessible to a broader audience. Plastic surgery bested the price of looking the best with cutting-edge procedures, including but not limited to mastopexy, abdominoplasty, Brazilian butt lifts, and so on. Today, plastic surgery stands at the intersection of art and science, continually pushing the boundaries of what is possible. New technologies and techniques emerge regularly, driven by a relentless pursuit of perfection and the desire to restore not just bodies, but also confidence and self-esteem. As future medical professionals, you have the opportunity to build on this rich legacy. Whether you choose to reconstruct, restore, or enhance, you will be part of a field that embodies the best of human ingenuity and compassion. Ready to get inspired?
Now I welcome Hamdan Asad to introduce Dr. Sridhar. So Hamdan is a first-year medical student at the Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute, Pondicherry. His hobbies are crocheting, gardening, and reading. He's an animal lover and avid writer, and according to his classmates, he keeps boring them with the details about reptiles. He wants to become a plastic surgeon and he jumped at the opportunity of introducing Dr. Sridhar.
A very good morning to one and all present here today. I have been given the honor to introduce Dr. K. Sridhar, a distinguished figure in craniofacial aesthetic and plastic surgery. He holds an MBBS and MS in general surgery from Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, and specialized in plastic surgery at Government Stanley Medical College, being one of the first batches in 1978. He further trained in the USA, Mexico, and Taiwan. Dr. Sridhar has held significant positions including Pro Vice Chancellor of SRM University and Senior Vice President at SIMS Hospital, Chennai. He has contributed to national health policy and held leadership roles in major surgical associations. With a 44-year career, Dr. Sridhar pioneered craniofacial and leprosy reconstructive surgery in India. He has received numerous awards, including the Lifetime Achievement Award from Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR University. Dr. Sridhar is not only a pioneer in plastic surgery, but an experienced adventurer. He has trekked Mount Kailash, which is a whopping 18,400 feet tall. He is also a creative soul, spending his free time making crafts and painting. Without any further ado, please welcome Dr. K. Sridhar with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Hamda.
I think that's good enough. Good morning, everybody. I think it's really nice. Hamdan gave a good introduction. I think, hope I inspire you to become a plastic surgeon. And since it is the first talk, I think it is not going to be more on subject as such, but on generalized view what I have. This is easier, I thought. No? Okay. So I thank MGM Healthcare, Balaji Vidya, Marvelous Medicine, and the Learning General Surgery for giving me this opportunity. Every Thursday, 8 p.m. for the past 3+ years, week after week, these two people have been helping others rise in marvelous medicine. Now from Madras to Pondicherry they have come. So this is a famous Tamil movie, great story showcasing every aspect of human life. Now the wheels on medicine is being ranked here into Pondicherry, not by those two, but by these two. This is again a great service, encasing every aspect of surgery and our profession. When you look at a field like this, when the tree grows, you see the achievement of marvelous medicine for the past 4 years plus. But what you do not see is the equal amount of the struggle which these people have put in to achieve what they have achieved today. The struggles are, you can see here, the roots take all the resistance, hard stones, dark, moist environment. But what we see is a comfort of the auditorium or the laptop at your house, and you see only that part of the marvelous medicine. I thank Radhakrishnan and Vidya for taking up the struggle for us to watch this growing beautiful tree. Peek into my professional life, making of a plastic surgeon, my journey. That was the topic which has been given to me. They thought being a plastic surgeon, we put our hand everywhere, right from head to foot, so that it would be a generalized thing rather than talking about diabetes or an orthopedic or any specific problem, because we are not good at everything, but we are good in something everywhere. That is ours. I am not sure whether I can call myself successful, but one thing I am sure is I had a very satisfying career and in my life. Success is measured by others, so they may feel that I am successful, but satisfaction is my own. I think that is what is more important for us. I am not a copybook, neither I am a role model. I don't want any of you to follow any one of us, because then you will lose your originality. I think you should be what you are. Each person has different strength and capability. As opposed to trying to change them, it is important to make them become and help them become the best version of themselves. If Hamdan is going to be a plastic surgeon and it is his heart, his passion, then my duty is to just mend it and bring out the best in him. Let us not waste a lifetime trying to be somebody else. When my father was practicing medicine in 1930 and 40s, he was a physician. He dispensed medicine like a pharmacist, did basic blood urine tests like a pathologist. Primarily his practice was obstetrics, including mid-cavity forceps. He did wound suturing, abscess drainage, including parotid abscess, surgery for piles, fistula, reduced Colles fracture. and put POP. One man did everything. He was jack of all trades in a limited spectrum. His practice came to an abrupt end when he developed a stroke early, just 40 days before I was born. He was an hemiplegic, aphasic, and so I missed a father in an active field. So what happened is, he wanted me to pursue medicine. So it has been forced upon me in a way. My first love was mathematics and physics. I wanted to become an astrophysicist. I want to be one among them in this group. I would have sat if I have continued in this group. Maybe unknown to anybody, but fate took me to that side. I landed up in Kasturba Medical College, Manipal. Because the previous year I appeared for an interview in Tamil Nadu. And the interview, they asked me the question, how cement is made. I answered the question. The second question was, how asbestos was made. I didn't answer. And I came out and said that I did not get the C. That is how the interviews were those days. And somebody told me there is a place called as Manipal. I never knew where it was. I knew Manipur in geography, but never heard of Manipal. And then I landed up there in that place. The cycle called as a tiger circle. Totally new environment. Incessant rain. Have you ever seen anybody wearing umbrella like this? And rice packed in this hay like a round ball rather than in a gunny bag. My new type of food, some never heard of, leave alone tasted, like a banana bun, goli bhaji, uppittu, kabudu, and red boiled rice. Everything has been alien to me. Challenges or the alien environment. For a Tamil medium student, I was from a Tamil medium student. I learned English only on the 6th standard. For a Tamil medium student, from a tier 2 city, Coimbatore, exposed to ultra-modern social life in Manipal. Students from all over the country and abroad. Only lingua franca to communicate with each other student is English, in which I was very poor. To communicate to the locals, a totally unknown language called as Tulu. That is something you can understand at a 17-year-old boy seeing everything against you. Obstacles are opportunities. Everything in either man is either to grow or there's an obstruction for you to grow. The choice is yours. So I decided to choose. I chose, I will grow, even in this environment. So I think that is the first lesson possibly I would like to tell. Whatever be the environment, wherever you are, whatever it is, you decide to grow, you will always grow. Manipal introduced me the real world and laid the foundation for the world to know me later. So, which college you study, what do you do? Whether it is self-financing college, government college, ultimately what is your life? That life is what is important. The best part of my life was spent in Manipal, drenching in rain and soaking with joy. It's not always we get what we want. Remember that sometimes not getting what you want is a wonderful stroke of luck. My Manipal life exemplifies that. My journey began in 1966 in Manipal. As a medical student, you could see the stethoscope which you would not have seen, which could be bent like this with a bell and a diaphragm, and that is called as ether. That is what was the anesthesia which was used. And you could see here the needle and the thread with which you used to stitch the intestines. This is the thread we used to use. We call it as 40 count and 30 count, which is nothing but from the tailor shop almost. Only difference is it was rolled in a rubber tubing or it was rolled in this wooden. All other things are same. 44 years since I have become a plastic surgeon. This is my 45th year of plastic surgery. This was what we were doing those days, and now this is what I do. This is my journey. I would have become irrelevant long back had I got stagnated with what I studied as a postgraduate student in plastic surgery. I don't do 80% of what I learned as a PG student today. In other words, 80% of the work has been replaced by studying after becoming a plastic surgeon. In other words, you have to grow, you have to keep walking, never stop. Now you look at this picture, you will see there are 4 things. One is a Rajdut motorbike, other one is Amitabh Bachchan, then you have a standard Padmini, and then you have a Chetak scooter. The only thing today relevant is Amitabh Bachchan. All other three have disappeared. The reason behind this is he reinvents himself to a crorepati now. He was in a movie, now he has become a quiz master. So he was able to adapt. So what is required for everybody is to adapt yourself to the changing circumstance. You could see here, this is the 1981 same plastic surgery clinics I read. Now this is the year. You could see here what year it is. So continues to do. You have to read that. Then you have to upskill microsurgery, craniofacial surgery, and anatomy dissection. Again I did 10 years back. Just went back to Manipal, to my parent institution. I asked them to allot a body and did some dissection just to keep in touch with the development which had taken place in anatomy. Anatomy doesn't change, but we do change to have a different perspective of the same anatomy. 73 to 76, I did the MS. I thought surgery, madam will not agree with me, Vidya will not agree with me. I felt surgery has definite answers to problems. Then other specialties. See, when you look at it, bacterial infection and mechanical problems are the only things which are treated commonly. All other things are controlled, or all other things are, you must say that diabetes, you only control, you don't cure it as such. Hypertension, you control, like that. Any others are controlled. This is us. So we thought that we had excellent teachers like this who taught me life, not only surgery. I never had MRI, we never had CT, we never had ultrasound. Can you just tell me 5 minutes? We never had any of those. Only thing was, not even ultrasound. Remember, when I did my MS, we didn't have ultrasound. And we did only clinical examination. Which side pupil dilates, that side you do the burr hole. If it is delayed, opposite side you do burr hole, because the midline has shifted. This is what was done. And I used to do Colles fracture reduction. I used to do fracture femur fixation, because there were no specialists there. So we did everything. Craniotomy for head injury, exploratory thoracotomy, basic fractures of Colles and neck of femur, and complete urology except endoscopy and oncology were done by general surgeon. We were real general surgeons. So we were able to train. That helped me a lot in plastic surgery. Wherever is the part which has to be reconstructed, you knew what to do. This is a great man by name Nayak who gave a talk that inspired me to become a plastic surgeon. This is the only specialty without any restricting your imagination on, because it is sex or age or system. Neither it is heart, nor it is lung, or it is liver, or it is abdomen, anything, anywhere, without any restriction. If you can imagine and then do it, and then improve the condition of life, then it is plastic surgery. I coined the tagline, making life meaningful to live. It is not life in quantum, it is in quality, so that you live a meaningful life. So I coined this term, tagline, making life meaningful by plastic surgery. I am like a sheep. Nibble little bit of the grass and then go to the next grass and nibble, and then it goes. It never grazes like a cow, taking off everything. I have little bit of artwork here and there, and also problem solving. I thought it fits in very well, because I need not concentrate on any one thing. I can do everything or anything what I want. So plastic surgery gives me that widest scope possible without confining you to a system. MCH plastic surgery, I joined in Stanley Medical College, which is called as the Mecca or the Louisville of India. There we did hand surgery, one of the pioneering institutes of hand surgery there. I joined there in 1978 and became a plastic surgeon. Now, a lot of people have a concept about plastic surgery is like this, that we do something plastic, we put plastic in, we take plastic out. So that's why I put that. We are all creative, so even the slides will be sometimes like this. That is me standing there. My anesthetist stand that side. Raghavendra was there. All of them were inside the plastic. Why we call it as plastic surgery is, plastica just means to mold or shape in Greek. So as this material can be molded or shaped as required, we mold the tissues as required. It was called as plastic surgery, which is a misnomer. That's why most of the people don't know what is plastic surgery, and they don't want to do it, and they don't want to refer it. That is also convenient for us. When they don't refer, we take up something else. When we take up something, somebody takes up something else, we go to some other place. So either we do jaw, when maxillofacial surgeons take it up, we go to the leg. When the orthopedic surgeons do hand, then we can do onco reconstruction. So we have all armamentarium. I don't complain about somebody else taking it up. You do what is best known to you. That's a very good thing for you to learn. We mold and shape the tissue as required, both in quantity and in quality, to restore ultimately function, not the beauty. Reconstruction surgery is the most appropriate term rather than calling it as plastic surgery. We celebrate our Plastic Surgery Day on July 15th of every year, called as the Indian Plastic Surgery Day. And it so happened we started it off somewhere in 2011, and in 2017, the world adopted the Indian Plastic Surgery Day as the World Plastic Surgery Day. That is another imagination that we could do. Was why July 15th, I started it as July 15th, because we could celebrate, we can do all camps, etc., without the school closure, without the examination tension for the parents. So July 15th, nothing happens around. So we decided that is the time best suited for conferences. Now anywhere there is a tissue defect, deformity or a disability, plastic surgeon is called for. And we always reverse the problem. I suppose many of you might have seen this video. They are unable to get the head out. So plastic surgeon views it the other way around. The head does not pass through. That means the body has passed through. That means you reverse it, let him come, the body can come this side. Why pull the head that side? So this is the way we view the problem. So you have a plastic surgery problem. You imagine how it was originally. If it is contracted, you recreate the defect. I will give you an example, and with that I will come to an end. So from head to foot, congenital or developmental, trauma, burns, infection. I think one of them was Patta's case, I think, or Apollo case, this perineum. Tumors, jaw. Always take up challenges, keeping in mind our patient's requirement. I tried my hand in flying. As I told you, I put my hand everywhere, wherever it is convenient for me. Thousands of satisfied and thankful patients. This is original hair, not wig. So what we call it a tissue expansion, which never imagined when I was a PG. You could expand the remaining skin of the scalp and then put this. Microvascular surgery, we were one of the first to do it in our country, in Stanley Medical College. This is the amputated thumb, which has been put back. This is a microvascular surgery. Craniofacial surgery, I was one of the earliest to start in the country. There was a craniofacial surgeon who asked the question, Francis, pourquoi pas? That means why not? So I also asked that question, why not? And started doing it on my own. Now the latest is 3D printing, which I have started adapting now. I do print 3D models of the defects. You could see here the tumor removed, we have planned. Entire resection was also done by us. And then the fibula has been bent. And then as per the plan, which goes back into that place, and now you can see here the result. Same way we do patient-specific implants now. I do 3D printing, convert it into titanium, and then give you the whatever area is required. So from head to foot, anywhere there is a defect, deformity, disability, you can think of us. Research is something which you have to undergo. And administration, never leave. You must get into administration somewhere or other if you want your department to improve. If you want your life to improve, you must be part of in administration. Any compromise in administration is tantamount to compromise in treatment plan. Then I did a public survey, leprosy work, and cleft and craniofacial in Sudan. Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. 35 years back, I started my trekking. I completed it in 2018. Now, no more I do trekking. So many years I have been. That is the original photograph, old photograph of slide of 35 years back. And now it is the present Kailash trek. This is the team. Without them, I'm nobody. Thanks for giving me this opportunity, Radhakrishnan and Vidya. I'm just sharing you something. As usual, vague. It is up to you to pick up what you want in this. Thank you.
Sir is ready to answer any questions. Feel free to ask anything. There's nothing to feel shy, and there are special.
Yeah. I am a very simple person.
They're plastically fixed.
Well, let me set the ball rolling. As a plastic surgeon, you've got lots of young people, very beautiful people. How do you see beauty from your eyes?
Beauty from my eye.
In your viewpoint as a surgeon, a plastic surgeon.
Yeah, beauty is perception of somebody's eye. That is the answer. Actually, beauty, where it lies is in the eyes of the beholder. There is nothing called as beauty. What is beauty to you is ugly to another person. What is ugly to one is, so therefore its own person's perspective. So I feel that I am all right with all my teeth which are one in front and one in back. I have never done anything for that. Neither I have done anything to do my crooked nose, which is there, you can see here. Maybe my perception is it's fine with me. So, but the other person may not feel so. I think beauty in my own, this thing is what the person feels I'm ready to do. Supposing they say, beautify my nose, no way. I can't beautify your nose. But you can tell me, I want this to go, I want this to narrow, I want this to be sharp. Yes, then I can tell this I can do, this I can do, this I can't do. If that is all right for you, I will do. That's how you have to view. Because ultimately what they view and what I view may not coincide. That is the problem in aesthetic surgery. Both our perception must match.
So as you said, sir, it's more of function as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I put the term reconstructive surgery rather than
is
aesthetic.
within, the beauty is within to see.
Yeah, beauty. That's why I have left mostly, except the breast one I showed. I have left it up completely because that will come automatically when you apply the same principle anywhere.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We encourage the students to ask questions. See, the idea is for you to be inspired. You can ask any kind of question. That's why we set the ball rolling with a very general question. So please feel free to ask questions. We are here for you. Thank you.
So we'd like to show our appreciation with a small memento, and I request Hamdan to do the honors. Sir, Sridhar sir, please.
Hamdan is getting trained into conference organization.
Sir, please stay back. He'd like to have his memento from you. Sir, please. Big round of applause for Hamdan.
Angular view. Angular view. From there you can take.
Thank you so much, sir.
Today we embark on a fascinating journey through the history and evolution of human anatomy. The term anatomy derives from the Greek verb anatomein, which means to cut open, to dissect. From early dissections of sacrificial victims in ancient civilization to today's sophisticated imaging technologies, this journey is a testament to human curiosity, discovery, and technological advancement. Now, let's take a brief look at the evolution of human anatomy. Our journey begins in ancient Egypt, where anatomical knowledge first took root. Herophilus, a Greek physician and anatomist who is considered to be the father of anatomy with his younger contemporary, Erasistratus, he did the first ever scientific human cadaveric dissections for a short period. After the death of Herophilus and Erasistratus, human dissection went into oblivion, not only in Alexandria, but from all of subsequent ancient Greek science. The flickering light of human dissection was completely snuffed out with the burning of Alexandria in 389 AD. During this period, human dissection was considered to be blasphemous and so was prohibited. Later, in the ancient Greek city of Pergamum, Claudius Galen used animal dissection methods to develop a wide variety of anatomical descriptions. It wasn't until the early 14th century in Bologna, Italy, that human dissection was reintroduced as a method for teaching anatomy, marking the revival of this practice after a hiatus of over 1,700 years. In 1489, Leonardo da Vinci, a well-known Renaissance artist and scientist, performed many anatomical dissections of human corpses and began a series of anatomical drawings depicting the ideal human form, a project he pursued intermittently for over 2 decades. Andreas Vesalius revolutionized medical teaching when he was 29 years old with his book De Humani Corporis Fabrica, published in 1543 and considered to be the father of modern anatomy. He corrected some of his predecessor, Galen's errors. Anatomical theatres became a popular form for anatomical teaching in the early 16th century. The University of Padua was the first and most widely known theatre, founded in 1594. As a result, Italy became the center for human dissection. During the 1660s, the Dutch experimented with preserving organs by injecting wax to maintain their shape. They enhanced this technique by adding dyes and mercury to the wax, facilitating clearer differentiation and observation of various anatomical structures for academic and research purposes in anatomy.
Now I'd like to invite Ananya to introduce Professor Ahmedullah Sharif. So Ananya Bhattacharya is a first year student in Mahatma Gandhi Medical College. As you can see, the first years in this college are really vibrant and raring to go, and they are going to be looking after us when we grow old. So she has trained Bharatanatyam dancer and has trained consistently for 15 years. And as you can imagine, she thinks that it has given her the necessary resilience and diligence to be a good doctor. And her other interests are swimming and reading, and she loves Agatha Christie like me. I couldn't believe that kids of this generation also read Agatha Christie. She has a growing interest in oncology, but she's actually waiting to explore, and like Dr. Sridhar says, she's going to try it all and then figure out what she wants to do. Please give a big hand to Ananya.
Good morning, everyone. It is my distinct honor to introduce a highly esteemed figure in the field of medical science, Dr. A. Sharif. Dr. Sharif is currently a professor. Dr. Sharif is currently a professor and head of Department of Anatomy at the All Indian Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. With a medical career spanning several decades, he has made significant contributions to both medical education and research. Dr. Sharif obtained his MBBS and MS degree from JIPMER Pondicherry in 1986 and 1989, respectively. He has since established himself as a pioneering researcher, particularly in the areas of clinical ecotoxicology, heavy metal toxicity, and the development and plasticity of enteric nervous system. His work has led to the development of the state-of-the-art facilities at AIIMS, including the first clinical ecotoxicology research and diagnostic facility in the entire country. Among his many accomplishments, Dr. Sharif has standardized histological processing techniques, established neural tissue culture laboratories, and developed digital image analysis labs. His innovative research on fluoride toxicity and heavy metals has earned him national and international recognition. Dr. Sharif's dedication to advancing medical sciences is further exemplified by his role in developing e-learning resources and implementing a learning management system at AIIMS. His research has been widely published, and he continues to mentor the next generation of medical students. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sharif.
Good morning, all of you. First of all, I thank Ananya for the kind introduction, and I thank Dr. Radhakrishna and Vidya, the founders of Marvelous Medicine, and my class fellows in MBBS. So I am very proud that I have been invited to this first episode of Marvelous Medicine on Wheels, and I wish this continues and reaches as many medical colleges as possible. So thanks to Radhakrishna, I think he's known to everybody as Patta. So for us, he is Radhakrishna, right? So thank you once again, and thanks to Mahatma Gandhi Medical College for entertaining us. Okay, so it is a difficult task to talk about anatomy, which is almost a dead subject, after a glamorous and beautiful talk and humorous talk by Dr. Sridhar here. So, but anyway, I'll try. So today I am not supposed to talk much about anatomy, but about the AI and the technology, which are the buzzwords now. Okay, so yeah, many people keep asking me why I took anatomy. Actually, I wanted to do everything from B to Z. It's like if you are very busy as a clinician or a surgeon, there will be hardly any time to do everything else. And I thought that anatomy is the best thing. It's a kind of a 9-to-5 job, and after that you can do a lot of things. And in fact, I have done a lot of things other than anatomy. We are fond of trekking. I'm keen in photography and IT. In fact, I was heading the IT division of AIIMS along with the anatomy department. So, and it is the IT which kept us afloat during the COVID. So I think so. COVID, one of the good things that happened during COVID was that IT got the boost and the acceptability which was not there before. And I think everybody became familiar with the online video meetings and Zoom after COVID. So even bad things have some good side effects. Okay, so I think it is that technology has been my passion right from MBBS days. So this is where I ended up. So now, in today's talk, I'm just going to touch very briefly, because it's supposed to be a very short talk of 15 minutes. I'll touch very briefly about the technologies. That is only two types of technologies. That is artificial intelligence and VR and AR. I think when we say other modern technologies, probably we are referring to the virtual reality and augmented reality. Yeah. It's connected? That one? It's already connected? I have to speak. Okay. Okay, so the question is, after the advent of AI, a lot of people started losing jobs, particularly the software professionals. because the AI is helping the software professionals. Like one programmer can do a job of 10 programmers. So 9 of them are laid off. So now everybody is thinking, because AI is getting into all the fields, right? From the space shuttle and maybe up to the spittoons are all AI enabled, washing machine, this thing, that thing, everything. So now a lot of people are worried about, sometimes people are also asking, after these robotic surgeries, are the robots going to operate and are the surgeons going to become irrelevant? So this is the question everybody is asking. So now, same question we can ask as anatomists also. After this AI, VR and AR, is it going to replace the anatomy as it was being taught and learnt over the decades? The human cadaveric dissections. So are they going to be replaced by AR and VR? This is the question. So let us see what is the fate of us anatomists, and whether the cadaveric dissection is still very much there. In AIMS, we don't have any dearth of cadavers. So we give 1 cadaver for every 8 to 10 students. So cadaveric dissection is very much alive. So what exactly is this AI? Artificial intelligence is the intelligence of machines and softwares, as opposed to the intelligence of the humans or animals. Okay, animal intelligence is also natural intelligence. So now everybody seems to be scared of artificial intelligence. Is it going to take over? Is it going to, terminate the humanity or something like that? No, because all those apocalypse type of movies that we have seen. So now everybody is thinking that we should be scared of artificial intelligence. I think somebody has famously said that it is not the artificial intelligence that we need to be scared of, it is the natural stupidity. So I think it is now, if a person can misuse, a stupid person can misuse the artificial intelligence and do harm to the humans, not the artificial intelligence by itself. Okay, so what is the difference between AI and natural intelligence, that is the human intelligence? So AI lacks consciousness, it lacks emotions, and it lacks creativity. I think this is what you should remember. These are what make us human, and we will always be superior, so we don't have to worry. Now we'll just see what are the features of artificial intelligence. It can learn the patterns from information. It can deal with a lot of information, a lot more than what we humans can deal with. In fact, to be human, we don't require that much information. But the artificial intelligence requires a lot of information, and it will try to learn patterns from that information. And because of the information overload, now artificial intelligence and in fact the statistical sciences have come of age. So voluminous data is what is required for good artificial intelligence. And it combines large data sets with intuitive processing algorithms, and it can manipulate the algorithms. For example, we give an algorithm and it can keep going over and over again and actually manipulate the algorithm itself. And it can learn some kind of behavior patterns, and it can solve problems and suggest outcomes, and this can improve over time. Continuous reiterations of that same program will give better and better results. So these are the features of artificial intelligence. And what are the main tools? You heard of machine learning, okay? Machine learning is based on algorithms. You keep giving an algorithm and then keep giving the problems to the machine, and it will keep solving based on the algorithms. And then it is the statistical methodologies which are being generally used in those algorithms, and that is called machine learning. And then there is something called deep learning. This deep learning is based on artificial neural networks. These artificial neural networks, they try to simulate the workings of the neurons in our own brains. What exactly can a neuron do? We have millions of neurons connected to each other. What is each neuron doing? Each neuron can generate a signal and pass it on to the next neuron, and the next neuron can modify that signal and pass it further on. It can either amplify or reduce the intensity of the signal and pass it on, or not pass it on at all. No? These are the three things: pass on as such, amplify, and pass on or not pass on it. So now that means depending on from where it is coming. So if they try to emulate this in software. I think all of you must have worked in Excel sheets or any spreadsheets. So you must have written formulae, right? Like one cell can take an input from another cell and do some processing on it and put the output in a third cell. Okay, now the intermediate cell can introduce a bias, and we can also encode some kind of weightage to the input, and then add some bias and do some processing and then output there. So so now the neural networks, that's what our brain is doing, and the neural networks try to emulate that. So let us just try to see what exactly these deep neural networks look like. So there are multiple layers. There is an input layer and there is an output layer, and the signal is passed on to the input layer, and there is a processing going on by the hidden layers, and there is an output layer. So now the hidden layers can have these biases and weightages and all those kind of things. And those biases and weightages can be tweaked until we get a specific output for a specific input. Okay, if you show a picture of a cat, and if it can say that this is cat, in the beginning it may not be able to say, but you keep on tweaking the biases and inputs in the hidden layers. This is what exactly a deep neural network is doing. And now all the artificial intelligence, as we know right now, which is actually powering all the large language models and the chat GPT, are all based on these deep neural networks. Okay, so I think this is the crux of the whole issue. And now, do you think that there is any intelligence in this? No, not in the conventional terms of the human intelligence. And there are various types of artificial intelligence, weak or narrow AI, and it can perform a dedicated task. And then there is a general AI. General AI is supposed to be able to perform any kind of task. And we are not yet there. We don't have the artificial general intelligence yet. And then the super AI is supposed to perform anything, even the stuff that humans cannot deal with. And that is called super AI. That is there only in science fiction movies. Okay? Based on the functionality, the artificial intelligence can be classified into reactive machines, very basic type of artificial intelligence, and they focus on current scenarios. It's like that Deep Blue computer of the IBM, which has beaten the chess player and all those things. Oh, that is kind of this. And then there are some other systems with limited memory. So they have like the self-driving cars. Actually, they can actually observe the road and then try to remember this particular vehicle, that pedestrian and all those things, and navigate through. And those have a limited memory. And then there is a generative artificial intelligence, and that is what is powering the chat GPT and other virtual assistants. Okay. So generative tools are the ones which are the current buzz in the whole of the artificial intelligence system. And I'm sure, how many of you have used chat GPT or Copilot? Good, quite a few. So now you know exactly. So after using this chat GPT, now are you scared that it is going to replace the human teachers or whatever, the education system as we know of? No, it is not going to. But it can be a very good servant. And that's what humans are always good at. They take the most powerful of the technologies and make them their servants, right? So it's good to have a servant like that. So these are called large language models, and they take all the languages of the world and they try to get patterns from that. I think all of us know this auto completion and spell checkers and all those things. Whenever we start typing one or two letters, the next word is suggested. So ChatGPT is nothing but the same thing scaled up to the level of phrases, sentences, and paragraphs. Okay, if you write one sentence, all the related and close sentences will be suggested by that. It's just a very highly scaled up model of the auto-completion system. So virtual assistants and chatbots are the ones which we have to make use of, and I think every intelligent person will start using them. What can they do? What did you use ChatGPT for? You give it a prompt. For example, the worst part of teaching job is to set the question papers and evaluate them. And probably we can use ChatGPT now, make 10 MCQs on something. And then it will start making, and we keep editing those things. So these are the things that generative virtual assistants can do easily. And one of the problems that everybody is worried is that using ChatGPT, the students may cheat. That is a real problem, and many schools, including in UK, have banned the use of ChatGPT. In fact, the suggestion is that you should actually use ChatGPT to curb that one problem. Because ChatGPT can always recognize whether something is actually produced by ChatGPT. So that is the current thinking, instead of actually banning it. So these are all the things that it can do. It can do literature review for you. It can summarize an article. If you don't have time to read the whole article, you can just give it to ChatGPT and say, give me a 4-line summary of this. It can do that. And it can evaluate. You can actually conduct exams and papers. Yeah. Okay, how exactly are these things working? All the words are actually vectorized. They have numerical values which are called vectors. Just like in the Google Maps, every place has got a latitude and longitude. Based on the latitude and longitude, we can know the interrelationships of two places, whether Mahatma Gandhi Medical College is closer to Kadalur or Pondicherry, all these kind of things. So similarly, words also are converted into vectors, and these vectors can be multi-dimensional. We people have difficulty understanding things if they are more than 3 or 4 dimensions. But computers don't have any such problem. No, the thousands of dimensions can be there in these vector spaces. So now this is how the computers really don't understand the meaning of the word. Okay, they are only seeing the interrelationship of the words in the space. Okay, and it is also possible to do vector arithmetic on that. We can do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and all those kind of things. So this is how the generative artificial intelligence is working. Right? This is the crux, and I think this is the most important part of this talk today. Now, there can be problems. Like, in AIIMS, Delhi, anybody who comes from a nearby village thinks that every male person who works in AIIMS is a doctor and every female is a nurse. It doesn't matter whether that person is a technician or a sweeper or attendant or whatever it is. They all think that every male is a doctor and every female, even if the professor and head of obstetrics gynecology, he thinks is a nurse. So now same kind of biases are there in languages. And those biases can creep into all the AI-based generative models. And this is what we
Sharif,
should be aware of.
We are really running out of time.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think this is the end of that. So I think virtual reality and augmented reality, and you must have been familiar with, and there are some virtual dissection tables where 3D models are there in the table, and then you can keep on peeling out layers or whatever these things. And then immersive virtual realities use the head-mounted displays, and Oculus Quest 3 is probably one of the most affordable and one of the very good these things. And now virtual reality is based on these head-mounted sets, and these are also being used in surgical planning and intraoperative guidance, because the patient data can be overlaid on the real patient. The data can be based on CT and MRI images, and pre-operative planning can be done. Similarly, dissections can also be done in anatomy. And in surgery, intraoperative, there are some applications where intraoperative guidance is also obtained using virtual reality systems. So I think these are the next step, and these probably will not replace the dissection itself, but they can complement and they can supplement the cadaveric dissections. There are so many of these, and you can just Google for. Now coming back to the question. So I posed this question to ChatGPT itself. I asked ChatGPT, can AI, VR and AR replace anatomy teachers and cadaveric dissection? And the answer is no. ChatGPT itself says that no, they cannot be replaced. And I think we agree with that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I request Ananya to felicitate Dr. Ahmedullah Sharif. Please take the stage. Please give a big hand to Ananya. We will be now having the formal inauguration ceremony. Please give us a minute to get the stage ready. While the stage is getting ready, if anyone has any questions, Dr. Ahmedullah Sharif is happy to answer. Questions, please.
Anybody? I thought this should at least have. There was this Hindi movie called recently where there's Teri Pyar, exactly. Tere Baaton mein Ulja Jiya or something like that, where it's tongue-in-cheek about how the ideal wife can be. I mean, the robot is the ideal sort of partner in his life. He doesn't realize it, because she agrees with everything, does everything he wants. So clearly, that's not. I mean, the end of the movie show is not like that. So you have. Anybody has any questions till the stage is set? Okay. No, you're not a very interactive. This is not like a regular class. I think don't take it like that. This is your opportunity to interact. Yeah, go ahead. Very good. Yeah. I think, a loud cheer for the first interactive from the audience itself. Yeah.
Sir, what would be the end goal of AI when it comes to medicine? Because if you say it does not want to replace doctors, then
I request you to introduce yourself and then ask the question. We all want to know who you are.
Sure. I am Ram, studying in 4th year in MGMC, right?
Yeah.
My question is, what would be the end goal of AI in medicine, if not to replace doctors, as in, so?
Yeah. I think this is what is the end goal of artificial intelligence? The end goal of artificial intelligence is what humans want it to do. Okay, I think when Google came, lot of patients started Googling about their illnesses and they come up to the doctor with a treatment. They will say that Google says this, and I think it was very normal for doctors to get irritated with that. Even I have seen on WhatsApp somewhere, a doctor had a notice, okay? After Googling, if a patient comes to him, your treatment and your prescription, your diagnosis and your prescription, 3,000 rupees. Okay, your diagnosis, my prescription, 1,000 rupee. My diagnosis and my prescription, 500 rupees. So ultimately, I think the artificial intelligence will be used and misused like any other technologies, and it is the misuse that we should be worried of. And artificial intelligence ultimate goal is to have a very capable servant. And you wish, your own secretary knows what is happening in your head. That you always keep thinking that why is she not able to read my thoughts? Kind of this thing. I think artificial intelligence probably wants, people want the AI to read their own thoughts and behave like a good servant. It will be a very good assistant. The humans will be humans because they are different. Like those three things, creativity, emotion, and whatever, sentiments. Those will never be there in artificial intelligence. You can rest assured. They may emulate, they may fake it, but it is not going to be there because it needs a human to feel. Machines can never feel. So we don't have to be worried.
When we were doing our PG, we used to have this index medicus. You guys can just look on PubMed and get the whole thing. So it just speeds up things. So I think ChatGPT is here to stay. We should use it rather than worry about all the things that it can do. You guys don't have to do what we did. We had to go and open every year's cumulative index medicus and look for each topic just for a single thesis. And after 7 days, we were told, no, this topic is not good enough. You decide that in 3 seconds, So I think it's just speeding up things.
On a practical level, try like this. If you have a set of investigations that you want to see in a patient, just feed it inside ChatGPT and it will give you the result in a few seconds. It's a good way of learning the process. It speeds up your way of learning. So use it as a tool, use it as a servant.
We'll now start the formal inauguration.
I, Dr. Kannan, faculty from the Department of General Surgery and Vice Principal of Student Affairs. I'm immensely very happy to be a host for this inauguration. Namaste, Vanakkam, Swagatam, Bonjour, Monsieur, Mademoiselle, Madame, to one and all who are present here. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed medical professionals and honored guests, a very happy morning to each and every one of you. It is with immense pleasure and heartfelt enthusiasm we would like to welcome you for this momentous occasion of marvelous medicine on wheels, where the medical marvel meets hands-on experience. A first of its kind program which has been curated for undergraduate and postgraduate students to bring them face to face with giants in the field of medicine. So without much ado, we would like to welcome our respected dignitaries to join us on the dais. I request Hira ma'am to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Sri Balaji Vidya, Professor Nihar Ranjan Biswas to kindly join us on the dais. I request Hira to usher him to the... That's it. Sir is coming. May I request Deekshana to accompany our Honorable Dean Sir, Professor Sitesh Goshar, to join us on the dais, please. And let's also welcome the masterminds behind this event. We would like to call Dr. Patta Radhakrishna, Director and Senior Consultant from the Department of Surgical Gastroenterology, MGM Healthcare, Malar, the Organizing Chairman of Marvelous Medicine on Wheels, to kindly join us on the dais. I would like to welcome the Organizing Secretary of Marvelous Medicine on Wheels, Dr. Vidya Mohanram, Senior Consultant and Head, Department of Anesthesiology, MGM Healthcare, Malar, to join us on the dais. Now, we will be starting this program with our formal SBV anthem. So I request everybody to please rise up for the SBV anthem.
Education gives humility. Humility gives character. From character, one gets wealth. From wealth, one gets righteousness. In righteousness, there is joy.
Thank you. Please be seated. May I request Dr. Patta Radhakrishna, the Organizing Chairman of Marvelous Medicine on Wheels, to give his welcome address and an overview of this particular program.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Biswas, the Dean, Professor Ghosh, the Director, Dr. Nilmal, and Mrs. Asha, the General Manager Operations, my teachers, so many of them are here, my classmates, my colleagues, my friends, Dr. Kannan, who's actual mastermind because we are remote controlling him from Chennai. We have no locus standi, and Kannan has taken immense efforts to make this happen. And dear students, my pleasure to be here this morning. Marvelous Medicine, I have seen in an audio visual that this is a weekly webinar of very quality topics spoken and discussed by some of the best in the world over the last 4 years, every Thursday at 8 p.m. and it's been a grand success. The only grouse we had is that which we intended this to be addressing the youngsters, because we felt that the interest in medicine is slowly coming down over the years. You see the enthusiasm my teacher Dr. Sridhar had during younger days. I mean, we want to rekindle this interest and tell everyone there is so much more to medicine than what you think. So we thought we should have an opportunity to interact with some of the best in the field of medicine. Welcome Professor K.R. Balakrishnan, who is one of the topmost cardiac transplant surgeons in the world. And we have so many others in this field. And we thought we should have some exposure to them and get inspired. And this is our first attempt at doing it offline. And again, I thank this institution and the administration here for making this happen. And thank you, students. We want to get inspired, be inspired. Thank you.
Thank you, Patta sir. Now we will shift our focus to a lighting of Kuthuvilakku. Which serves as the beacon of enlightenment and truth, and also serves as a reminder of our traditional perusal. So I request the dignitaries on the dais. Along with them, I request Ms. Asha Suresh Babu ma'am, who is the GM admin, kindly do join us on the dais. I also request Professor A.R. Srinivasan sir, the registrar of our university, also to join us on the dais. And I also would like to request Mr. Karugvel Pandian, the President of the Student Council 2023-24, and Ms. Aditi Aravind, the General Secretary of the Student Council 2023-24, to join the dignitaries on the dais to light the Kuttuvilakku. Can I request Apurva to help them, please? Request everybody to clap for this momentous occasion, please. May I request all the dignitaries, and I request Asha ma'am also, to please join us on the dais. Can we request, because the organizers would like to honor our, may I request Registrar Sir, Asha ma'am, I request our Dean Sir and our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir. I request Patta Sir to I request Vidya ma'am to hand over a small memento to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir. I request Patta Sir to hand over a small memento to our Dean Sir, Ghosh Sir. I request Vidya ma'am. To hand over a small memento to our the pillar behind strength, the pillar behind the entire function, Asha ma'am, who is the GM admin of. I request Patta Radhakrishnan Sir to hand over a small bouquet to our Registrar Sir. I request all the dignitaries to please. Okay, so please do stay back for a book release also. So please stay back for a small book release. I request our Asha ma'am, I request Registrar Sir and everybody to please stay on the dais. And may I request Dr. Abhijit Dam, the palliative physician from the Koshish Hospice Care from Jharkhand, who has come as a speaker, who has written a book. Now we request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to release this book, and Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir will be handing over one copy of it to Dean Sir, to Asha ma'am and to the Registrar Sir. I request Vidya ma'am and Patta Sir to join them for the photo op, please. The name of the book is Does the Moon Exist? It's an end-of-life dreams and visions, quantum physics and afterlife. It's a random musings of a palliative physician on the existence of afterlife and guidance of the departing consciousness using principles of quantum physics, Vedanta, ritualism and metaphysics. And the author is none other than Abhijit Dam, who is a pioneering rural palliation and care of rural elderly, established the first rural hospice in India, a postgraduate from AIIMS, New Delhi. He began as an anesthesiologist intensivist before switching over to palliative medicine. He is the founder of the first death doula course in India. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries who had joined us on the dais for release of the book. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Asha ma'am, and thank you, Registrar sir. And thank you, Abhijit sir, for that book release which is being done here. I request Patta sir also to please be on the dais. I request Vidya ma'am to stay back on the dais, please. We will have can we request our Honorable Dean sir to felicitate the gathering, please. Professor Sitesh Ghosh sir, the Honorable Dean, will be felicitating the.
Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Nihar Ranjan Biswas, President Marvelous Medicine on Wheel, Dr. Patta Radhakrishnan, and Secretary Dr. Vidya Manoharam, respected resource persons, members of SBV family, my dear students across the discipline. It's my pleasure to have here, and I must appreciate the effort of the founder of Marvelous Medicine, Dr. Patta Radhakrishnan, getting experts all across the India, also from the abroad, to this budding healthcare professionals, right? So that this conference is unique in the sense we have topics varied from basics to artificial intelligence, and not only that, one topics also from basics to career guidance in US also. And of course the speakers are well chosen, those who are experts in their own field, and I hope the budding healthcare professionals will be using this opportunity to interact with them during the question answer sessions, and of course if the time permits during the tea break and the lunch hour also. And I wish this program a great success. Thank you everybody.
Can we request our thank you so much, Ghosh sir. Can we request our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, Nihar Ranjan sir, to give a chief guest address, please.
Good morning to all. Vanakkam. Dignitaries on the dais and of the dais. On the dais, Dr. Patta, our Dean, Dr. Ghosh, and Dr. Vidya. She called me 2-3 times from Chennai. One day she told that I am out of OT now. I thought she is here. I told, why don't come to my office? She told, sir, I am in Chennai. So nice to see you again. And Dr. Patta, your topics is Marvelous Medicine on Wheels, but you have done a marvelous arrangement here. Excellent. Congratulations. And all my colleagues and dignitaries, stalwarts, I usually come and sit here whenever any function here. When I enter, I thought, so many people, I may be in a wrong room. But somehow I managed that, no, it is the correct room. BC Rai Hall, this is the only BC Rai Hall. So many stalwarts from our MGM Healthcare here. Nice to see all of you. On behalf of our Honorable Chancellor Sir, Sri M. K. Rajagopalan, and on my own behalf, I congratulate our MGM Healthcare group, particularly Dr. Patta Radhakrishnan and Dr. Vidya Mohan Ram, to organize today's academic program, Marvelous Medicines on Wheels, particularly for our UG and PG students. I know when you start speaking, it's very difficult to control time, but time management is also an art. And I saw, I think my colleagues from AIMS, because I worked 30 years in Delhi AIMS. After retirement, I joined here. So Sharif could not finish his slides. He has made so many slides. But anyhow, you can interact with our UG students, PG students. And I request you, tell less thing, but give more time to interaction to our young budding doctors. Let them clear their problems with you. And as I have seen that in the program starting from anatomy, and I was listening the plastic surgery lectures, fantastic photos you have shown. And there are cardiac surgery, robotic surgery, joint replacement surgery, even palliative medicine, as now we released a book. So meticulously this program is made, including all the important branches. So, and I'm happy to meet you, Sharif, after a long time. And also Dr. Balakrishnan, we just met him in last month when we signed an MOU with our colleagues from Leeds University, UK. And it's a proud moment for us to announce that NATO has permitted us heart transplant to conduct here in this hospital also. Thank you, Dr. Abhijit Dam. Your end-of-life care, palliative care, it's very essential. It must be in every hospital because last journey should be pain-free. And our colleagues at AIMS, Professor Sushma Bhatnagar, who is now the chief of Babasaheb Ambedkar IHCS Hospital, is also started MD course in palliative medicine. She told many times to me also that why don't you start it there. So we sent 4 of our colleagues, 2 doctors and 2 nurses there for getting training. And in the plan to start MD palliative medicine here also. And I hope other lectures also will be very much helpful to our students. And there will be a session on student interaction, as well as some discussion on careers in research in the US by Dr. Avi Shankar. I wish our students will take full facility of this interaction, because research is an important component. Because in our aims, the Trinity means the research, patient care, and the teaching is a must. So there will be all the components should give equal importance. And finally, during student quiz, Dr. Radhakrishnan will get an idea about the knowledge of our students, so how much they can get correct results. So thank you again for calling me to share my ideas, and best wishes for the program. And I hope our UG and PG students will utilize the day fully during interaction with the stalwart speakers. Nandri, Jai Hind.
I request Dr. Vidya ma'am, the organizing secretary, to give the final note, please.
I'm really, really happy and grateful that all of you made it here from all over the country, and some of you probably are missing classes to be here. So, and a special thanks to the Vice Chancellor and Dean also, who made time for us. And of course, the institution which allowed us to conduct the first ever Marvelous Medicine on Wheels. Thank you one and all. I will not stay between you and the next speaker.
We request everybody to stand for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
After after the inauguration is over, we are switching our mode and we are switching over to a very important talk. So we will have Dr. Balachandra sir and we'll have KRB sir who will be talking, and after that we will be breaking for tea. So Sunita and team, can we start your AV?
It's the most crucial organ of the body. It pumps non-stop 24/7 for years together with absolutely no rest or relaxation. If it rests, it's time for its owner to rest forever. This condition is called heart failure. Heart failure can result from structural damage due to coronary artery blockage by excessive cholesterol or from various causes leading to cardiac enlargement and progressive loss of function. Many medications like ACE inhibitors, angiotensin I receptor blockers, beta blockers, diuretics, aldosterone antagonists, digoxin and vasodilators, and devices such as pacemakers, implantable cardioverter defibrillators, cardiac resynchronization therapy devices, and left ventricular assist devices has been invented to improve heart function. Presently, heart transplant has become the standard treatment of patients with end-stage heart failure.
Thank you, the support team who got the stage ready so quickly. I'd like to invite Devanshi to introduce Professor Balakrishnan. My bad. I request Srishti to come and introduce Dr. Balakrishnan. So Srishti is a second year, so we had 2 first year students, so now we are moving on to second year. The second year medical student of Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute. She is one, many people start doing medicine and then give up and do something else. Here we have an example of the opposite. She was actually doing a triple major and suddenly realized that just before she was finishing the course that she wanted to do medicine. So she's a very sort of precious student for us. Her hobbies are dancing, creating content and swimming, and she wants to be a gynecologist in the future. Please give a big hand to Srishti.
Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to introduce Dr. J. Balachandra, former professor and head of the Department of Cardiology, JIPMER, and former medical superintendent, JIPMER Hospital, Pondicherry. Sir has done his MBBS and MD in general medicine from JIPMER, Pondicherry, and DM in cardiology from Delhi. Sir just doesn't have theoretical teaching experience, but he is a man of actions as he has performed over 130,000 echocardiographic examinations and 10,000 transesophageal echocardiographic examinations. Not just that, Sir has revived the first note of Sargam, the SA node, as he has performed 44 defibrillator pacemaker implantations, making JIPMER as the 3rd largest center for implantation. Sir has realized that there definitely is a need for his clones, as he has started the DM course of cardiology in JIPMER. Sir has collaborated with WHO, DGHS, RF, RHD detection treatment, and follow-up program with multiple departments. Sir has also published 14 textbook chapters, 322 publications in national journals, and 29 publications in international journals. Dear Sir, we welcome you.
Thank you, Srishti, for this introduction. And I was here in Mahatma Gandhi for about 6-7 months before JIPMER called me back again. But anyway, so very familiar with this hall, and I'm very grateful for the Vidya and Pata to call me here to deliver this note on introduction to heart failure. And I precede my colleague, who is, both of us were from the same school in Delhi, myself and K.R. Bala, and both of us studied in JIPMER, but the comparison ends there. He's somewhere up and I'm somewhere down. So that is the difference between the two. But still, he's a very close friend and an associate of mine. So he will deal with heart transplant. I would just give you a brief introduction of the heart failure because I had already talked about this for about an hour in the Marvelous Medicine Zoom section. But I will just give you something. Heart failure is the most depressing part of cardiology because it's something which physicians do not want to see their patients the suffering and not too much about it. But things have changed. And things have changed since my talk in the Zoom. Today, you have a lot of people with overweight. I was also a little overweight. So, but there's nothing to be done, no bariatric surgery. They need not go to the surgeon. So you take a drug called semaglutide. In fact, there is a tough competition between two drugs, semaglutide and tirzepatide, which are now being marketed in India. So once daily injection and you lose 2 kg per week. Forget about what it will do later to your body. But take the medicine and reduce weight. If your FFA goes up, free fatty acids, that's a different matter. If you have anything to do with pancreas, that's a different matter. But at the moment, you will reduce weight and look very smart with these two drugs. So that is the advancement which we have. Similarly, in heart failure, we have drugs. So my topic will be just to introduce for the MBBS and the intern students. And in fact, you will get a question on heart failure. Usually it is when they are asked to set papers, you'll think what topic to give. Infective endocarditis, rheumatic heart disease, hypertension. But now heart failure, transplantation has to be there if you think of a modern topic in the MBBS, even in the MBBS scenario. So I'll just give you a small introduction. I will not take much of time. The heart failure is increasing and it's going to give KRB a lot more work than he can think of, because it's going to flood his clinics with patients who have failed medical treatment and are now at the doorsteps for the heart, which he's also struggling to find, and people are there to assist him. So this is a syndrome in which it consumes a lot of substantial health care. And you find that a lot of young people are they have lost their daily life and they are not able to come up with the requests of the life. So I will just introduce you to this three. It was already shown in that video which was there, the 3 stages of heart failure. This is, I always put multiple colors in the slides, and that's the way you have to write your exam also. When you write your exam, use multiple colors. Whether you write sense or not, that colors will give you marks. I'm telling you because we've been examiners for years together. And if you use red ink, if you use blue ink, if you underline, and you will make your answers colorful, it will have a lot of impact. And in between, you can write what you want. But keep the slides, the topics the same, and you will get the request mark. So stage A is at risk for heart failure. Stage B is structural heart disease. But there are no current symptoms of heart failure. Stage C is the one we are concerned with because we have to treat structural heart disease with stages of heart failure. And stage D is heart failure when it reaches a point of no return or we have to do something more about it. So keep these stages in mind, stage A, stage B, stage C. Now the classification for heart failure has also changed, and it has changed rapidly from 2021 because with treatment people are improving. First, heart failure was defined when the ejection fraction as measured by an echocardiogram was less than 40%. But now it is there are people with mildly reduced heart failure. And they are the people who will benefit with treatment, that is 41% to 49%. There are the new entity called heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. That means the ejection fraction is good, but still they are in heart failure because of symptoms of dyspnea, more than 50%. And then there is a new entity called heart failure with improved ejection fraction. With good medical treatment or surgical treatment, the ejection fraction improves. And so you have a large population with improved ejection fraction. So these are the 4 groups of heart failure patients. Now one test which I want to re-emphasize to these people, and people have to write even in their paper, is called NT-proBNP. Do not forget this because physicians forget NT-proBNP. For every patient, it is necessary, not really necessary for the milder cases, but when you have to treat, when you have to follow up, use NT-proBNP. So in your exam, write NT-proBNP in big font and underline it, because that is the thing which will catch the attention of the people who are correcting your papers. There are 10 pivotal issues which you should know, and that is the most important thing for the physician. How to start treatment when you have a patient of heart failure, how to start your treatment, how to introduce the drugs, there are so many drugs available, And many of these drugs now are now marketed in India. As we go ahead, I won't be able to deal with each one of them, but it is possible to give you a bird's eye view of that, and how to get the patient online and treat. How to prevent patients from reaching KR Bala. I'm not interfering with his business, but how to prevent him, how to or at least make the patient in a better condition to reach a transplant stage, so that he does not have tension while doing the procedure. So how to start treatment? If it's a new onset stage C, which I said, how to rapidly add agents which can control the patient. So previously we used to give standard as digoxin, diuretics, some vasodilators, etc. But that is not the answer. The answer today, and if you write this point, this is for the MBBS students in the exam, you will get a gold medal, each one of you, not one person. So this is what is known as 4 pillars of guideline directed medical treatment. This is the one which should figure in your answer. Always be descriptive and write some diagrams. So put 4 pillars, I'll show you the slides. 4 pillars you put, and put the drugs. That's enough for the answer of heart failure. And these 4 pillars are a drug called ARNI, beta blockers, which you would be familiar, a mineralocorticoid antagonist, and an SGLT2 inhibitor. These are the things which come. We took over SGLT2 from the diabetologists, much to the anger of the diabetologists. So people started calling them, they were calling them cardio-diabetologists. We are calling them ourselves cardio-diabetologists. Both are same. But the important thing, the drug which has now come in between both of us is SGLT2 inhibitor. And this is the diagram which you should keep in mind. Even if you don't remember anything, keep these 4 pillars of the heart. And that is ARNI, and that is a beta blocker, that is a mineralocorticoid receptor antagonist, and an SGLT2 inhibitor. So even if you have forgotten everything about heart failure, remember this 4 diagram. And whether there are sometimes, like this binomial theorem joke is there. One person read the binomial theorem, he didn't come in the exam, so he failed. Second time he said it came in the exam and he failed. Second time he said it has come the first time, it won't come the second time. So he didn't read and he failed. Third time he read binomial theorem thoroughly. It didn't come in the exam. He said, let me write binomial theorem because I have read that. So that is an important thing to talk about. So whether you like it or not, put these 4 pillars. Initiate, optimize, and reassess. These are the 4 pillars of heart failure. And that's all my talk is on. It's only on these 4 pillars of heart failure, because these are the 4 drugs. Especially people give enalapril, people give ACE inhibitors. No. Start with ARNI if possible, if you can, if there are no contraindications. Because if you start with some other drug, to switch over to a sacubitril valsartan will be difficult, because you need a washout period. And this is the drug, angiotensin receptor neprilysin inhibitor. This is called as ARNI. And this will be one of the pillars of the heart failure. If used properly in the proper dosage, it will result in a good substantial reduction. There are a lot of trials on that. And these are the various actions of heart failure. The time doesn't permit me to go in that. But remember, start ARNI first. And that is the message I have to give, because ARNI starting is not everybody thinks of the cost. Cost has come down in India. And ARNI is the drug of choice more than any of the sartans or the telmisartan or ormisartan and all the sartans. There are trials which come in the favor of this. The second group of drugs over which we have a controversy, we don't have a controversy, but we are in tune with the diabetologists, is the SGLT2 inhibitors. This has revolutionized the cardiological treatment of heart failure, not only, and it has resulted in the very good treatment of both diabetes and heart failure. The more the glucose you excrete in the urine, you don't feel hungry. You excrete a lot of glucose in the urine. The more the heart feels happy about it. So that's the important thing about this SGLT2. It helps in excretion of the glucose in the urine, and the heart is very happy that it has got rid of a lot of waste. And this is the heart failure in SGLT2. Again, I won't go into the detail because I've been told to restrict my time to the minimum possible. So the benefit of the SGLT2 inhibitors is that it is well tolerated, And there are some reports of urinary tract infections and other things, but this is well tolerated in most of the cases of heart failure. And then you have this drug called sotagliflozin, which is again a drug which is a combined blocker, SGLT1 and T2. So there is preservation of renal function, and that's also a very important thing for heart failure, because KRB won't like if the urea goes up to 100, creatinine goes up to 5 or 6, and the patient comes with 103 blood urea. So you have to preserve the kidney function to the extent possible. And there are other benefits of the SGLT2 inhibitors. It improves the health status. I don't know how. Health status will improve otherwise also. But anyway, so the important thing is that. And then there is a reduction in the loop diuretic inhibitors. And what about the beta blockers in 2017? See, Sir James Black won the Nobel Prize for beta blockers. He will turn in his grave if he can. So, and he'll think that why my beta blockers are not being used. Beta blockers not used in hypertension. Beta blockers are going off in acute myocardial infarction. Beta blockers are still there in heart failure. And that is an important aspect of heart failure treatment, using beta blockers. And these beta blockers are of great use because they prevent cardiac remodeling. There's one drug called ivabradine. Ivabradine is used as a fancy. Initially, when we heard about ivabradine, we described it as a drug in search of a disease to treat. We didn't know which disease ivabradine will really treat. So we decided that ivabradine can be used for anything other than, it's just like giving B complex, but it's not so. Ivabradine has now been discovered for great use. Again, the first bell has rung, so I'll keep it. This drug is now available in India, Versigouet. It's a very good guanosine stimulator, 2.5 milligrams. Little bit of hypotension is there, but for the patient on ventilator and other things, you want a pulmonary artery reduction, Versigouet may be of benefit. This drug is also forgotten by most patients, most physicians. It's just an old combination, hydralazine plus isosorbide dinitrate. And that is used for patients with renal failure. This drug is called finerenone, it's called Carandia. It's being introduced in India now. It prevents the deterioration of kidney function. It's a very good drug. We think it's a very good drug to prevent kidney function. It's called Carandia. Empagliflozin is there. It is one of the first-line treatment for diabetologists, Jardians. You ask patient, I'm on Jardians, yes. It's good for your heart also. And this is the one I was telling. Once a weekly dose of semaglutide will make a patient fit. Don't think of the consequences. If you are overweight, all the actresses, the overweight people in the United States are on semaglutide. The company is finding it difficult to deliver the number of drugs which are needed. It's a fad actually in US. US everything becomes a fad for some time and then they reduce it or dump it on India. So the semaglutide is a very good drug for heart failure, and this drug also, tirzepatide, is also a very good drug for heart failure. And last slide is nothing but a very funny combination. You have heard of paromomycin? This parasitology will never leave us. From MBBS to MD, sometimes to DM level also there is parasitology. All the worms and their cycles and what the eggs they lay and how they enter the body, we have to remember whether we like it or not. So paromomycin is a drug for MBBS. Today we are having some Naegleria epidemic somewhere. So paromomycin and neomycin. Neomycin is our good old drug for liver cirrhosis and all that. Combination has found some use in regenerating heart diseases. So that's the last slide. So this was not an introduction. It was a eagle's eye view, not even a bird's eye view, an eagle's eye view. And there are remarkable advances and attempts to prevent disease progression, but try to stabilize, maximize, and bring the patient to a better condition. Of course, transplant is an option, but you can prevent or at least deliver to the transplant surgeon a patient in a much better status by medical treatment of heart failure. Thank you very much.
We'll take the questions together after both have finished. I request Srishti to hand over the memento to Professor Balachandra. Thank you. Now I call upon Deeptika to introduce Professor K.R. Balakrishnan. Deeptika is a second year MBBS student at Sri Balaji Medical College. So it's our attempt to get students from different medical colleges together so that they can also interact and find out what's happening in each other's lives. Her interests include reading, gardening, and playing badminton. And her mom is a very, very highly skilled OR nurse. And so she's decided she wants to be a surgeon too. Over to you, Deeptika.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Dr. K.R. Balakrishnan sir, a renowned cardiothoracic and transplant surgeon. He has done MBBS in JIPMER Pondicherry, MS AIMS New Delhi, MCH KA Hospital, Mumbai. Awarded distinction in MCH by Bombay University in cardiac thoracic specialty. He's always been there for his patients, even beyond regular hours, showcasing a level of commitment that truly sets him apart. He performed the first pediatric heart transplant in India and is spearheading cardiac transplant movement in the country. He has done more than 503 cases heart transplants in MGM healthcare alone. Having more than 45 years of experience and has independently performed more than 16,000 cardiac surgeries. He also has extensive expertise in treating complex congenital heart diseases. His proactive approach to education and embracing new technologies showcases a commitment to provide best possible care to the patients. He challenges age stereotypes through his persistent enthusiasm and commitment to medicine, demonstrating that age does not impede the dedication to the field. Thank you, sir. Thank you for inspiring us. You are truly a role model to many. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause to introduce Dr. K.R. Balakrishnan, sir, as he takes the stage. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Dr. Vidya for giving this opportunity to come here. And my teachers, Dr. Smiles, colleague J. Balachandra, and I don't see Dr. Ananthakrishnan here, but I got very fond memories of Pondicherry, which is a very different town from what it is now when we joined as students. I was asked to speak something about transplant, which is inspiring. I didn't know how to start. I didn't want to give detailed statistics of risk factors and blah, blah, blah to undergraduate students. So I thought I'll borrow a bit from, I had given a talk in JIPMER a couple of weeks ago on a research conclave they held on whether physicians in this country can aspire to or should indulge in research apart from their very busy clinical work. And I thought I'll dwell on that idea to give some idea of how in my own career it's taken me to where I am today. A chimera, as you know, is a mythical animal perceived as wildly imaginative, implausible, or dazzling. And certainly when I was an undergraduate, a serious researcher who was also a physician who's busy was not only implausible, was not even considered a possibility of any kind. After my undergraduation, post-graduation stuff, my first serious attempt at any kind of research, because during post-graduation when you do thesis, to a large extent is to actually get through the degree. And in fact, when I was in All India Institute, there was a big strike against thesis by the students, which is paradoxical looking at what they should have been doing. So when I was a cardiac surgery resident in Bombay, we had an animal lab where we used to operate on dogs. Today, of course, you'd probably get arrested if you operated on dogs, but in those days it was more liberal. But that was about it. Data maintenance was non-existent. All our publications were case reports, so we really didn't have anything serious going. So I had an opportunity to go to Oregon in the United States, in Portland, to work with Dr. Albert Starr. Those of you who might know some kind of history, he was the first man in the world to invent an artificial heart valve. It's called the Starr-Edward valve, which actually functioned for almost 30, 40 years. And when I went and did a fellowship under him, he was a pioneer in this area. And my boss at the time in India, Dr. Parolkar, wrote a fairly glowing letter of introduction, as was his wont. He always exaggerated the intelligence of his students far beyond what they actually had. Nevertheless, one of the first things that struck me coming from India, and that was the first time I had gotten onto a flight. You must remember that India of 1980s was very different from today. We almost always traveled by train, and flights were a luxury. So after a long, exhausting flight, in fact, I remember it was Chennai, Bombay, Cairo, Paris, New York, Seattle, Portland. So I don't know, halfway across the world. And the first question he asked me was, do you have a background in computational fluid dynamics? I mentioned this because in general in our country, when you meet some senior person, there's such a big distance. They tend to talk down to you. And here was a man at the top of his game, talking to an unknown student, I was 30 years old, 28 years old, from a third world country, and talking on equal terms. And he said he was trying to improve his valve hemodynamically. And just to give a background, this valve is no longer used, and a lot of you might not understand this. It's a ball and cage valve. So there is a cage, and there's a ball underneath. That's the ball floats up and down, and that acts as a valve. So when you put it in an aortic position, the line is the outer wall of the aorta. So the space between the cage and the ball is called the tertiary orifice. So no matter how big your central orifice or aortic valve is, the ball has to be correspondingly bigger. So there's a gradient, so it's called a third orifice. So the valve has always had a gradient, which means that you're operating for aortic stenosis and the gradient is 80. You put in a valve, the gradient comes down to 40. So it is self-defeating. And this is the only valve available in those days. They didn't have bileaflets, they didn't have tissue valves were just coming in. So you wanted to know whether can we do something to de-link the primary orifice from the ball size. And given the enthusiasm of youth, where you make up in enthusiasm what you lack in knowledge, every day when we used to scrub for surgery, I'll have some idea. He never once said, stupid, what rubbish are you talking about? Every time he'll tell you very patiently why that idea will not work. So that's very important, I think, retrospectively. It's so easy to get crushed if some insolent senior brushes you down. And eventually I hit upon an idea that you could actually put a washer in between the ball and the cage. And this worked. And then the next thing was to make, how do you model it? At that time, I had an access to a PC, or it was actually a DOS-based system. Beaverton, Oregon was headquarters of Intel at that time, even now it is. Intel was an unknown company in 1985. It's not the giant it is today. And as luck would have it, next to the apartment I was staying were two guys from Annanagar who were working in Intel. So they had a PC in their house. So I had some background in GW Basic, which was the only program available at that time, apart from a program called DBase, which is the database of pre-Windows Unix system. So using GW Basic and high school trigonometry, I drew up some basic calculations. And it worked. So the head of the Edwards Lab is the giant, as you know now. They're the ones who make the Swan-Ganz catheters and every intensive care equipment. So Dr. Starr called up their chief of Edwards Lab and their chief of research. And we flew down to British Columbia and Vancouver, which had the best valve testing facility, and implanted them in a whole lot of sheep. And this is me at that young age. And we took out a US patent and they drew up a contract. So what is striking is how quickly the American science moved, regardless of what background you came from. And the same thing in this country would have taken 50 years. and perhaps never seen the light of the day. After that, I came back to India because of family reasons. My first serious research exposure was when I had a chance meeting with a professor of mechanical engineering in IIT Madras. At that time, I used to do a lot of pediatric surgery, and those of you, even if you are undergraduate students, you would know there's a condition called truncus arteriosus, where a baby is born with a single common trunk which gives rise to the aorta and the pulmonary artery with a large VSD, and they have to be operated at the age of a month or 2 months. You have to separate the aorta and the pulmonary artery, and since there's no pulmonary valve, we had to reconstruct a tube with a valve in it, and those valves usually fail at the end of 10 years, so the child requires multiple operations. And prosthetic valves have never been known to function for 80 years, despite all the advances. So I asked Dr. Krishna Kumar, can you look at the valve as an engineer would, as a structural engineer, as to what is the reason why normal valves last so long? And so he introduced me to a concept called finite element modeling, which is breaking down the mechanics of any structure into the, taking the mechanical properties. And this is something I had never heard of at that time. This is how Boeings are built. This is how suspension bridges are built, to know how much stresses and strains and displacement can be, the load can be taken. And on that basis, we modeled the human aortic valve and showed for the first time in the world that the aortic root distends first, leading to leaflet opening later, even before the blood passes through it. And that's how the normal valve functions. This was published way back in 2002 in the Annals of Thoracic Surgery. And it has ended up as one of the classics. It's got, I think, close to 900 citations and is regarded as one of the most influential papers in the aortic valve over the last 100 years. So, and it's done, research is entirely done in Chennai with 2 ordinary people wearing rubber chappals. So, the next question was, that year I had a chance to go to Masai Mara in Kenya, where actually we were fortunate or unfortunate, I don't know, had a chance to see a hunt where a leopard was chasing an antelope. Unfortunately, it couldn't catch it. But what struck me was the prosthetic aortic valves always become stenotic when you exercise, whereas a normal aortic valve, I would imagine when a leopard is running at its swiftest speed, the cardiac out would be at least 6 or 8 times normal, despite which there is no gradient. So how has nature created such a valve that we're not able to? So we looked at marathon runners, childbirth, cardiac output really goes up. So normal aortic valve is an engineering marvel. And we looked at why that would be so, and then we found that the dynamic aortic root, which expands with pressure, increases the orifice, which has not been possible with prosthetic valves, and this was again published. And now it's widely used in TAVR, which is the percutaneous valve, which is being used extensively today, actually has drawn on a lot of our work has been used in the design of these valves. And we had a lot of, including valve sparing root replacements. Da Vinci, apart from the Mona Lisa, actually had looked at the value of the aortic sinuses, and we actually could mimic it in our lab when we did a CFD study of how the normal sinuses function. This was published. The reason I mention all this is all this became handy later on in life when we got into the area of transplantation by chance. And especially Tamil Nadu has been a leader in the number of organs generated. So over the last decade, we've ended up doing, I think it's one of the highest in Asia, and we are among the top 3 busiest programs in the world now. We do over 110 transplants a year. But the thing I would like to speak about is in the process of trying to do transplants. If you look at a patient who needs a kidney transplant, they can be kept alive and stable with dialysis till you find a donor kidney. In the case of the heart, if you're on inotropes or in spite of the drugs Dr. Balachandra so eloquently described, if your blood pressure is 60, you're going to die. And you can't, there's no living donor for heart possible, except poetically, and you have to wait for somebody else to die. So artificial heart pumps were invented to overcome that as the temporary pumps. So we got into this field about, in 2012, we were the first to implant an LVAD in India. And the outcomes have been excellent. This is the longest surviving VAD in India. It was done 14 years ago in Chennai. It's still alive. You can climb, this is the Raigad Fort, which was built by Shivaji to fight Aurangzeb. It's not easy for normal people to climb. That young boy, 1 year after a VAD, is climbing it. The bag on his shoulder is the battery system. This guy is, in the forecourt, is playing volleyball with a VAD and milking the cow in the morning. So the thing is, it's expensive. It costs over $100,000, which is just the cost of the pump. So how many can afford that? There's a chance meeting that I had with an engineer from Sydney, and he and I started a company called Cardiobionics in Sydney, and have developed an artificial heart pump, which is undergoing trials in Adelaide and in Hanover in Germany, and it's priced at 1/4 of the HeartMate 3 from Abbott, and we hope it makes a difference. This is the animal into which is implanted, undergoing trials. The work with the IIT has also helped us in a lot of other ways. We've now been able to integrate images. So, for instance, this young boy was referred to as, he's the son of a general in the Egyptian army. He was airlifted, very high BNP of 25,000, another 2 minutes. That was, even those of you who are not cardiologists can make out, the ventricle is so small and the atrium is so big. He was not a candidate for a transplant. And he's only 10 kilograms, and we're not sure whether any VAD will fit into it. So using virtual reality, we could virtually implant the Oculus lenses and 3D slicer program. We could virtually implant the VAD and make sure the VAD implant is possible. And this is him after 2 months singing Bollywood songs, and we ended up transplanting him after 5 years. So, I'll finish quickly. So today it's possible to predict hemodynamics after a repair before you do it, using machine learning and digital twins. So a lot of the way you guys practice will be entirely different from what we did. For instance, this patient, we could predict, we had 3 or 4 choices. For instance, a patient with heart failure, sometimes you're confronted whether he can be managed with medicines. Does he need an LVAD? Does he need a transplant? Does he need a mitral clip? How are you supposed to know? So even in a large hospital, the fate of a patient depends on which room he enters and what's the specialty of that particular doctor. And you can't possibly do controlled trials for these kind of things. So today it's possible to predict hemodynamics by virtual digital twins. On that basis, take a decision. And the other invention was, and there's something we can be proud of, India is the only country in the world which uses commercial aircrafts to transport organs. We use routinely to transport an organ from PGH Chandigarh to Chennai by changing an aircraft in Delhi over an ischemic time of 7-8 years. And that's been done with a lot of local innovation. And we are working with the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, where we developed a perfusion system where we can keep a heart alive and functioning for up to 12 years. And the idea is to eventually transform it into an organ bank, like a blood bank, where you can store it for long periods of time. And I think it might be possible. It's perhaps in the next 10 years. So it's certainly worthwhile getting into research. The pure researchers will think a clinician is not pure enough, and clinicians will think you're spending too much time in the lab, you're not pure enough as a clinician. But only if you are able to do that, you bring an important aspect called perspective. Unless you are busy in a clinical program, you don't have ideas for research. So the most important thing in a research is to throw up questions. And that is, I think, invaluable. So it's possible to indulge in research because, not because you can publish, but it can improve the quality of outcomes in your patients. Thank you.
People can get ready with questions. Any questions? Both Professor Balachandra and Professor Balakrishnan, any questions?
Come on, you guys should have a change of heart at least after all.
From senior students first.
Yes, very senior. Dr. Balachandra, one question. I am a physician diabetologist. Disclaimer. So when we give SGLT2 to patients, and especially even with patients with cardiac failure, for us it's primarily sugar control. We also have to talk about fluid restriction. But the first thing for SGLT2 is to ensure that there is enough renal flushing. How do we do that balance? That's a very tricky thing.
That is one of the problems of SGLT2, that you have to keep up the fluid. You can't restrict. Of course, if they have kidney problem, the problem is compounded further, because you'll have to restrict fluids to say 1,500 or 1,000. But let me tell you that once you have used SGLT2, there's a marked improvement in renal function also. And once that happens, you can be a little bit more free with fluids. And you can ensure, because if you don't use enough fluids and a lot of glucose gets excreted in the urine, there's a chance that you'll get urinary tract infection, especially for lady patients. So you'll have to balance between the two. But generally with fluid restrictions of 1,500 to 2,000, even in CKD patients, we can safely use SGLT2. And now with the sotagliflozin, which is a combined blocker, SGLT1 plus SGLT2, you have a kidney protection. So you can use fluids. You must use fluids, as you correctly said, to maintain the flushing of the kidneys.
Bala for a very, very, very long time. Dr. Bala, amazing journey. Really, I mean, I am mind blowing. My one question is, this is something which I always ask. How is it possible for a person in a medical degree to work with non-medicos? This challenge you have faced multiple times.
Yeah, I've been doing it for what, close to 25 years now.
How did you start that?
There was a chance meeting, but eventually we have to learn to speak each other's language. So he understands block, atherosclerosis, and blood pressure, and pulmonary artery pressure, and renal blood flow. And I understand Young's modulus, Poisson's law, and the mechanics, the software, 3D slicer. I mean, it's eventually you have to find common ground, and that's important, because without each of us knowing a bit of the other, you cannot actually make strides. And actually we have made tremendous progress. For instance, I'll give you an example. We had COVID. You were pretty active during COVID. Now, a lot of COVID patients on ECMO or ventilation recover. A lot of them don't. We don't seem to have a clue. All that we can do is put logistic regression and give some p-value, q-value, r-value. It doesn't make any sense. Now, we took these CT scans into a special program where you're able to alter the settings and have a 3D projector. Even conventional CT scans give you a lot more information than what you would see in a radiology department. You can see lymphatics, you can see tiny vessels. So then you use machine learning and see whether you can use that to predict outcomes that a human eye cannot. And for us to be able to be involved in that kind of useful dialogue, each of us needs to learn a bit of the other language.
Yes, I agree.
So students, I hope you saw the real, what Dr. Sharif was trying to tell you in the morning, and you can see it coming alive now. So if you were confused as to why the topic was put in there, I hope you got the answer now. So
very important message, I think, that you need to go beyond your ambit, and only then we can make real progress. I mean, really kudos to you for doing that here, as a busy cardiac surgeon.
Not for this talk, but with Dr. Sridhar's, he went to MMC, and he was asked how to make cement and asbestos, and he came out. I also went to MMC for a MBBS seat. I was asked what are the rivers which flow through Chennai. So I said, Adayar. He said, what about Kuam? I said, Kuam is not a river, it's a central drainage supply of water. Then they said, enough for your MBBS.
I'd request Deepika to hand over the memento to Dr. Balaji, sir, please, on the stage. Big round of applause for Deepika. And thank you once again, Dr. Balakrishnan, for making the time. We are breaking for tea now. Those who have made the collages and the zini art, please make your way towards your creation.
Before we take a break, I would like to request Tilaga to say a few lines, exactly 30 seconds, about what is this collage and zine art.
So we've requested participation from students and to show their other side, not just medicine. So we've had registrations for collage as well as for zine art. We have some really interesting submissions. All of you, when you have time, kindly go through the submissions which are outside. I'm going to request Dr. Kannan to announce the judges so that we can start.
So for the collage, we have got about 20, and still it's coming one after the other, and zine art is on their right side. So we thought marvelous medicine, beyond medicine. So we have collage which is there put up as a posters outside, and we have zine art on the other side. And opposite to that, we have Sri Vidya ma'am, who is going to talk about art and painting. So that is also, her own paintings are also put up near the tea counters. Right, before we break for tea, for the collage, we have got thanks to participation from the various branches of Mahatma Gandhi Medical College, Indira Gandhi Institute of Dental Sciences, and Sri Balaji Allied Balaniru sir's team has come. So that is with the previous Center for Interdisciplinary Research and Facility. So they are the undergraduates who have joined us for biotechnology. They also have given their thing, and from pharmacy. So we have 4 allied, we have got all the health sciences institutes of our university being a part of it. So we have divided like this. For zine art, we request the humble participation of judges, as we request our Dean Sir, Professor Ghosh Sir, Asha Ma'am, and clinical researcher Professor Dr. Ravi Shankar Sir to be one of the judges. So we have 3 judges for zine art. After the coffee break is there, she will be around along with Sophia and Sahana. They will guide you for the judges. And for collage, we have taken 2 sets of judges. So we have Patta sir, we have Lata ma'am from Jipmer, and Punit sir. We request 3 of you to be the judges, and we request the students will be there. And for the this next one, we will be having Professor Sharif sir from AIMS, Professor Smile sir, Robinson Smile sir, our emeritus professor and the most dynamic faculty of SBV, and Dinakar sir, who will be joining us for judging. So for zine art, I request Shruti, Shalu, Sophia and Lokeshwar, as soon as your coffee is over, please be around. And for your collage, Vishwa team, Nivedita team, Alagi and Varsha team, Sindhuja Pooja team, Pavitra team, Alma, Sri Harini, Aditi, Sahana, Juhi, Lavanya, and there is one more entry also. So collage will be divided into 2 sets of judges so that we can quickly finish.
Kannan, I think we can take it offline there, because
Sure,
I don't
we'll
think anybody will remember whose name you are taking now. So
I was calling out the students to come and stand outside.
Yeah. I want all of you to be back in 10 minutes. Tea is served.
Ethiopia, where legend tells of a shepherd discovering the potent properties of these humble beans. Fast forward to today, where brewing techniques have evolved into an art form. From the aromatic French press to the precise pour-over, each method unlocks a unique bouquet of...
We'd like all of you to be part of Learning General Surgery and Marvelous Medicine. So there is a QR code out there which you can scan and use to join. We request all students who are interested to be part of this journey to please become members of Learning General Surgery and Marvelous Medicine. Thank you.
தண்ணி இங்கே இருக்குது நான் மைக்கில்
Sri Balaji Vidyapith deemed to be university, accredited by NAC with A++ grade. Sri Balaji Vidyapith was established in the year 2008 and ever since has been ceaselessly striving to excel in academics, research, patient care and outreach services, all done with a view to serving the society. SBV has been successfully ranked one among the top 100 Indian universities based on the India rankings released by NIRF for the year 2016 since 2023 respectively. Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute MGMCRI, a constituent unit of Sri Balaji Vidyapith, figures among the top 50 medical colleges of our country as per NIRF ranking 2023. The constituent hospitals of Sri Balaji Vidyapith, namely Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute and Sri Sathya Sai Medical College and Research Institute, have received accreditation from National Accreditation Board for Hospital and Healthcare Providers. The molecular diagnostic laboratories housed in the main and off campuses are accredited by National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories (NABL). Balaji Vidyapith constituent units includes Indira Gandhi Institute of Dental Science, Kasturiba Gandhi Nursing College, School of Pharmacy, School of Physiotherapy, School of Allied Health Sciences, School of Biomedical Sciences, Mahatma Gandhi Medical Advanced Research Institute, School of Yoga Therapy, School of Music Therapy, Institute of Health Professions Education, State-of-the-art Central Library, Medical Simulation Center, and auditorium facility. Sri Balaji Vidyapith off-campus is located in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India, namely Sri Satya Sai Medical College and Research Institute. Sri Balaji Vidyapith deemed to be university, accredited by NAC with A++ grade. Sri Balaji Vidyapith was established in the year 2008 and ever since has been ceaselessly striving to excel in academics, research, patient care and outreach services, all done with a view to serving the society. SBV has been successfully ranked one among the top 100 Indian universities based on the India rankings released by NIRF for the year 2016 since 2023 respectively. Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute MGMCRI, a constituent unit of Sri Balaji Vidyapith, figures among the top 50 medical colleges of our country as per NIRF ranking 2023. constituent hospitals of Sri Balaji Vidya, namely Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute and Sri Sathya Sai Medical College and Research Institute, have received accreditation from National Accreditation Board for Hospital and Healthcare Providers. The molecular diagnostic laboratories housed in the main and off campuses are accredited by National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories, NABL. Balaji Vidyapith constituent units includes Indira Gandhi Institute of Dental Science, Kasturiba Gandhi Nursing College, School of Pharmacy, School of Physiotherapy, School of Allied Health Sciences, School of Biomedical Sciences,
feel good. Oh, I feel good. Oh, I feel good.
Welcome the health caring movement. MGM Healthcare, Chennai.
Welcome to MGM Cancer Institute, a nationally recognized hospital providing unparalleled care and expertise to patients in their battle against cancer. Our commitment to excellence shines through our world-class medical infrastructure and facilities like PET-CT,
Humera, are we ready?
End-of-life and support for patients in the terminal phase of illness. Its goal is to facilitate a peaceful and dignified death, addressing physical symptoms and attending to emotional, social, and spiritual needs of both patients and their families. End-of-life care is rooted in palliative care principles, emphasizing quality of life over longevity. The aim is to relieve suffering and enhance patient and family well-being, independent of disease stage or treatment needs. Let's delve into the diverse aspects of end-of-life care, encompassing palliative approaches tailored to terminal patients. Central to end-of-life care is patient-centeredness, respecting patient autonomy, and ensuring their preferences guide care decisions. Effective interdisciplinary communication among healthcare providers, patients, and families is essential to ensure shared understanding of care goals and available options. End-of-life care focuses on comprehensive symptom management, particularly pain, which can profoundly affect quality of life in terminal patients. Treatment involves a multidisciplinary approach including pharmacotherapy, physical therapies, and occasionally psychological interventions. Advanced medical technologies and pharmacological agents enhance the ability to effectively alleviate these symptoms, promoting comfort for patients during their final days. End-of-life care also includes integral psychological and emotional support for patients and families facing terminal illness. Facing the end of life can be an incredibly distressing experience, marked by anxiety, depression, and fear. Mental health professionals, including psychologists and counselors, play a crucial role in addressing anxiety, depression, and fear. Spiritual care, offered by chaplains, addresses spiritual needs, offering comfort and guidance to enhance meaning and coping during the end-of-life process. Ethical and legal aspects are pivotal in end-of-life care, respecting patient autonomy through informed decision-making, including treatment refusal. Advanced care planning, involving advanced directives and living wills, ensures adherence to patient preferences if they become incapacitated. Care providers face ethical dilemmas regarding life-sustaining treatments, such as decisions on withholding or withdrawing care and the use of palliative sedation. Upholding patient values and ethical standards in these decisions is critical for end-of-life care providers. Families are integral to end-of-life care, often serving as primary caregivers profoundly impacted by their loved one's illness and death. Comprehensive support includes education on the disease and dying process, practical caregiving assistance, and emotional and bereavement counseling. Hospice care is a specialized approach in end-of-life care focused on providing comfort to terminally ill patients no longer receiving curative treatments. It can be administered at home, hospice centers, hospitals, or nursing home. The interdisciplinary hospice team comprises doctors, nurses, social workers, chaplains, and volunteers, addressing physical, emotional, social, and spiritual needs. The philosophy emphasizes quality of life until death, with bereavement support offered to families post-patient death. Despite advancements, disparities in access to quality end-of-life care persist based on socioeconomic status, geographic location, and cultural factors. Public awareness about palliative and end-of-life care benefits is often limited, with misconceptions associating it solely with death. Educating the public and promoting discussions about end-of-life care preferences are crucial to improving access and understanding. In conclusion, end-of-life care represents a pivotal aspect of healthcare, focusing on enhancing quality of life for patients facing terminal illnesses. Despite challenges such as disparities in access and public awareness, ongoing efforts in education, equitable care delivery, and promoting open discussions are essential to ensure compassionate and dignified care for all individuals nearing the end of life.
All those who have been watching the AVs, I'd like to introduce you to Humaira. Humaira, please come this side. She's the one who's made all these AVs. She did all the research and editing, and then the voiceovers, everything. So thank you. Now I'd like to invite Devanshi to introduce Dr. Abhijit Dam. You've seen in all the pictures, you saw white people or, not much Indian thing in that. So now we are going to get an Indian perspective, and welcome Devanshi. Devanshi is a second year MBBS student, and her hobbies are reading and writing, and she wants to be a neurologist in the future. And she wants to connect something about like the book that Dr. Abhijit Dam released now. She's interested in neurology and quantum physics and everything like that. Over to you, Devanshi.
Good morning, everyone. It is with great honor and privilege that I stand before you today to introduce a truly exceptional individual, someone whose dedication and compassion have touched the lives of many. He is a distinguished palliative care specialist. Initially, he dedicated himself to critical care medicine. However, over a decade, he witnessed the paradox of technology extending death rather than preserving life, leading to undignified and painful end-of-life experiences. This realization spurred his transition to palliative medicine. In 2004, he initiated palliative care services in rural tribal community in Jharkhand. His innovative approach involved training village women to become palliative and geriatric aides, adapting to resource-poor settings with locally accessible and affordable solutions. As the Secretary of Indian Association of Palliative Care, he notably led the organization from a rural setting. He further integrated various medical streams into palliative care, founding the National Association of Palliative Care for Ayush and Integrative Medicine. He is a celebrated author. His books, including The Lost Foods of India, Food and Spirituality, and his latest publication, Does the Moon Exist?, delve into the intricate connections between food, spirituality, and the end-of-life experiences. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Abhijit Dam.
Good morning, everybody. And I hope that after the coffee break, you're feeling a bit better. So just take 10 seconds of your time and think of 3 diseases which are non-infective and of non-surgical origin, which has a cure. 10 seconds. 3 diseases, give me examples of any 3 diseases, non-infective causes, non-surgical causes, which has a cure. Time up? Almost? So with all the modern technology that you have gone through today and in your lives, so where do we stand? Where does medical technology actually stand? What have we achieved over the last 200 years or maybe 250 years? I'm sure there are examples of diseases which have a cure, but you really have to think very hard. What modern medicine definitely has given us, that it has made the process of dying more expensive, more lonely, more prolonged, more painful, undignified. Just have a look at this lady, a widow with CA cervix. She had severe pain, which we treated very well. So currently she has no pain. Take it for example that she is alive. She is not. So she has no pain, but she can't sleep at night. So her son keeps on coming to us and tells her, look, my mom can't sleep. So what would be your line of approach? What would you do? How would you, help her to sleep in a better fashion? What would you do? Huh? Sleeping pills, great. Anything else? See, this is what I want to address. That our whole MBBS curriculum, our whole way, the way that we have been taught is deranged somewhere.
We need to hear her. More than listening, listen to her.
Yeah, that coming from a very senior doctor. So by the time we learn our ropes, we are already, past 50 at least. So what you need to do is go down to her house. And this was the cause why she couldn't sleep. Flies. So just spending 100 rupees, giving her a mosquito net,
and she could sleep beautifully. So this is where we are lacking. We just look at the results nowadays. We treat values, pharmacological values. We don't treat patients anymore. That this lady is an individual with her own needs, with her emotions, and every human being is unique. We can't have algorithms for, everything, drop-down algorithm. So we need to individualize. We need to understand suffering. We need to go down to their houses. Home visits are very important. The last days of our life, this is something which is hardly addressed, because somehow the modern medical teaching sees death as a failure. Is death really a failure? Death, as I look at death is physiology. I don't look at death as a pathology. We all have to die, isn't it? So nobody exactly dies in their sleep. There, if you look at death, there has to be some medical cause of death. But overall, if you look at it, death is physiology. So the last days of our life may be some of our most significant, providing opportunities, to create memories, give final gifts, so on and so forth. So if you ever think of the fact that how would you really like to, spend the last days of your life? Now, if you consider me to be Yamraj, and I tell you that you are going to die after 3 days, so you just have 3 days to live. So what would you do? Your time starts now. You want to sit back here, listen to me blabbering, or you want to do something else? You just have 3 days. What do you want to do about it? So think of it that way. And if you have thought of so many things, then why aren't you doing them right now? What is the guarantee that you won't really die after 3 days? Dying is the most important event after birth. And it is not just a physical phenomenon. Are you happy to die in a hospital? But you choose otherwise for your patients, because they are patients for you. They are not human beings. They are not individuals. When your relative gets an admission in a hospital, how would you look at that relative at that point of time? That is what makes the difference. So palliative care, basically, it affirms life. Palliative care is not here to kill people. It affirms life, regards dying as a normal process, as something physiology. It's physiology. We all have to die anyway. It neither hastens or delays death, so on and so forth. And now if you go back, the way our ancient rishis in the Vedas, which the 6 phases they described it, that asti, the moment when the embryo is conceived, asti, then jayate, when the child is born, then vardhate, it grows up, viparanimate, it matures, then apekshiyate, it starts, degenerating, and then vinashayati, where the body finally collapses and goes away. And then they say, jatasya hi dhruva mrityu, whichever is born has to end. Whichever thing has a beginning has to have an end. Very simple logic. But then with our scientific rigor, we want to interfere very much. And too much interference results in issues. End of life care. Now, what really do we mean by it? The GMC defines it as approaching the end of life as when a person is likely to die within the next 12 months. So there is something called the surprise question. If you look at any person and if you think that, would this person actually live for the next 3 months also? So that itself means that this person has approached or is qualified to go into end of life care. ICMR has a different definition. So do we really need palliative care? Death is inevitable, but suffering is not. Suffering is not compulsory. We all have to die, but that doesn't mean that we have to suffer and die. Right? And if you now look at dying, death from the point of quantum physics. Now, quantum physics, there are many in this room who are very of a scientific mentality and who refuse to accept Vedas and all those things. If you want science, now science, quantum physics actually says that we don't die. You know, Albert Einstein, once he was walking down the Institute of Advanced Learning in Princeton, and he was asking this question, that do you really think that the moon ceases to exist if we don't look at it? And that's why I wrote the book, Does the Moon Really Exist? And the answer is actually yes. The moon stops to exist if you do not look at it. And this is what quantum physics calls the observer effect. You bring things into reality the moment you observe it. And if you go back to the ancient theory which was propounded by Adiguru Shankaracharya, the whole concept of Maya, now quantum physics is accepting those principles. So we need to understand and respect our lineages also. Now, what is this consciousness? So if we die, do we really die? No. It is only our physical body which is dying. Something is surviving. And what is that thing which is surviving? This is what modern science calls it, consciousness. Where does this consciousness originate? Well, Hameroff, he is an anesthetist. So he said that it exists in the neurons, in the lamina 5, in the microtubules. This is a postulate, of course. So quantum physics goes further to say that this is something called the Swiss cheese model, that we are all interconnected. Like in Vedanta, they say there is one, universal Brahman, and we are all connected to the universal Brahman, and this is something which is being explained by this Swiss cheese model. I won't delve into the details of this, otherwise you will call me crazy then. And how did Vedanta define consciousness? Stula Shukshma Karana Sharirat Vyatirikta Panchakoshatita San Avastha Traya Sakshi Sachitananda Swarupa Santishtati Sa Atma. I won't go into the details, this itself is a 2-hour lecture. But then this is how consciousness was defined by Vedanta. I'll skip this also. So, if you understand the role of curative treatment in life-limiting illness, you will see that it's very less. Because after all, death, if you regard death as physiology, then somehow physiology shouldn't be interfered with very much, right? So whenever you're trying to preserve life, so-called preserve life, think whether you're actually preserving life or are you prolonging the process of dying? Are you prolonging suffering or are you preserving life? How would you like to be, treated if you were in the place of the patient? Put yourself in the place of the patient and then understand. So end of life is the neglected core business of medicine, and this came up in the Lancet in 2012. So how do you diagnose dying? It's not possible to predict with certainty, and there is a reluctance on part of the medical profession to diagnose dying because death is often seen as a failure. But then there are so many other markers. As you enter the terminal phase, the patient becomes weaker and, eating or drinking less. They become more stuporous. They appear to be sleeping. And that is where we go and start pinching those patients, waking them up. Please don't do that. Because dying requires a lot of concentration. And then this was this beautiful study done by Lichter and Hunt, in the last 48 hours of life, what were the symptoms in a series of 200 patients. So 56% had noisy and moist breathing, means difficulty with breathing. 53% had urinary dysfunction, means they passed urine in their beds, they couldn't control their urine. 51% had pain. What does all this mean? This means that basically every alternate person sitting in this room before death will either have dyspnea, every alternate guy will be either dying in pain, or there will be a loss of dignity where you will be wetting yourself. So are you ready for that? And this was another study showing correlation with quality of life and the place of death, right? So they found that if you want to die with a good quality of life, with physical comfort and psychological well-being, nothing like home. And a close second was home with hospice care. The ICU was the worst place to die. And that is where most of us are going to die. And all of you who have a very good health insurance policy, be assured that you'll die in an ICU. Are you ready for that? So dying in an ICU or dying at home, this is home with hospice care. This is our hospice in rural Jharkhand. Or dying at home. This is my favorite picture. This lady who is quietly dying, her daughter-in-law is giving her the last few sips of water. Her husband is there in that dhoti, standing back, and the rays of light this was in winter. You can see the streams of light coming in. Beautiful way of dying. But then we don't see such deaths anymore in our modern society. So our ancestors had, said that I think time is up. But anyway, what I basically want to tell you is that we need to normalize the process of death and dying. Instead of making it more technologically savvy, because that way you will just be prolonging the process of dying, making it more painful, less dignified, more expensive also. Thank you. I think I'll end here.
Please get ready with your questions. Meanwhile, I request Devanshi to hand over the memento to Dr. Abhijit Dam. On the stage, please. Please think up your questions and keep. A big round of applause for Devanshi. Who's ready with a question? Yeah, there she is.
Sir, you were talking about how death...
Please introduce yourself and speak loudly. Yeah.
Okay. I'm Akshata Singh. I'm a third year MBBS student from MGM sir. Sir, I just really want to know your take in legalizing euthanasia in India, because it's a very debatable situation over here. And according to the Constitution, in Article 21, it's said that you don't have a right to die. So that's the reason passive euthanasia is allowed and the other is not. So what's your take on that, sir?
At the beginning of my career in palliative medicine, way back in 2004, and that is how most of our of the teachers out here in India were telling us, talking to us in those in those lines, basically. That euthanasia is not palliative care, and so on and so forth. But over the years, as I've grown older, this is my personal view, I do support euthanasia because, suicide It's a way of suicide, of committing suicide. When does a person think of suicide? A normal person wouldn't just think of killing himself just like that. But then I think there would be a large percentage of people in this room who would have contemplated killing themselves at some point of time. Those thoughts might have come in. You have not put it into action, that's a different story. But then I look at suicide as a way of regaining control over your own self. That is how a person who commits suicide looks at it. That, okay, I can't control my circumstances have overwhelmed me, and at the least control which I have is on my own body. So that is how even patients perceive it. When it is not only the physical symptoms which go out of hand, it is the suffering. Because pain and suffering are two different things. So when suffering goes out of hand, that is when people contemplate, killing themselves in a desperate attempt to regain some control, some dignity back. So it is not just about killing yourself, but because at the end of the day, you really don't die. So your consciousness persists in the universe. Whether you like it or not, it does happen. So that's my personal take on it. And as far as passive euthanasia is concerned, it is very much legalized. But the whole process, getting the permissions in order, getting the medical board in order, that is so time-taking that it basically makes the whole process so much cumbersome.
Thank you, sir.
I am Devanshi, second year MBBS student from MGMCRI. Sir, my question to you is, how do you deal with the grief of losing the patient which comes with the kind of work that you do?
See, you can't deal with grief. Number one, by saying that, what I mean is that grief is inevitable and grief cannot be healed. It can be regressed. It is something like, hypertension. Hypertension, you can't, like essential hypertension, you can't have a magical bullet to cure essential hypertension. As long as you are on drug therapy, it is under control. The moment you stop drug therapy, it will, gradually come back, sort of. So grief is something like that. That loss is always there. You can take away the huge symptoms by various things, by pharmacological therapy, non-pharmacological therapy and all that. But then the grief, somewhere or the other, it is always there. And then the challenge is in how you can make a stepping stone of that grief to succeed. So that is all about, that is the challenge. How you can turn your suffering into a challenge to evolve. So that is how I look at it.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Abhijit Dam here. Yesterday I was shocked to read a news item saying that India has the highest number of suicides compared to the rest of the world. Again, Indian doctors seem to have the highest number of suicides again as compared to the world. But my question is, you see patients who, towards the end of life, how many of them want to live longer? How many of them want to die? What do they express to you that, Dr. Saab, I should go? Or I make me live. What is the? I always understand that the older you are, the longer you want to live.
Yeah, this stems from the basic root of attachment. The older we get, the more greedier we become in terms of attachment to our dwindling treasures. And the most important dwindling treasure is our physical body. The more tightly you hold on to sand, the more quicker it disappears. So the whole thing stems from attachment. So here we can't have a truly medical perspective, a modern medical perspective for treatment of this. What is needed out here is a spiritual and a psychological way of looking at things and understanding things. And the day you start understanding things like the way quantum physics is explaining things now, that you really never die. That is such a huge sustainer of hope, that even after your physical body goes away, your consciousness will persist. And there are so many examples. There are so many lakhs and lakhs of near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, end-of-life dreams and visions. You can't just rubbish them away. So there has to be some meaning, and there is a lot of work to be done in those fields. So that itself is such a huge hope-giving strategy. So it doesn't always have to end up in suicides, because there is still hope. Yes, sir.
Which is, the end of life. The fellow thinks that he has had enough, there is no treatment, nothing is there. So he stops eating, stops drinking water, and slowly the body goes. Actually, Acharya Vinoba Bhai practiced this because he found that, so there must be lots of things which prepares the mind for this. In fact, Hindu mythology, you have Duryodhan who practiced this, tried to practice, but he was talked out of it by other people when he suffered a humiliating defeat. That's what the Mahabharata says. But this sort of a thing which, the end of life, and how to end that life, which is an end of life, you have to really prepare the patient with this. This is one of the glorifying methods of ending life.
Actually, it's my. I just want to say that regarding grief cannot be done away with, or it is not possible to completely relieved of grief. I would like to take a different opinion of it, because the question is, if all of us know the difference or the meaning of life and death, everybody over here in the crowd would become another enlightened Buddha. Okay, so, but people perceive, like many of the books and all which I have read, and I was deep into it, that those just near-death scenario, people suddenly see a enlightenment or flashlight at the end of the means big tunnel, and they said the whole life flash into within the few microseconds and all this thing like. But me myself facing very close to the death and come out of it, I never had. There was a momentary despair, but then the only thing I felt that how many people I have caused harm by my words. Can I, that small amount of, even if I live for few days, can I say sorry to them and say those kind of things. So if you are facing death that or committing suicide, that is an extreme step when people don't see there is any hope. It is not, the absence of hope is a very, very torturing thing. It's not the death itself. The moment you lose hope in your life, that's the end of it. So even you live for 10, 100 days, 10 days, 10 years, if you lose your hope, that is the actual death. I don't think anything is worse than that. So providing relief to a person that don't worry, we are there with you. I mean, gypsies and all, again, they hardly face any kind of illness. And even if they face illness, they become very all right, because all the community come together when they are ill and they say we are there. So if you can provide at the person a terminal illness that we are there for you, the patient will, that person will go even at the end of the life with a lot of happiness and without any kind of torture and suffering.
That's very true, and our modern society has alienated the process of dying. That is how our ancestors used to die, at home, surrounded by the whole family members, like I showed in the slides. Dying in hospital, home with hospice, and dying at home. But sadly, that is not happening anymore. today's youngsters are bereft of death, they are scared of death because they have never seen death at home. So somewhere we are losing out. So it's time to actually bring back those focus back in. Look at death as something physiological rather than, pathological.
No, even in ICU you can bring pastels, pastes and all, at the end.
Burman, if you don't mind, there's a young person who wants to ask a question. Go ahead, student from that end. Yeah. Oh, sorry, faculty from that end.
Good morning, sir. I'm Dr. Ilavarisi. I'm a medical oncologist by profession. In Indian society, we do not discuss how we want to die. What is our will? Like, do I want to die in a hospital or in a home? We find it very uncomfortable discussing this home. The same happens among our medical profession. The family physician do not discuss it. The specialist find it very difficult. Like you said, we still see death as in failure, like referring to a palliative physician or a hospice specialist as in failure in our part. What do you think should be the change in our medical fraternity to help patient reach, get palliated well before, before they suffer? Because a small example in lung cancer, it has been proven like giving palliative right before improves their survival, improves their quality of life. It's just not in malignancies, happens in refractory heart failure, CKD patients, neurology cases. So what do you think should be the change in our medical fraternity to make this available for a patient?
See, it's not that the doctors in India are not aware as to when to refer the patients to a palliative care physician, but they don't want to. In private practice, they will not do that. Economics comes in, right? So,
I think the patient asks the question, what else can I do? What else? I think I always tell them you're asking the wrong questions. You should be asking, what should I do? Not because what can I do? Oh my God, I've got this armamentarium of monoclonal antibodies, which will never end. Every year a new one gets added. So I think we need to have that thing in.
No, the idea of referring the patient to a palliative care, itself makes the patient to realize that he is beyond cure. Now, stressing them into palliation along with the family members, it stresses both of them, along with whatever you said, economics also. So basically, you see, palliation, just because you have a center, you have to refer to that. No. Yeah. They can go home and die peacefully there. Yeah. And regarding the second point you said, the youngsters don't see the death and all, they have not realized. But a natural death which happens in the house will have more stress than when you are anticipating somebody with a disease. There you have already accepted the thing that this can happen. A natural death really gives a shock, and especially youngsters if they lose their kith and kin or parents. So there is a difference between natural and somebody deceased who end up afterwards.
I would beg to differ on those points. The first point, as you said, sir, that taking away hope. Taking away hope is not exactly true, but you're giving them false hope is criminal. If you're giving them false hope and saying that, no, I'm here, I will cure you, that is criminal. Because false hope will destroy not only the patient, but the whole family. Because then they will sell everything, and at the end of the day, they will lose everything. And second is this natural death. Natural death is such a slow process. What you're talking of maybe is sudden deaths. Like, somebody dying of acute MI or of a massive stroke or something.
Yeah,
that is or of an accident.
In the house.
So
those are the things which happen in the house.
Fine. An elderly person dying at home over a protracted period of time, that because you're seeing a gradual deterioration over time.
That's a different issue. I'm saying sudden death.
So that is a different trajectory of death. That's a different trajectory of death. Those sudden deaths.
So
right?
that
can
be shocking. Really sort of impact on the youngsters than somebody after a prolonged period of this thing.
but then at the end of the day, those youngsters will become adults. Everybody has to be exposed to the fabric of life. The fabric of life, nature can be very, brutal at times.
Regarding the first point of meeting the palliative physician at the end, that's why it is recommended to involve them quite before we reach that point, so that the patient feels that we all are a team. Rather than if we refer them at the end, patient would feel the doctor has ditched me, I'm done. Like there's no other, they will have the sense of dejection. So it is recommended, especially in my field, like to involve palliative physician quite early in the picture.
Right from
so
the
that
point of diagnosis.
Exactly. So that the patient feels like they are part of my treating team. Only thing is the percentage of me spending with the particular physician would change.
Thank you so much. When we chose this topic, the intention was just to give an idea, but I'm so glad we chose it because it's brought people across age groups and specialities together. And thank you, Dr. Abhijit Dam, for coming despite his not feeling well. And all it needed was one WhatsApp message, and then he said, I am there. And he has to change flights, train, all that to travel. It's not like me driving down from Chennai. So thank you so much, Abhijit, and thank you everyone for making this session so participatory. Can we have the AV, please? AV team, are you ready? If you're not, I will ask Apurva to come and introduce Dr. Sri Vidya.
82% of doctors in India were found to experience significant stress. Most do not meet the recommended 7 hours of sleep daily, and there is a notable lack of patient trust in younger doctors' procedures. This situation poses a serious risk to the medical profession. The demanding nature of doctors' roles necessitates intense focus, long hours, and continuous learning. To safeguard their mental and physical well-being, it is crucial for doctors to pursue hobbies that offer relaxation and respite from their rigorous schedules. Today, we explore various hobbies that can help doctors unwind and rejuvenate, encompassing creative, physical, intellectual, and social pursuits. Creative hobbies serve as therapeutic outlets. Writing, whether poetry, fiction, or personal blogs, allows doctors to express thoughts and emotions, providing a mental escape. Similarly, activities like painting or crafting stimulate creativity and reduce stress. Whether playing an instrument or listening, offers psychological benefits such as anxiety reduction and mood improvement. Physical activities are essential for overall health. Sports like tennis, basketball, or individual pursuits like running and swimming not only enhance fitness, but also alleviate stress and enhance mental well-being. Practices such as yoga and meditation promote relaxation and mental clarity, while outdoor activities like hiking provide a soothing break. Intellectual hobbies contribute significantly to a doctor's well-being. Reading, whether fiction, non-fiction, or professional literature, offers an escape and broadens knowledge beyond medical texts. Puzzles and strategic games provide mental stimulation and a fun diversion. Learning new skills, such as cooking or photography, fosters personal growth and satisfaction. Social hobbies offer fulfillment outside of work. Volunteering allows doctors to contribute to causes and connect with communities. Traveling and exploring different cultures offer relaxation and new perspectives. Joining clubs or groups related to their interests provides social interaction and a sense of community. Engaging in hobbies offers numerous benefits for doctors by reducing stress, preventing burnout, and enhancing mental health. It fosters creativity, improves focus, and promotes a healthier work-life balance. By prioritizing hobbies that provide relaxation and fulfillment, doctors can achieve a more satisfying personal and professional life. In conclusion, doctors must prioritize hobbies that contribute to relaxation and fulfillment. Whether through creative outlets, physical activities, intellectual challenges, or social interactions, these hobbies significantly enhance well-being. By nurturing passions outside of medicine, doctors can achieve a balanced and rewarding life. Buckle up, everyone.
To introduce Dr. Sri Vidya, I invite Apurva.
Apurva is a third year MBBS student at Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute. And her hobbies are reading, singing and cooking. I was very interested to see that she actually likes to cook, because I don't think I knew about anything about cooking when I joined medical school. She's also learned crochet, origami, editing, coding and programming. And actually she's tried a hand at everything, so she feels she's a jack of all trades and master of none. But like today, from Dr. Sridhar down to everyone has been telling us we should try out everything, and it's okay if you're not perfect. So power to you, Apurva. And right now she's thinking of a specialty very close to mine, emergency medicine, which is pretty close to anesthesia, and radiology. Over to you, Apurva.
And it's a privilege for me to introduce Dr. Sri Vidya, Medical Director, Preventive Health, Apollo Hospital Enterprises. She's an accomplished internist, diabetologist, and women's health specialist with over 20 years of valuable experience in the medical field. She also played a crucial role in Tamil Nadu's response to COVID-19 and contributing significantly to the pandemic management efforts. An alumna of Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Dr. Sri Vidya has had a distinguished career with notable positions at Apollo Hospitals, MGM Healthcare Chennai, the Adyar Cancer Institute, and over 10 years of teaching experiences in prestigious medical colleges. Her professional journey is characterized by a deep commitment to clinical research as well as interests in trekking, corporate health management, painting, singing, and art, illustrating a multifaceted physician who not only excels in the field of medicine but also passionately explores the realms of beyond medicine art and finding fulfillment beyond our careers. Dr. Sri Vidya embodies the belief that life offers richness beyond professional achievements. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Sri Vidya on the stage to inspire us with her expertise and wisdom.
Thank you, Apurva. Thank you, Vidya. Thank you, Dr. Radhakrishnan, for having me here. For a minute, the adage that, politicians don't let you live and the doctors don't let you die came to me from what Abhijit. So after a lot of heavy discussion about how we can be good in our professional career, my students, they're all my students, and I just love the teaching part of coming to MGM twice a month. I've been asked why I have not come recently, but yes, this is what I'm going to do. My journey from being a doctor to being an artist it's a very simple thing, I think. It's just that we forget ourselves. We forget ourselves, where we do not realize that there is more to me than just being a doctor, a mother, a wife, and the multiple thing which we are supposed to multitask, right? So, okay, I'm supposed to do this, right? Oh, this is too much. Okay. So, my commitment to my profession comes from the fact that I belong to Sevagram MJIMS, and it's a very community-driven medical field where we are taught, but we are also taught community living. We are also taught what we call as community work every Friday, prayers, things like that. We have an art teacher there who starts teaching at school level. But somewhere down the road, we kind of forget that, it is important to have a parallel profession. We invest so much in ourselves that we forget that there is a parallel profession. I abhor the word hobby with 100% zest. It is not hobby. Hobby means I have it today and I don't have it tomorrow. When we say passion, is that I have a profession which is paying for my passion. That's my take. Yeah. So, how did it all start? How did this start? There has been so many things. Literally 20, 30 years, I forgot in everything other than being a doctor, establishing myself in Chennai, and being a good mother in between all that. So, the 2015 floods, that's my car which went down, and thankfully I was able to save the car because it got stuck on that gate. Okay, otherwise the cars were flowing in Chennai everywhere, right? So our full ground floor went underwater, and the next 3-4 months of getting the house ready, the refurbishing, every time I will close my eyes, the only thing I will see was dark water rising in my house. And it was very, very bad. I couldn't sleep. I started doing stress eating. And my weight went from like 75 to 88, 90 kgs. I don't want to put that picture here. That's not who I am now. So then what I did is that I said, okay, I am not that person. I'm a very physically fit person. I've played table tennis state level. So I want to get back to that person. So I embarked on this life of trekking. Now in Chennai, you cannot train for a trek because it's a coastal place. You know, whatever you do, you go to the mountains, you're going to be having like, you know, gasping for air. So I started running marathons. Dr. ABG knows my struggle with marathons, but yes, here I am. So these are some of my treks. I have done base camp. I have done Chadar trek. During the Chadar trek, I fractured my hand, but I completed the trek. It's a very slippery trek that way. And some of my beautiful moments, so I started from 11,000 feet, so 22. The next I'm going to do a very beautiful trek in Valley of Flower, very beautiful, but everything beautiful comes with its own dangerous side. Valley of Flower is only open during the rainy season, and that's the season of landslides. This was a awakening. I had my friend's son joined MBBS in Chennai, and he said, I cannot do these sketches of lower limb. I said, okay, what's the big deal? I've been doing it for everybody, I will do it. Once I started doing it, I realized that why did I stop? So I remember doing my last painting and sketching as a child, as a student, when I was in my final year MBBS. This is 2018. I finished my MBBS in 1993. So like a 25 years gap, I started, and I had no idea. The first painting, this bird, it is a watercolor which I did on canvas, cloth, which is absolutely no. I had no idea which paint, what to pick up and all. But now we have so much of on the net available. So I started exploring myself. I went and did workshop which were not medical workshop. I did with multiple artists, and I ended up as a person who started putting her paintings in exhibition. I am called to commission paintings. I don't have the time, but I try to do my best. So this is my 5th year now of going on for the exhibitions, and I'm really feels very good. I may not put a wall full. I probably be able to put 1 or 2, but that 1 or 2 comes from a place of passion, beauty, and color. Art therapy with colors is proven to even move plaques. This is a science which is coming up. We should definitely be there to explore that. Plus having a very good team. This is my MGM team which I moved out of when I joined Apollo, but they always have my back even today. This is the team where I work. A lot of doctors, but they're all passionate about multiple things. Aspiration is to keep doing 22 at the age of 70. Also, I want to be as fit as I am today. I do not want to be a burden to my children to be taking care of me. My idea is that they can be with me, but I am the person who needs to take care of myself. So it's never too late to pursue what we love. Diverse activities add rich perspectives and vibrancy to our lives. Thank you very much.
You can start thinking of your questions, and Sri Vidya told me I shouldn't stop her, but actually she finished. Thank you for giving us a few extra minutes, Sri Vidya. So now I'd like to invite Apurva to felicitate Sri Vidya. Yeah, keep questions ready. The question answer is always there, okay? We are just trying to save some time while you're thinking of the questions. I thought there were a lot of artists in MGMCRI. What's happening? Nobody has any questions? Okay.
Photo, yeah. Dr. Srividya is a very short and sweet presentation. Now, but I understand many of the clinicians or non-clinicians will come into all these activities after they start practicing or after they become adults and so on. How can we start all these at a student level and get it from first MBBS onwards to make it a part of your, because there is all books, exams and attendance and so on.
Sir, very, very important. I really like this. The problem is that that is a very, very strong social construct. This is what we are handing it over to our children, that when you are, so when we are in 10th standard, you finish 10th, then 12th. Then you finish 12th, then your graduation. Graduation, PG. Now we know what is happening with our PG courses and exams and all. Where do these kids break the monotony? This is your decision to make. Every day, whether you are putting 10 hours or 20 hours of work, that 1 hour of work or 1 hour of time for yourself is something which is not to be compromised on. Otherwise, you will end up like our generation, which forgot for 30 years that you have to take care of yourself. Now we are going back to doing all that. This generation is a little smarter, but they are very geeky. What is it? They are very technically oriented. Display. Their addiction is display, the screen. You want to get into something which is going to be sustainable for life. People need to move away from screen. For me to do, I'm an ADHD. I was telling yesterday, I'm an ADHD. This was not diagnosed. I'm an adult ADHD. I cannot sit quiet for more than 10-15 minutes. I cannot write an exam for more than 1 hour. I'm going to take a page out of what Dr. Sridhar said. I wrote my MBBS exams on the basis of diagrams, tables, no algorithms. There were no algorithms because I had fantastic teachers who guided me. So a person who was like brilliant and high scorer started failing in her MBBS because she was not able to sit for 3 hours and write exam. They evolved this system of making me write everything I can in the first 1.5 hours because the next 1.5 hours was jargon. You open my exam paper and the examiner will ask, why is she, she's answering why she didn't write. So my teachers will say she had headache that day. She had dysmenorrhea that day. You know, these were the things, I'm really blessed. So going forward, do not take the stress of preparing for your exam. It is something which you need to be prepared always. That's one. The second thing is, whatever you're going to learn in your college is not what you're going to be practicing later. It comes with experience. The books are there to guide you, not to make your life. So don't make books your life. It is important to find your passion and sustain it lifelong. Then you will not be the people who are having early heart attacks, the early strokes. Smoking and alcohol will not be your go-to for handling situations. I went into depression after the floods. It was either take medication or turn my life around. I chose to turn my life around.
Thank you. Thank you, Sri Vidya, for sharing your really personal journey. Can we have the AV, please?
Labyrinthine corridors of healthcare, where compassion meets complexity and the stakes of human life loom large, the toll on those who bear the healer's mantle is often profound and underappreciated. The pervasive specters of stress disorders and burnout among physicians constitute a silent crisis, one that imperils both the individual and the integrity of medical care itself. At the heart of this issue lies burnout, a smoldering affliction defined by emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and a dwindling sense of accomplishment. For physicians,
This erosion of well-being is not merely a statistical datum, but a palpable reality forged in the crucible of relentless duty, where long hours, administrative burdens, and the relentless emotional demands of patient care converge. Studies resonate with alarming frequencies, revealing burnout rates among doctors soaring as high as 61%, casting a sobering light on the profession's endemic vulnerabilities. Beyond burnout, the shadows deepen into the realm of stress disorders, where anxiety and depression ensnare an alarmingly disproportionate number of physicians. The crucible of medical practice, with its unrelenting pressures and existential confrontations with suffering and mortality, predisposes these caregivers to chronic psychological strain. Elevated rates of stress-related disorders paint a poignant portrait of the toll exacted by a profession that demands not only technical excellence, but also unwavering emotional fortitude. Yet, amidst this tumult of statistics and clinical jargon, a more somber truth persists: the specter of physician suicides, a harrowing manifestation of systemic neglect and cultural stigma. The stark reality of 300 to 400 physician suicides annually in the United States alone punctuates a narrative of despair hidden beneath the facade of medical authority and professional rectitude. These tragedies are not merely statistical anomalies, but stark reminders of the profound human cost exacted by a system that often fails to nurture its own caretakers. To confront these multifaceted crises demands more than medical acumen. It requires a collective reckoning with the ethos of healthcare itself. It necessitates a paradigm shift wherein mental well-being is not an afterthought, but a cornerstone of medical practice. Initiatives to destigmatize mental health support, streamline administrative burdens, promote work-life balance, and foster a culture of mutual care are not mere luxuries but imperatives for safeguarding the sanctity of healing and the resilience of its practitioners. In the crucible of healthcare, where lives intersect in moments of vulnerability and hope, the well-being of those who stand as sentinels of healing is both a moral imperative and a practical necessity. For in safeguarding the healers, we safeguard the healing itself, ensuring that compassion, competence, and resilience endure as guiding lights in the arduous journey toward health and healing for all.
So we were supposed to have Dr. Manoharsha, who would have been talking about stress busting. Because he couldn't make it, we requested Dr. Punit there, and he was kind enough at 2 days' notice to, prepare a talk and give it to us. So I request Akshita to introduce Dr. Punit there. Akshita is a third-year MBBS student from Mahatma Gandhi Medical College, and she's been the force behind this entire volunteers who are all helping us over the past 3 days. So her hobbies include narration, writing, reading, dancing, singing, photography, and last but not the least, slam poetry. I had to actually Google to find out what is slam poetry. That's how backward I am. She's authored several anthologies and has published her standalone poetry book called Sonder, You're Not Alone in the Cosmos of Life. So Akshita is an example that, we need not wait till we become 50 to continue with our passions. She's a future psychiatrist in the making, and she loves spending her time understanding depths of human nature and its neurochemistry, which I thought will bond her with Dr. Abhijit Dam. So over to you, Akshita.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am honored to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Punit Dhar, who is a surgical gastroenterologist by profession and has more than 30 years of experience in his field. He has published extensively in a wide array of journals and book chapters, a multifaceted personality with keen interest in geography. His interests range from quality cinema, photography, to bird watching, music, theatricals, and performing arts. After his medical training in Delhi, he went for a fellowship in transplant surgery at Cambridge University Hospital Trust, UK, and also worked there as a locum consult. He did his MCH from the GB Pant Hospital as the first MCI recognized center in the country, and subsequently worked there as a specialist before moving to the prestigious Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences to set up what became one of the largest and best GI surgery centers in the country. Before joining there, he also set up the department at AIIMS Rishikesh as professor and head. He was the dean of student welfare. He has been an active member of several professional societies and served on executive committees. He is the president of Indian chapter of International Hepatopancreatobiliary Association and Haryana chapter of Telemedicine Society in India. He is the governing body of Sher-e-Kashmir Institute of Medical Sciences and has been involved in charitable events as well as Rotary in various medical and non-medical admin capacities. He is a regular organizer of CMEs and medical conferences. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Punit Dhar on stage.
I think it's a privilege to be introduced by Akshita, and I think it's no serendipity, even though it's an accidental thing that it follows Abhijit's and Sri Vidya's, because there's a sort of a continuum, as you'll probably realize, in the entire thing. So, humanities for humanized medicine. So, I'm sure many of you are looking like this, as puzzled as this squirrel wondering what is this bird watcher looking at a mammal for. So it's basically just wanted to introduce the concept of medical humanities, because although it's a part and parcel of what we do, it's the codification of it, and there's sort of two parts to it. One is how it's going to help the patient, and the second is what that the preamble bit showed you, is how it helps us actually. So basically, while we are doing our core training of science and the science and technology of medicine, it's important to highlight the impact medical humanities and social sciences can do to our medical education. So I think about a century ago, this shift came when research was sort of pushed into the forefront, was mandatory. And that's where I think that whole art of medicine started becoming a science, which was good for the progress. But I think expecting each and every person to be a researcher or a clinician, I think we need to realize that we're all different people and different skill sets. So it also helps us to understand human behavior, societal factors, the cultural context. Go from one, even from north to south, you'll find a lot of differences. And that will help us to, give compassionate and effective care and take good care of ourselves. So why do we need it? So enhancing patient-centered care. So all these, social sciences, they offer, deep insight into the human experience of illness itself. What Abhijit was telling you, I saw fantastic, one of the army gastroenterologists gave a lovely presentation of what the patient's artwork, so the combination of the two of you, how they went through those various grief cycles, the shock, the acceptance, the depression, all those with art and with fantastic piece. I think I borrowed that thing. I think we should ask that person to share it on Marvelous Medicine as well. So it gives you that insight which, we become so detached. I've got 60 patients today, I have to finish them, and that's crucial. So we all actually have the time, the time you spend in, having that coffee or smoke or booze or whatever outside. So, Sri Vidya talked to you about that 1 hour. Just make sure you spend that 1 hour well. Don't do it on PUBG and all the other crap which is available and possible. That's a waste of time. So you can actually use it to your advantage. They teach us to see beyond the symptoms and diagnose. You look at the social history. Will the next monoclonal antibody kill the whole family apart from just that patient? So you need to look at the social background behind that. So this actually fosters trust. And you see the increase in, the distrust between doctors and patients because of that. So this actually fosters trust. You see the patient, in Cambridge, I saw this lady reading a book on blue pottery, and she told me so much about it that I opened my eyes. I went to Jaipur and saw the blue pottery there. And, I still have kept the card which he gave me that, to the doctor who actually had time beyond his thing and all that. So, which was bizarre that I, as an Indian, who we are used to not seeing patients so personally. So ethical reasoning, a lot of times, you have this thought process that this is the answer to this. You have a pseudocyst, you have to do a cystogastrostomy. You have this, you have to do that. The patient has to enter an emergency room and he has to go with an antibiotic. There's nowhere is that mentioned. But if you look a survey of 100 casualty admissions, 80 of them will have an antibiotic. I have no clue why. I'm part of this effort where we combine social sciences. So it's an Aspires study along with South Africa, Imperial London. We have this, how we can use social sciences to impact this change. You know, the philosophy, who's the person, the anthropology, who's the person deciding those changes? Is it the senior resident who's most scared that he'll get a scolding because of the kind of hierarchical setup we have? So understanding all those within our cultural milieu is very, very important to look at the ethical reasoning behind it. How do we allocate resources in our resource constrained settings? It allows for critical thinking and reflection. So, question assumptions, evaluate the evidence. So, we are so evidence driven that we don't realize what we don't see. So I challenge each of you, when you're looking at evidence for anything, look at clinicaltrials.gov. That has mandatory registration of trials. You'll be shocked to see the number of studies which are completed but not published because it didn't favor the people doing it. So to put it in simple words, you have 100 trials of an antibiotic. 90 of them showed no result. 8 didn't finish. 1 showed a good outcome. That's the only one gets published. So that's the evidence that that's an effective drug. So please weigh that evidence with common sense as well. So you need to understand all that, and only when you read and look at all these things are you going to be able to do it. The advocacy for the patient and social responsibility, when the research went to one extent that in the middle of, halfway through the time we shifted those in 1910 to now, is the Hitler, the Nazi experiments, where all those doctors thought they were actually advancing science. They did, by the way, but at what cost? And at the same time, even in the US, it's not just, blaming the Germans. The famous, I don't know if you've heard of Tuskegee experiment, where they denied the syphilis treatment after penicillin was available to see what the results are going to be. It's a control group. And that's what led, there's a fantastic movie called, HBO movie called Miss Evers' Boys. If you ever get a chance, please see that. So, so advocate for social responsibility, healthcare equity, which in our country we need much more than the countries they're talking about it. Those guys can still have deeper pockets than we actually do, and utilize it well. For you personally, effective communication skills. All the committees I sat on where the doctors had got bashed up, the one leitmotif in all those was poor communication. The patient's relative comes, knocks on the doctor's door. He says, I will see, I will see. So, you can, so the lesson to learn from that, go and see beforehand, communicate with the patient. He's a cirrhotic, he's an alcoholic, he can have anything. And then, tell him all the possibilities. When he sees that, he doesn't get a shock and, he doesn't come running. He's already accepted that. So a bit of what Abhijit said, preparing upfront, and that medical oncologist also, all those things are very, very important in effective communication skills. It also teaches us to listen, because we miss a lot of symptoms and a lot of disease patterns and tracks. The bird watching taught me that when you look at a simple bird and then you see a similar bird and you realize what are the differences, and differential diagnosis is exactly that. You see what is difference in that, and you're able to spot out what's what variant of the disease or a different disease it is. So how do we do it? Very, very simple tools. Read books. Yesterday, we unofficially had a chat with some of you, and I think only one person, and that too after I prompted, said that book reading. So I was very, very, surprised to see the change in 20 years, the last 20 to 30 years. So my suggestion, I guess, we cannot turn that clock and tell anybody. I've tried in schools in Cochin. We used to go and have book reading days and all that. In some places, it's a success. In AIMS Rishikesh, we started a book reading club, which is a huge success. They still send me all those photographs. But that's a very simple way. But for those of you who can't, at least audiobooks are a fantastic newer addition to that. They don't substitute, because they are building up that picture which you can't pause it. So you're not in tune with the way the author wants you to be. Movies, very easy, and as a group, I think that's what your name itself has MGM, Metro Goldwyn Mayer. If you chimerize Mahatma Gandhi Medical, so you can have a film club here, and so Rishikesh, Cochin, Amrita, Amrita, Faridabad, and the Kerala Museum. I've started 4 film clubs, and a fantastic way to channelize your thought processes. So the movies I showed in these places were Patch Adams, which shows you about basically looking at a person with empathy. Miss Evers Boys, I just told you. My Sister's Keeper about ethics. Tuesdays with Maury. All these fantastic movies about diseases. My Brother Nikhil about AIDS. Air Zindagi about organ donation. The fantastic Japanese movie called Departures, Okurubito, which is about how the dignity of dying and all that. So theatre of, UCMS and the army colleges, they have used this theatre of the oppressed, where the spectators, or rather spectators actually, try to tell you what, they start the thing and then they, shift the thing like an improv theatre to the role-playing, case studies. We just talked about creative writing, reflections, artwork, comic, all those can help. Of course, Marvelous Medicine is also fantastic. Every 1/4 of the sessions are, dealt with that. Philosophy, I think, is very important because that's where we, and like the medical oncologist said, cancer as a paradigm, if you see, it's so polarized, curative, palliative. We are not looking at the shades of gray in between. And that's where this polishes off you need to ask yourself, what will happen if I do nothing? You'll be shocked to hear the answers. Hernia, every medical student every MS surgery student, the expert is taught needs surgery. 90% of hernias which are asymptomatic never need surgery in their lifetime. Huge randomized trials showing that. Yet we scare the patient into getting, so you need to know what will happen. What is the natural history of this cancer? Prostate cancer, he might die of your intervention, he might not die of the disease. What and how effective are the alternatives? Would chemoradiotherapy be actually better? How much can the patient tolerate the disease? Let not the cure harm him more than the disease. The whole family, like Abhijit was talking about. So, just to end up with Osler, who was the guy who actually challenged that a century back, the same when all this research stressing thing was coming in, he said humanism is going to go away, and I think that was prophetic. Now, when I was just looking at his sayings, he says it's not a trade, it's a calling, not a business, calling in which your heart will be exercised equally along with your head. So he says, science and art are 2 berries on 1 stem. Grievous damage has been done to both in regard to humanities and science in any other light than complement. So in the arts, you need a lot of science, to match those colors. You need to know what is the physics of the colors. In every art, it is like that. In a poetry, it is a lot of yesterday you said poetry. You need to know all those iambic pentameters, all the, the meters and all that to actually write good poetry. So each one actually, complements. So it's very important to integrate medical humanities into your medical education, enrich your clinical practice, transforms you not only into a skilled clinician, but also compassionate healers who understands and responds to complex social and human dimensions. And last but not the least, what the entire movie showed you, equip you not only with technical skills, but also with the emotional intelligence and ethical framework to provide holistic care and, prevent burnout, help yourself. Life is an echo. You're going to get back exactly what so you're going to reap like that. I thank you for a patient listening.
So as you all get ready with your questions, if somebody is already ready, please ask for the mic. So, can I ask Akshita to?
Sir.
We have somebody, great. Yes.
Yeah,
we'll prioritize you, but I think we should prioritize the students after that subsequent. He couldn't get a chance last time. Yeah.
No, quite often, see, it's easy to sort of say we have to teach humanities and practice ethical values. But in the current setting of business kind of system, even the medical education has become like that. Do you think it will be practically possible to implement these things? Because in the practice you see, quite often, even in US, they had done a lot of these radical prostatectomies where it was not indicated. So do you think this business and the environment will not allow this humanities?
Absolutely, sir, because we've got a huge philosophy behind our own ethos here. So I think if nowhere else in India it is possible, and I think we need to start that like Patta was saying, to at this age, because you can't change old tiger spots. So it has to start, like Kalam used to say, start with. So that's what I'm most impressed with this kind of models, because we need to do that. It is possible, and I think probably very easy to do as well. So I mean, especially the worry I know most of the students have is that there's so much of coursework already. All that crap is now so easy to, you can do chat GPTs, and that's where you save that time, when the question was asked of Dr. Sharif in the morning. So that's going to cut through all that. All those branches of the middle meningeal artery are available at we don't need to, push them into mugging all those things. Dates. I hated history because I was asked to do all those things. But the philosophy. Sorry, Pata, you want to ask?
A very simple question at that. See, you're talking about movie clubs you started in different places. See, these days everybody has got a movie theater on mobile. They watch. If we remember younger days, people go for movies to have popcorn together. What is your movie club that watching together? How is it different?
It's very interesting that you say that, because they did get the popcorn and they said that nobody's going to come. Everybody has these torrents and they can watch those same movies at home. But the moment it became popular, it was very surprising how it built up. So it's not for there was an attempt to get it hijacked with the cricket team and the Marvel movies. But see, those you can watch anytime. The ones where you need to discuss, like in Kerala Museum, the thing became such a fantastic tool to. It's a literate state, but we had movies on transgenders, gay issues. After one of the movies, actually, one of the kids in Rishikesh came up to me and said, I need counseling for that. I said, I'm not the right person, but I'm so happy that this has helped you to come to terms with these kind of things. So, we see a lot of things as kids we were not taught. We were told transsexuals being, chakkas, and we laughed at that. I feel so ashamed of myself for doing all that. So I think this normalizes a lot of that in a way that is not possible otherwise.
So who curates what movie gets watched?
So we do have a sort of a faculty overview, but they take in Rishikesh they take a online poll. They suggest some movies and they choose between that. Now they've started sort of rotating between empathy, pure entertainment. So 1 in 6 is a pure entertainment as well.
So your book clubs also like this. This is a
book
philosophy.
clubs, actually the kids took off much more than it doesn't need our curating. It's fantastic. It's they get together, they do sort of like a theatre reading. And about a month in advance they tell them what all books, and the people can choose whatever they want, and then they discuss them and what is good about them.
That actually brings the beauty of medicine, the human nature. If you nurture it in a student level, it will be really good.
Absolutely. I mean, I was just telling somebody, like, they said, when were you in JIPMA? I said, I wish I was there sometime. I was never there, because, there are only 2 or 3 campuses in the country I've seen which are so complete for holistic development of the brain. JIPMA, AIMS, Delhi, and, AFMC. I haven't seen that level of thing anywhere else.
We did have a movie club. If you remember, we used to go in the night and watch black and white.
So I'm sorry, I think one slide got missed out on the community activities which she mentioned. I think it's there. I just rushed through it because the bell rang by then. The community activities do help you to get that empathy automatically. When at the undergrad level, you get that excitement of seeing that person, little bit of help, gets that smile on their face. It is going to turn you into an empathetic physician for life. You're not going to say, I'm going to tear your paper because you showed it to somebody else. I've seen such nonsense happening, hierarchical systems and all those kind of things.
Students, any questions?
So from now on, they'll take their community thing more seriously, I think.
Oh, it's a fantastic. Don't even miss it. Because you'll be surprised at what you're missing.
Yeah, so, it's compulsory, so they go, but now they'll enjoy it more. So, may I invite Akshita to do the honors? May we have the AV, please?
Primate ancestors to modern humans, our journey has been marked by incredible adaptability and exploration. Initially moving from tree to land, humans evolved to walk upright, freeing their hands for tool use and complex tasks. This pivotal change enabled us to explore diverse environments, create civilizations, and eventually venture into space. However, this remarkable journey has come with challenges. The evolutionary shift to bipedalism places significant stress on our joints, leading to common issues such as arthritis and back pain. Modern lifestyles, characterized by prolonged sitting and repetitive motions and increased body mass, exacerbate these stresses, reminding us of the delicate balance between progress and physical well-being. Owing to the tremendous growth of healthcare rippling to aid life expectancy, human beings are capable of extending their period of existence by a few decades. Nevertheless, unawarding lifestyle and inflating sarcopenia route to middling aliveness. Understanding the intricate interplay of anatomy, physiology, and technological innovations underscores the transformative nature of contemporary joint replacement procedures. Comprising bones, cartilage, ligaments, and synovial fluid, joints are dynamic entities that endure considerable wear and tear over time. Articular cartilage, a smooth, resilient tissue covering the ends of bones, facilitates frictionless movement and absorbs shocks during joint articulation. Ligaments and tendons provide stability and mobility, crucial for functional movement. Despite their resilience, joints are susceptible to degenerative changes due to aging, trauma, or underlying conditions such as osteoarthritis. Over time, articular cartilage undergoes gradual deterioration, resulting in joint pain, stiffness, and reduced range of motion. As cartilage wears away, bones may become exposed, leading to friction, inflammation, and further joint damage. This progressive degeneration impedes normal movement patterns, making everyday activities, including walking, increasingly challenging. The deterioration of joints profoundly affects mobility, with pain and stiffness limiting the ability to walk, climb stairs, or engage in physical activities. As joints wear out, individuals experience discomfort that hampers their quality of life and independence. The loss of joint function not only impedes physical capabilities, but also imposes psychological and emotional burdens, diminishing overall well-being. Knee replacement surgery, a cornerstone of joint replacement procedures, aims to alleviate pain and restore function in severely damaged knees. During the procedure, the damaged surfaces of the knee joint are replaced with artificial components made from durable materials such as metal alloys and high-density plastic.
May I request Chandni to introduce Dr. Govind Raj? Chandni is a second year MBBS student, and she's a multifaceted personality, a good public speaker, a professional oil painter. Vidya, you have a lot of followers here, and a state level basketball player. She wants to be an oncologist in the future. Over to you, Chandni.
Good afternoon, everybody. I take immense pleasure in introducing Dr. A.B. Govind Raj. He is an orthopedic and joint replacement surgeon who has worked in various renowned institutions in Chennai. He did his MBBS from Tanjore Medical College. He trained in orthopedics and joint replacement surgery in the UK. He is a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons. Dr. Govind Raj has over 40 years of experience in his field and has performed over 10,000 surgeries, including 3,000 plus joint replacement surgeries. He is currently the Director of Orthopedics at MGM Healthcare, Chennai. Apart from all this, he's a great fitness enthusiast and enjoys playing squash. Once again, with immense pride, I would like to welcome Dr. A.B. Govind Raj to give us more insight about his inspiring 40 years of journey and experience in this field.
Thank you, Dr. Chandni. Let's get this working. But now, I'll break on.
I thought we were having a medical miracle with no technical glitches for almost 4 hours, but looks like we hit our first one, but we've recovered very fast.
Okay. Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. I'm basically from Kadalur, so in a way I'm a son of the soil for this area. I didn't study in MGM, but I studied in Tanjore Medical College as I was introduced. So today's topic is about what's new in joint replacement, particularly knee replacement. I'm basically a knee replacement surgeon, so I'll just cover mainly the knee replacement aspects. So traditionally we've been taught that the knee is a hinge joint. It's nowhere near a hinge really, because it moves in so many different directions and there's so many other movements. So like Dr. Sridhar and Dr. Sharif had mentioned, we needed to relearn anatomy and physiology. So the knee moves in a variety of directions, not just the hinge. It rotates, it slides anterior posterior, it slides mediolaterally, and it even telescopes. So we didn't understand this in the earlier days, so the joints were designed like a hinge, and they all failed miserably. When I started doing my joint replacements about 40 years ago, assisting during my practice, they were all hinge replacements, and they all failed miserably in 2 to 3 years' time. Every day morning we'll be doing a primary, afternoon we'll be doing a revision. Not for the same patient, of course, the ones that who had it 3 years ago. So it was a miserable situation. So over time we found that the knee is not a hinge joint, and then we rectified. So that is an advancement. So advancements need not be in terms of artificial intelligence and robotics and other things. It should be in the basic understanding of the process, the anatomy, the physiology, and the biomechanics. So, I mean, I don't have to bore you with the overview of a knee joint, but this is how a normal joint looks like, and the right side is the affected joint. We get arthritis as we get older, and of course, for a variety of reasons, we all get arthritis, and we might need a knee replacement surgery. So the primary way of finding out whether you have arthritis, whether you need knee replacement, is by doing X-rays. And once you diagnose and you recommend a knee replacement is required, then the next question is when do you actually do it? Because a lot of people say, do I have to do it now? Is my X-ray ready for knee replacement? So the answer is not there in the X-ray. It's in what you are experiencing and what difficulty you're undergoing and what you want in life. So a lot of things are changing. Like those days, we just look at the X-ray and say you need knee replacement, and then they just went for it. So it's patient-driven, and if the patient needs it, then we recommend it. So what are the other effects of the knee replacement? What happens after knee replacement is important. So that decides whether the patient wants to go for it now or whether wait for a little longer. And so we need to really explain and make them understand the need for a knee replacement. So before we go into advances, we first want to know what is a traditional knee replacement. Basically, it's an 8-inch long incision, and we subluxate the tibia anteriorly and remove the damaged portions, cut and remove. We don't actually remove the entire knee and replace it. We only remove the surface of the knee which is damaged, and we replace the surface with an artificial implant. So once the artificial implant is put into place, if it's done properly with the appropriate materials, it should last for about 20 to 25 years with the current technology that we have. So this has been the traditional knee replacement we have been doing for the last 25, 30 years now. And it's been pretty successful. I would say the 20-year success rate, survival rate of the implant is about 90%, which is pretty fantastic. So 90% of the patients are still walking on the original knee we put in 20 years ago. Of course, 10% fail, and they need revision for other reasons. It could be infection, it could be loosening, or it could be a fracture, or it could be so many other, imbalance, instability, so many other reasons. But the ones that have been put into place correctly will last for about 20 years. So how quick is the recovery? Because we need to know again what are the advances in the recovery time. Now everybody is talking about daycare knee replacement or fast track knee replacement. So traditionally people come in for a single knee, they come in, stay a day before and stay for 4 days after the surgery, and when they go home they walk up and down the stairs independently, and that's the way it goes. But for bilateral, which I mostly do both knee replacements at the same time, and they come in day before the surgery and go home 5 to 6 days later, again walking up and down the stairs independently on the 5th or 6th day before they go home. This is for 90% of the patients. The patients who are very unwell and they cannot do that, but they may take a few days extra. So this again has been achieved by a lot of improvements over the years. Before, when I first started, they were all in hospital for 2 full weeks until the removal of sutures done, and they didn't walk really comfortably until about 2 or 3 months later, because the technology, the rehab, everything was very, very slow. Now people are able to walk mostly on the same day, or if not the next day of the surgery, and continue to improve over the next few days and go home in a few days, depending on whether it is one knee or both knee replacements. So the surgical approaches, again, understanding of the way we approach the knee joint has improved over the years. We've been traditionally doing the paramedian and then the subvastus and then the midvastus approach. So everything adds to the speed of recovery and also the time spent in the hospital and the longevity of the implants. So I saw a nice poster outside with all the recent advances, and now we come to the advances, away from the traditional surgeries we've been doing. So as time went, we also evolved, and the minimally invasive surgery concept came in. So what is it exactly? It's a small incision, or is it more than that? If you see the scar on the left side of the left knee of the patient, she had a traditional knee replacement, and the right side was a minimally invasive. Yes, it is a small scar. It's not just a small scar. The way we approach the tissues inside also changes. The instrumentation is different. They are much more sleeker, and they have different instruments which will make us do smaller exposure, thereby speed up the recovery and return to home, return to function, return to sporting activities. All those things can be achieved by minimally invasive surgery. So again, it's now slowly the incisions are shrinking gradually, and most of the times we're able to do minimally invasive, except in patients where you have very unstable knees, where you have to do ligament release or reconstruction. Then it has to be a bigger conventional knee replacement. Patient-specific implants. So when we had all these scores settled, younger orthopedic surgeons came into the field and they want to do something different. They had to invent something, otherwise it's too boring. So they came up with something, what can you do better than what we already have? So they said, why should we put the same implant for all patients? I mean, there are only 2, 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 sizes. And it's like you go to a ready-made shop, you buy a shirt or pant, as against get it stitched by a tailor. It fits your size. If the tailor is good, then you get a fantastic deal. So this is the concept. So you give patient-specific implants. You take the CT scan pictures of the disease joint, and you create a model, and you tell the model to create a set of instruments to cut the bone, and also you can 3D cut the implants, and then you can implant it to them. It's an overkill. I think it's probably too early in the evolution process for this to be successful. So it's being used and tried, but it is not very popular. It's very expensive, and it is really not affordable. The advantages of this technology has not been changing the way outcome has been expected. So it is not taking off in the way that they all expected. I don't do this because it's too expensive, and my patients can't afford it. So what else can you do to revolutionize knee replacement surgeries? Is to bring in the robots, navigation in robots. So first, about 10 or 15 years ago, navigation came in. What is navigation? Basically, it's a very complex surgery to do a knee replacement, to balance, to cut the bones correctly and to balance the ligaments and to give a stable joint which can last for 20 years. It's an art, and you need to really learn it. It's a long learning curve, and so to make that learning curve shorter, people introduced navigation. Navigation basically tells you how much of bone to cut, how much of polyethylene to be inserted, and various guides to the various steps of the operation. Again, it was too cumbersome because you had to put all kinds of metal into the bone, and you have to really, depend on the computer. A lot of times it's like using Google 20 years ago. You can suddenly end up in the middle of nowhere when you should have been in the McDonald's shop or something like that. So it was not good, and slowly it died a natural death. And then the second generation of navigation came the robotics. Robotics use navigation and also cutting instrumentation incorporated into the arm, the robotic arm. So it's basically robotic assisted, not robotic knee surgery completely. So they assist the surgeon in doing the cuts and balancing the knee and producing a better placement of the implants. Yes, it has definitely improved the overall X-ray appearances of the patients after the surgery, but that has not really been translated to good results in terms of better outcome or pain-free knee or enjoyable knee, as they call it. So it's only increased the cost and increased the learning curve of people. It's being studied. I hope in the long term it will all help you. When you all become surgeons, it will probably be better and easier and cheaper to use. And that will be the time I think that they will have the day. I'm sure that day is not very far off. So there are varieties of robotic arm. You can use it for as a passive or semi-active or active assistance. Each company has got their own concept, and so they make it according to that. And of course, navigation is on its way out, but navigation is being incorporated into the robot to help you to do the surgeries more efficiently. So another area of improvement is the post-surgical rehabilitation. So one of the reasons why we are able to send them home early is because excellent rehab. We just don't send them to physiotherapy. We tailor-make individual patients depending on their various deformities and their requirements and their heart condition, renal condition, various other, the age and other things. We tailor it, and there are fantastic new equipments. The pain management, like Dr. Vidya knows, starts before surgery, at surgery, and after. So we give intraoperative blocks, immediate postoperative blocks. We use cryotherapy, we use equipments to speed up the rehab. All this has definitely contributed to the overall outcome, patient-centric care, and improved implant durability. The material used for the implants is getting better and better over the years, and metal and polyethylene are the main ones. Cobalt chromium has been the standard equipment for implant manufacture, because they are particularly for the knee, in combination with titanium. Now slowly ceramic is creeping in. People sometimes are allergic to the metal, cobalt chromium, so these patients sometimes we have to offer them the choice of ceramic. Ceramic implants are again expensive and also brittle, so to overcome that they have started doing the titanium implants with various coating of ceramic pellets. They blast it at high temperature into the onto the titanium surface, make it harder and also not brittle. So zirconium is another thing which is slowly getting popular. It's again only for people who are allergic to metal like cobalt chromium. Polyethylene has transformed again from Teflon to polyethylene to ultra-high weight polyethylene, cross-linked, and vitamin E infused polyethylene. So they have really come a long way. But sterilization is a danger zone, where if you don't use proper sterilization technique, and the shelf life comes down, and there are a lot of recalls. Only recently we had a recall. After putting it and the patient's been working on it for 5 years, the company says that it's a faulty polyethylene. Can you tell all your patients if they have a problem, they can come back and have an inquiry. That's a very dangerous situation to be in. So better to be very watchful before you jump into any new technology just because it looks colorful, it looks flashy, and they're making a lot of sound noise about promoting it. Be very, very careful. Test each one of them. See your colleagues doing it and see the results before you start doing anything new, anything different. Of course, 3D printing in metal has started. I feel right now it's just more fashion than reality oriented. Smarter inventory solution where you don't have to keep too many sizes. You can really order them just before, a few days before, and faster medical imaging because it takes a long time to register and to start the surgeries. All those things will come. It's in the process, but I think it's just a matter of time before that hits the market. The other thing is a smart knees where they carry a sensor. The little stem downstairs down has got a sensor. It keeps beeping, sends you information to the telephone of the person who's monitoring, the team who's monitoring, so it can tell early signs of loosening, whether the patient is doing enough or patient even sometimes had a fall. So many other things can be picked up by these technologies, but they are all still very experimental, and I'm sure it will see the light of day very soon. That's my last slide.
As usual, Dr. Govind Raj starts and finishes on time. So, may I request Chandini to do the honors, please. If any students have questions, please put your hand up and we'll get to you. And we are not taking comments, we are only taking questions.
Abhijit, just one question.
Yes. Yeah.
See, I mean, I thought whatever things which you don't use are preserved. Right, when you're not using knees and resting them, why should they get damaged? Seriously, now if I overuse only, it's going to get spoiled.
No,
if I preserve them, they'll be pristine.
See, last week I picked up a battery for my thing. They said, use it every day, otherwise it will conk out. If you overuse it, everything has got a kind of a way it has to be used. See, the problem with thing is people think if you use it, it's not a chappal to get worn out. It's a biological tissue. It's not the joint which is just put to use. When you use your knee joint, your muscles, your ligaments, your entire body, your heart, everything works, and they need to be conditioned and kept in certain amount of base throttle. Otherwise, if you don't use it, everything gets rusty, everything gets atrophied, everything gets wasted, and then suddenly you want it, you want to put it to use, it just won't crank up. So you have to use everything moderately. Be sensible. Don't climb 20 floors every day 5 times. I mean, some people are doing that, but you just be sensible.
Yes.
Now, what is the role of regenerative medicine? How far has it advanced, especially in the reconstruction of the knee joint?
My opinion is it's still a hoax. A lot of people like the PRP and various things. I mean, it's good in certain small areas where you have a small patch of cartilage missing in the thing, like osteochondritis dissecans is a condition where a small patch of bone just falls off because of osteonecrosis, because of blood circulation problems. So in that case, you can culture the chondrocytes and you patch it up and it works. But you can't do that for arthritis. Arthritis is a degenerative disorder, has developed over a period of decades, and you have underlying problems which are causing it. You can't go and patch up an arthritic knee with chondrocyte implantation. So that's where it's all being abused. So what reason it was introduced or it was brought into the market, it's not happening, it's doing for other things. The regenerative medicine is a lot of things, like PRP is the biggest joke, and I use it because some patients insist on it. They read on the internet, their son in the USA, a daughter in Singapore, some says you go and have it. So I try to explain to them, I have other methods, non-surgical, non-invasive methods which can improve your lifestyle by exercising. I have fantastic rehab exercises which literally does miracles. But they try that, and sometimes they just got it in their mind, they want this little injection. I give it to them, I tell them. And then there are other, synovial fluid replacement. Of course, we start off with the steroids those days, it still works. We have PRP injections, we have this synovial fluid injections, the various autologous chondrocyte, cultured chondrocyte. So these are all things for specific problems, not for arthritis. And bone stem cell, all those things are all for sometimes used for certain localized special problems, not for arthritis. Yeah, partial knee replacement is another hoax. I'm sorry to keep using that word, because the average life of a partial replacement, or a partial replacement meaning one half of the knee, which is the one mostly affected, the middle side is mostly affected, 90% of patients. So if you are only replacing that, it'll last you for about, the total knee replacement average life is, I told you, 20 years. The partial replacement is about 10 to 15 years. So if you're going to do a partial replacement and when it becomes loose or problematic, you can't just remove it and put a total hip replacement. It becomes a revision. Okay, a revision, whether it is a unicondylar revision or by total hip revision is a revision. You have to go through the same process of resecting a lot of bone and putting a revision stem which has got a little extra long stem. And so so in my opinion, if somebody needs a unicondylar, you put them on other measures and try to avoid surgery in the first place. If that's not going to work, then just offer them a total hip replacement, total knee replacement.
Thank you everybody. We'll move on to the thing, and with due apologies to Humaira, we are going to skip the AV, and I'm going to call Anu to introduce Dr. Kalar. Anu is a third year MBBS student from Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute. She believes that one should constantly work at improving themselves one day. That if you improve by 1%, every day, then the cumulative thing will be enormous. She likes to dance, read detective novels, watch murder documentaries, and loves solving puzzles. She's not yet decided what to do, but she might be a future crime scene investigator.
Thank you, Mom. Dr. Kalar has been working as professor in the Department of Surgical Gastroenterology, JIPMA, since July 2017. He always graduated with the words, first class with distinction, in every year of his MBBS, which he completed in JIPMER, where he also did his MSc. His area of interest lies in minimally invasive robotic lab surgery of pancreatobiliary disorders. In addition to the clinical work, he is actively involved in research and teaching postgraduates. He has delivered nearly 200 lectures in national and international conferences, published nearly 90 articles, and also 15 chapters in textbooks. So it really is an understatement to say that he's a successful scholar. It is unfortunate that all the awards and achievements of Dr. Kalar cannot be uttered by me in limited time we've got. But I'm honored to mention a few of his work. He's editor in Annals of Minimal Access Surgery in Allied Science, associate editor in Indian Journal of Surgery, in International Journal of Advanced Medical and Health Research. He's also in the editorial board member of World Journal of Gastrointestinal Surgery. I would like to end my introduction by mentioning that he's the proud recipient of ICMR DST Research Grant, IASG SSAT Fellowship Award, and Asia Pacific Digestive Disease Young Investigator Award. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kalar on stage.
Yeah, thank you, Anu, for the kind introduction, and it's a privilege to be here. I thank the marvelous medicine team headed by Patta sir and Vidya ma'am for this opportunity. I think the reason why they had this topic of robotic surgery is something because you will be frequently using hearing this term, and many people might be asking you what is that. So that's so whether you are in a surgeon or in any other field, you should be knowing at least what is it and what is there in future in this field of robotic surgery. But before I go to this, I'll just take you 5 minutes the journey of how the surgery has evolved, because those who forget history are bound to repeat it, especially the mistakes which has happened in the past. Many would have seen this picture. Maybe you can, you wants to tell, but for the want of time, I'll just go through this. What is highlighted in this image is the ordeals faced by the surgeon probably in the last century. So here you have a Scottish surgeon who is Robert Liston, and you can see an assistant, and you have seen some of the keen surgeons watching what's going on. So he's doing an amputation. So those time, because there's no anesthesia, the surgery has to be done quickly, so the patient has less pain. Now he completed the amputation in 3 minutes, which means you can guess the pace at which his knife would have moved. So he completed the amputation, but during the course of the surgery, he also amputated the fingers of the assistant. And his knife also moved through the coattails of one of the elderly surgeon who is actually watching this procedure. And you'd be surprised to know the surgeon, the patient who had amputation died of sepsis. The assistant whose fingers got amputated also died of sepsis. And the elderly surgeon who was watching it, so because he suddenly saw there's blood on his coat, so he thought the knife has went to it, and he collapsed and died of myocardial infarction. So this is the only surgery in the history of surgery which had 300% mortality. Because you know the surgery, usually the patient dies, so it's 100% mortal. So, but it's only, but this highlights the problems faced by the surgeons. And also you must be heard about this term barber surgeons, because surgery is never considered as a physician job in the European universities. So if someone wants to pursue surgery, he has to do other job for his living. And so in fact some of the surgeons were doing hair cutting, because maybe something similar to what they were doing. So that's why the term barber surgeons was used. And you must have heard the term operation theatres, because this is how the operation theatres used to be there, because it's like you see the surgeon sitting in the gallery and watching the procedures being performed. So the breakthrough happened with all this antisepsis, anesthesia, and the surgical theatres which were like this in the past have become more refined. And once the surgeons master the technique of open surgery, then they focus on doing those procedures by reducing the incision size. So from cutting to cure, the focus has shifted to cutting down the incision. And that's where you have the birth of the laparoscopic surgery. So many would have heard this term. What is laparoscopic surgery? It's basically in simple terms called keyhole surgery. So you make small holes instead of a big incision you have in a typical open surgery, and do those surgical procedure. But the laparoscopic surgery has some limitations. One of this is because you are actually using a long instruments. It's something like you are writing with a pen by holding it close to the nib. But laparoscopic surgery is like writing with a pen by holding at one end. So you lose the control. So that resulted in, you overcome that limitation, but not all surgeons were able to achieve that. So you are doing a simple, like you are asked to suture, you can see the extent of tremors. That's because it's like when you are asked to write with a pen by holding at one end, you don't have that full control. So this is one of the limitations you have with laparoscopic surgery, and that's why the robotic surgery came, because you can perform the minimal access surgery without some of the limitations you have with laparoscopic surgery. And if you see what is robot, it's basically from Czech word robota, which means of forced labor. And you must have seen many like various car manufacturing industries. you have a robot which does some repetitive movements. And now it has evolved with anthropomorphic robots which has more autonomy. So you have now robots, you must have heard, they do like a security job, they do some of the work done in the restaurants. So robots have more autonomy. But what is there in surgery? So when you heard someone is telling robotic surgery, it doesn't mean the robot is doing the surgery. That's the most important thing to understand. The present robots are passive robots, which means it is controlled by the surgeon. It's a master-slave concept. So that's an important thing you should understand. Robotic surgery does not mean it's a robot which is doing, it's still the surgeon is doing the controlling all the movements of the robot. And this is usually the setup you have in a robotic OT. So you can see the surgeon here sitting, so all the movements made by the surgeon gets translated in the patient's side. So this is how a robotic, so maybe I'll just show how the setup, because someone who hasn't seen a robotic, how it is done. So you can see here, the surgeon sits in the console. So you can see the movements made by the surgeons. So whatever movements which you are doing, now you can have one more surgeon who can actually watch, or you can actually guide him. So the movements which are made by surgeon, this is in the patient's side. And you have the arms. So this is like you have whatever you're doing with the two arms, so you have actually 4 arms for you. And you can see here, so the robotic arms are replicating the movements made by you. So this is how the robotic surgery is performed. Now what is the main advantage? Because you have an immersive 3D vision. And second is the endo-wrist function. The instruments have the endo-wrist function which have 7 degrees of freedom. And one of the important feature is, because I showed in laparoscopic surgery there will be a lot of tremors. But the robotic surgery, there's a tremor filtration, which means when you are moving your hands maybe a 5 centimeter, it gets translated into just 1 centimeter, which means whatever tremors which you have gets filtered out. So that enhances the precision. And obviously because you are sitting in a comfortable place, and you are, so you can do a long surgery without having any problems with your shoulder joint or your neck, and probably your visits to orthopedicians might be reduced. So maybe I think I thought just for the want of time, just show you how the robotic surgery helps. So now this is a very complex a patient having a liver tumors. Now you can see how the movements are very precise, and we are now walking around a blood vessel, but you can see the movements are very precise and you don't see any tremors. So sometimes your movements are much better than even in an open surgery. And you can see you can put clamps on the vessels and they stay. So one of the important advantage in robotic surgery is, you can see here, if you have one extra arm for you which keeps you retracted. Now in an actual surgery, you have assistant, you ask him to hold the tissue and retract. They cannot retract it in the same way, maybe for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but the moment it crosses 15, 20 minutes, he starts moving. But here, you keep it in a position, it remains in the same position for hours together. So that's one of the advantage, and if you place an instrument at one position, it remains in that position unless you want to change it. So that's how it helps you to improve the precision of the surgery. Now coming to what is new and what is the future. So we had for almost 2 decades a single manufacturer called Da Vinci. So they had manufacturing robots. So one of the primary limitation of robotic surgery is the cost, because you are only single player, no competition, but the patent has ended. Now you have more than 30 robots available in the market. They are emerging, obviously, because they were in the market for almost more than 2 decades. They've gone through 5 generations. Still, their product is much more superior, but you have newer robots coming. And I have put this figure because this is a Make in India product. So this is manufactured in India, and I've personally visited their manufacturing place. You have a lot of enthusiastic engineers who are willing to hear our feedback, and this is something which is emerging, and it can reduce the cost of robotic surgery at least to 1/3. And this is another upcoming, this is from a Japanese robotic system, which again I saw it has more potential to replace the existing the Da Vinci, or as a replacement. So you have newer robots coming, which means the cost is going to come down. I'll just take 2 minutes. The second is telesurgery. So what do you mean by that? The main aim why these robots are manufactured is, for example, you have an astronaut. He's in space station, International Space Station. Suddenly he develops a surgical problem. So you can't have arrange a surgeon to go from Earth to there. So if you have a robotic system installed, so you can have a surgeon operate from here. And this has been demonstrated. So you have a surgeon sitting in US, and the patient is in Europe, and a transatlantic surgery was performed because you need connectivity. Now you have a 5G technology, you have satellite linked internet. So it is feasible to do a telesurgery. So you have an expert surgeon in a different country. He can operate on a patient who is maybe in another country without actually physically moving to us. And this is feasible, and this is something which will be explored more in the future. This is a common question, or comes to everyone's mind. Will robots perform surgery independently? I think we have, you must have seen a lot of movies. So you can see here, so she has a surgical problem, so she moves into the console and program what surgery wants to be done, and the robot performs the surgery independently. So this is being explored. In fact, if you see, there was a publication recently where a robot has performed the anastomosis, intestinal anastomosis independently. You have programmed it and performed it independently. But whether it will become a reality in the near future, the answer is going to be no. Because you have autonomous cars, you have flights which can actually independently, can be, without the help of pilot, it can travel from one place to another. But no one wants to use it, because you can have some scenarios which you cannot predict. So a robot performing surgery independently probably is not going to happen in the near future. But what will happen is AI guided robotic surgery, which means you are probably now going to ligate a wrong structure, or you are going in a wrong plane. So you will have an intimation that probably you are going in you are doing a wrong step. So that will be implemented or in the future robotic systems, but robot completely doing surgery independently may not happen in the near future. And this is another exciting, mini robots. I think there were models where they have shown, for example, you have suddenly have a CBD stone, you develop a cholangitis, you take a pill, swallow it, the pill will disintegrate in the intestine, then the robot will go into the sphincter and do a sphincterotomy, and the stone obstruction will be relieved. So these are some of the things which are being explored, but might become reality, at least a few of them might become a reality in the near future. I just want to end with this. So you will be having new technologies, but always technology has both pros and cons. So you should not have a very biased view on any new technology. Use it, learn it, because if you don't learn it, then you have a biased decision making. But you learn the new technology, you understand what is the advantage and disadvantage, so use the place where it is required and don't use it in all areas. But if you don't learn it, then you will say, no, this is not good. So we should be open to learn new technology so that we can have a correct decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalar. While you all get ready with your questions, may I ask Anu to do the honors? Nobody is going to get the prize, I think, from the student side for asking questions. So, yeah.
You call the names. You call the known names for us. You have. You have.
I think people are getting hungry and the claps are getting very... so you have only one session to go. Let's hear it, people. Louder. A big round of applause for Anu. Yeah. Questions? No questions? Okay. Really? Exciting future and no student has a question. So, Kalyarasan, it's only hypoglycemia. Okay, right. Teachers are not allowed to ask questions.
But on behalf of students.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Not at all. He only brought me to... Okay, just one question. What is the learning curve, and because future is going to be robotics, what is the learning curve for students and how easy to access, like everything you have to go for a, separate course and all. How easy is it for students or postgraduates to learn this, or even consultants?
Yeah, I think that's a big challenge right now, primarily because of the access to the robots. That's the key issue right now because of the cost. But the last 5 years, there is a dramatic increase in the number of centers having robots. Now, the training aspect, one good thing is because the postgraduates are now getting access, at least to the robotics setup, much more early in their career compared to what used to be a decade ago. And maybe a few years back, even there was no structured training for them. But slowly now the fellowship trainings focused on robotic surgery also has come up in India itself for the last 2 years. So what used to be difficult, now we are having more access to robots. There is a structured training programs which are now coming up. But about the learning curve, what we have seen is it is progressively coming down, because the newer generation surgeons, they are actually more used to the technology and they are willing to accept the new technology. But there is no fixed numbers which you can tell for a particular procedure. It all depends upon their experience with the other, like for example, in the open surgery. Because when you have the experience in open surgery, you are familiar with the anatomy, and then your learning curve will be much shorter than someone who has less experience in the open surgery and wants to directly enter into it. Because you would have at least known what are the challenges you have in a particular procedure, then you will be able to easily overcome those challenges.
I think it's the learning curve in robotic is much less than open or laparoscopy.
Yes.
It's definitely less because, I haven't done the formal training course, but I went, so just to challenge, I actually was able to do a full procedure without having any of the, things. Yes. So I really feel if the cost is not an issue, I had ethical issues because Da Vinci was totally monopolistic, it's an advance, and they suppressed all for the last 20 years. They bought over every, challenging technology and made sure it didn't work. So I had an ethical issue. Once that went away, that's when I tried.
Kalar, I have a comment following Dr. Lata's question on learning curve. Is there any gender thing in it? Because why is that the surgeons did laparoscopy first, followed by gynecologists? The robots again, surgeons did followed by gynecologists. Why is there a lag? I envisage.
No, we are going to listen to Kalyarasan's answer first.
Sir, I think, frankly speaking, the field of surgery was dominated by males. I think we have to... Yeah, was.
Yeah. Now
Yeah.
it's changed dramatically. In
Yes.
Bombay, more than half the surgical trainees are girls.
Yeah, now it is changing. Yeah.
Yeah.
From male, because it's always the way that the male brain is superior, and we have to allow the females to come. Things will change because we are not only going to be handling male, female, there are going to be 27 more genders. It's not about male, female anymore. You know, this is the innovation. What I wanted to know was, how do simulation studies, the AI or the non-AI based simulation studies, help in robotic training? Because we cannot give the actual robotic, I don't know how that works, to the surgeons.
It's totally translated.
Yeah.
The simulation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, compared to the laparoscopic surgery, where the simulators were not that really useful, but in robotic surgery, if someone spends time in simulators, their learning can be significant.
The simulation labs are getting established right now. Like Apollo has one of the huge simulation lab in Chennai right now. Sorry?
Yeah, so you're right now. Actually, Da Vinci, correct me if I'm wrong, gives you the simulator along with the robot, and in fact, they have a criterion that you train on the simulator before using the Da Vinci robot.
Yes.
So the simulator software is built in. You use the same robot, but you're using it in the simulator using the simulation software. Whereas now we have other robotic companies like I think CMS, whatever. They are coming out with the standalones. In fact, in India also there are some standalone simulation centers, like in Rajahmundry we have the CMS standalone center, and I have tried it, and I have absolutely zero experience with robots, and I didn't find it very difficult to do. So I think, as Punit was saying, robotic surgery is an extension of open surgery in terms of the way you do things, unlike laparoscopy where you have to have a totally different perspective with a 2D vision and the, like you said, holding the pen at the end. The movement is counterintuitive, so you have to be in laparoscopy. There's a much higher learning curve.
Yeah, actually, basically, the aim is we want more number of surgeons to do the surgery safely, especially the minimal invasive surgery, which is what more patients want. So, and that's where the robot really will play an important role, because a surgery may be performed by a small proportion of surgeons. Robot allows you to perform, more surgeons to perform that safely. So it's basically democratizing the surgery.
I think any change is difficult, but the more we use it, the cheaper it will become also.
Yeah.
But the point to remember something, students, is very, very important. Art has never been away from medicine. Look at Da Vinci here.
Students, one last word. It's been proven that those who play a lot of video games become better surgeons and better robotic surgeons. So if that's your passion, spend half an hour a day and you'll be a great robotic surgeon.
I'm happy you said half an hour.
So thank you so much, Kalar for doing the entire history of surgery. That's what actually Patta Radhakrishna had in mind, but we only sent you the thing, but you somehow read his mind and did it. And now we are coming to the last session, and I have to start it with a huge apology to both Prem Sai and Ravi Shankar, who were slotted for I think 11 o'clock or something. Who are slotted at 11 o'clock, and a big apology to Humera as well, that we are really behind time, and we've sort of messed with their schedules and their efforts. So let me introduce Prem Sai. He's a fourth year MBBS. Is that correct, Prem? Yeah. Fourth year MBBS student at JIPMA Pondicherry. His hobbies are reading and traveling, and he loves to play the guitar, and he wants to be a neurosurgeon. So I'm sure you'll have a lot of use for robotics in neurosurgery as well. Over to you, Prem Sai.
It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Ravi Shankar. Dr. Ravi Shankar is a highly esteemed clinical director at Merck Laboratories in the USA, specializing in the field of metabolism. With an impressive career dedicated to advancing our understanding of metabolic disorders, he had made significant contributions to both research and clinical practice. Dr. Ravi Shankar is a pediatric endocrinologist by training, and he works as a physician scientist for MSD. His expertise lies in late-stage drug development, where he designs phase 2B, phase 3 drug trials, and post-marketing commitment studies for metabolic diseases. His work focuses on developing and testing new therapies that have potential to significantly improve patient outcomes. He also happens to be a distinguished alumnus from JIPMER. Please welcome Dr. Ravi Shankar.
So Prem Sai and Ravi Shankar became great friends over the past months, chatting back and forth.
Thank you, Prem Sai. And although it was not slated this way, as the last person speaking today, I have to confess I have a huge imposter syndrome here, after all these very impressive talks. So with that disclaimer, I'm going to just talk about, research in the United States can take multiple different forms. I'm just going to talk about my journey into research, like how did I move into research from a purely and highly clinically relevant training that I had in India. So, but first I would like to start with thank yous and acknowledgements, most importantly to Radhakrishna and Vidya and the entire Marvelous Medicine on Wheels team. As all of you are already experiencing, they've done a fabulous job. So thank you so much to them and to the Mahatma Gandhi Medical College for hosting us. They've played a wonderful role here, and all the student volunteers. They've been so wonderful. We had a wonderful, a really interesting dinner with them yesterday. Very talented and diverse group of students. So I wish them all the very best. So with that, the beginning, obviously the most important thing in my life was when I joined JIPMER. Now, I did not have any exposure to research. MD Pediatrics in PGI, well, I did do a thesis on pica, but as mentioned by one of the previous speakers, it was a box-checking exercise. It really did not, I think Dr. Bala mentioned that. It was just a box-checking exercise. It really didn't teach me much. It actually made me hate the whole process. And again, the case report authoring business. So we did do the same thing, a couple of case reports in the Indian Journal of Pediatrics. And then came my fellowship training in the Indiana University School of Medicine. And that's really where the magic started. So the pediatric fellowship program, the American Academy of Pediatrics, requires 3 years of training with only 12 months of clinical experience, which means that the remaining 2 years have to be devoted to research. So the way my program was structured was that I did clinical work for 6 months, and then the next 2 years was uninterrupted, dedicated research, and the final 6 months was back to clinical work and then applying for jobs and things like that. So the first 6 months, I did have an opportunity to do a detailed literature review because the chief of my section was invited to write a review, an invited review on precocious puberty. And she asked me if I could take a stab at it. It allowed me to learn everything that had been published until that time on precocious puberty. And believe me, PubMed was very useful. It was not the NLM thing that we had to do, go to Delhi for 2 days and sit there in that library and search through those dusty volumes. No, this was done at my desktop, and it was just a very good experience. And, we wrote it up, and it got published. This was my first publication with my boss, Ora Peskovitz. And then what happened was the third-year fellow quit the program. So he had just completed a small prospective clinical trial to assess if a low-dose cortisol was better than high-dose, if low-dose ACTH was better than a high-dose ACTH test in assessing hypothalamic, in assessing adrenal insufficiency because of hypothalamic dysfunction. So the bottom line was that low-dose ACTH test was better than a high-dose ACTH test. Basically, ACTH is the only pituitary hormone which is a trophic hormone. So in the absence of ACTH from the pituitary, the adrenal cortex shrivels up. Now, if you give 250 micrograms of ACTH to test that, even a dead adrenal gland will respond to that. So it really doesn't distinguish or help you make that make an assessment. So you need something very gentle, very small. So it stands to reason that a low dose of ACTH would help. So the data had been collected, it had not been analyzed, it had not been entered, nothing had been done. So I was asked if I would be interested in doing that. So in the first 6 months, I took that opportunity, and this was the publication that resulted from that. And again, this started my journey in research. I was totally hooked after this. So the learnings from the first 6 months was how to read literature, examine gaps in knowledge, how to formulate questions, how to test hypotheses, and how to design clinical studies. I mean, the devil is always in the details, like, you know, the sample size, why, what is the effect size that you're looking for, what kind of a sample size will allow you to do that, you know, what type of statistical analysis plan are you planning a priori, the inclusion-exclusion criteria in the protocol, creating an informed consent, the admin tasks, painful but need to be done, and taught me patience. The next 6 months, so the next 24 months was research. Of those 24 months, the first 6 months, I asked to be part of a molecular biology lab just because I wanted to learn the techniques. Now, I did that, I completed the whole project that I was given, but at the end of it, I knew that this is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to I wanted to engage in clinical research, not this. So I moved to a clinical research group led by the chief of adult endocrinology, and that was one of the most exciting times of my life. I learned all about euglycemic hyperinsulinemic clamps, hyperglycemic clamps, all kinds of clamps to assess pancreatic function, to assess insulin resistance, you know, using tracers, hot and cold tracers to measure how glucose enters and disappears from the system. We did very complex leg balance studies with catheters in the femoral artery and veins of our volunteers, and, you know, assessing skeletal muscle blood flow and also measuring AV differences in glucose. It allowed us to do a lot of studies there. I also learned how to do skeletal muscle biopsies, fat biopsies, and all that stuff for molecular profiling afterwards. Now, Dr. Barron also ran a wet lab, and so I learned to clamp rats and mice, learned stereotactic surgery to place cannulas in the third ventricle of rats, and you know, and some of these led to very nice publications. You know, we also infused an inhibitor of nitric oxide synthase into the ventricle to assess if there was any central control of insulin's secretory function and insulin sensitivity. Again, we had a very nice publication from that. It taught me how to author presentations, because this was the first time we had to present some of these as either posters or oral presentations at the American Diabetes Association meetings or the Endocrine Society meetings. When we wrote up the manuscripts, it taught me how to respond to comments from reviewers. Sometimes you want to call them names, but you need to learn how to control all that and, you know, very politely respond to them. You know, you can't tell them, did you really read the paper? But, you know, you have to be very, very polite, and learned more patience in the process. Now, after my fellowship, since I was on a J1 visa, I ended up doing a rural service in a beautiful part of Kentucky called, beautiful but immensely backward part of Kentucky called Berea. So it was a mining part of Berea, of Kentucky. It was an interesting thing where I practiced primary care pediatrics for 3 years and then moved back to academia, decided to pursue a research route, started applying for grants, started with a startup grant from the university, and this was to study what was known as the first meal effect. So if you take people and you give them isocaloric meals, you give them the same meal for breakfast and the same meal for lunch. the glycemic excursions after breakfast are always and significantly higher than the glycemic excursions after lunch. And that is because the gut is not prepared when you first eat the first time in the morning, which is why breakfast has to be a light meal and not a heavy meal. Because if it becomes a heavy meal, your glycemic spikes are going to be much, much, much higher. So, so this whole observation came about because we were doing this study. So the preliminary data for that grant came from this publication where we had looked at meal tolerance tests in patients with early diabetes. Now, this was before the American Diabetes Association changed the definitions of diabetes, pre-diabetes, etc. So that's not relevant, but we noticed this first meal effect there, and then I got a grant to study it a little bit more, and then went on to get a career development grant, and other grants that allowed me to have 75% of my time protected for research. What happened was subsequently, I also wanted to do clinical research, so we started a collaboration with Dr. Pratt, who had a lot of data that he had collected prospectively from a cohort of kids that he had followed from when they were young. And this, allowed me to go back and look at it retrospectively and see what happens to blood pressure in puberty. So as you can see, before puberty, everybody is the same. Boys, girls, blacks, whites, all the same. But after puberty, particularly white males have a very significant jump in their blood pressure. Same thing with diastolic blood pressure. Similarly, we looked at blood pressure in the Y chromosome polymorphisms. Again, certain polymorphisms were more impactful on their blood pressure. We also looked at weight in these kids and the onset of overweight, so that allowed me to see that nearly 25% of kids were already overweight or obese before they started school, by 7. So if any intervention was going to be useful, it had to happen before that. So subsequent to that, I moved to Merck. It's my 19th year at Merck. And as Prem Sai explained, my job is to design late-stage clinical trials. And this is basically what I'm going to talk about in the next minute, which has allowed me really to be very intellectually engaged in this process, and that's my biggest, that gives me the greatest joy here. These are a set of publications that I was able to be part of with my wife. We did these very interesting mechanistic studies. These are not typically the kind of studies that you expect to come out of pharma. This is basically because she was part of a group that was called experimental medicine. Their job was to set benchmarks and create platforms to assess new compounds. And in the process, several studies were done, which were then, we were able to published to further science. Now, learnings from this transition. What did I learn? This is the green bars are patient contact. So when you're fully clinical, you have 100% patient contact. That does reduce when you go into academic research, like I was doing in Indiana University before I moved to Merck. When you move to pharmaceutical research, right now my clinical contact is minimal, except when I go to a diabetes camp or something like that. And what happens is the impact, because when you're in clinical practice, all you impact is the patient that you're seeing. With your research, and as it gets published and more people adopt it, it becomes more. And with pharmaceutical research, with each indication or each new drug that comes to market, you're impacting a very large number of patients. So with that, I think I come to my final thoughts. I think what I would like all of you to know is ask questions, be inquisitive, figure out how to pose questions, figure out how to never be never hesitate to ask questions. And it's not about, hey, I will not know how to answer the question. You can always find out how to answer the question. There are multiple people who can tell you how to answer a question. Very few people who can teach you how to ask questions. So that's the skill that you need to develop. So the most important skill for a researcher, whether it's clinical research, whether it's bench research, is to ask questions. So just let your curiosity run riot. Ask questions and come and figure out how to answer them. And that itself is intellectually challenging and very rewarding. And the process is as exciting as the final reward.
Now I hope you understood why I've been egging you to ask questions from the morning. Yes. Because otherwise you're never going to have any research and you're never going to have a publication. So at least now does any student have a question? Students. Okay. So I will ask Prem Sai. Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Hira, senior resident from Chettinad. I'm also a course coordinator for the postgraduate course known as Clinical Research in Experimental Medicine, sir. So as you had shown, there were so many projects later on you had done on experimental medicine. So I want to know the weightage of how much weightage should we give to a course where I'm training students to get into research, get into R&D in pharmaceuticals. So experimental medicine, we only teach them for 1 semester. So the next all semester is on clinical trials and basics and research. So I feel that more impact comes when experimental research rather than the clinical research. So what do you think? How this course can be improved?
I mean, experimental medicine is an excellent way of getting into research. It's almost like doing research on a clinical research center in a university without having to worry about funding. So you can ask your questions. Obviously, it has to have some relevance to what's being done by the company. But for example, one of our problems was that we had just gotten sitagliptin approved. And sitagliptin, as many of you will know, is one of the first DPP-4 inhibitors and the first incretin-based therapy to be approved. It increases GLP-1 levels post-meal. We could never see an impact of it in normal people. We could only see it in patients with type 2 diabetes. But doing studies in normal people is very fast, cheapest, and easier to do. So we had to figure out how can you unmask the sitagliptin effect in a normal human being. And one of the ways we thought we could do it is by raising the normal volunteers' blood glucose. And so we did that. We did a hyperglycemic clamp where we raised their blood glucose levels and kept it at 200 for about an hour, after which we gave them sitagliptin, and there we could clearly see sitagliptin or placebo, and there we could clearly see the effect of sitagliptin. So it sort of helps you think, it sort of helps you understand how to ask questions, and how do you, figure out how to answer them. So,
Ravi, I have a question.
Yes.
Now, see, you got into research much later in your life.
Yes.
Is it possible for a second, third, fourth MBBS people to do research? If they have to do, what should they do?
First of all, what I would suggest is to learn how to ask questions and to learn about the basics of research. I wouldn't expect them to be writing grants or coming up with their own proposal or something like that. So if there's someone in the university who's already doing research, sort of work with them, join them on projects and things like that. So, but what I think would be very useful in the curriculum, which I would have appreciated, is clinical research 101. How do you design studies? What kind of criteria do you use? So typically, say for instance, inclusion criteria. It's they sort of say inclusion criteria, you just say anybody and everybody with that particular condition. And it's only by the exclusion criteria that you whittle it down into the particular thing. So the other thing that I wanted to say is the twin of this, or the mirror image of this, is knowing all these things also helps you read publications and understand what they apply to. Because not every publication applies to everybody. Most of the semaglutide trials were done, and that's the other thing. You can very nicely, play the system too. So there's something known as the ceiling effect, and there's something known as the floor effect. So if you want to show huge defects, so start with somebody who's humongously obese, and you'll see phenomenal weight loss. So everybody will talk about, the Wall Street Journal will say that they got, they lost 50 pounds or 100 pounds, but they started at 400 pounds. So obviously they will lose that much. But most people are not 400 pounds. So when you take somebody who's obese, who's maybe 200 pounds, they're not going to lose 50 pounds, they're not going to lose 80 pounds. So that kind of relevance and understanding that needs some understanding of research as well. So.
Radhakrishna, you robbed a student of a question. She was going to ask that.
See, they're all hypoglycemic here, so nobody asks questions. Like me.
Oh yeah, I did several animal studies. Spent a lot of time with rats and mice and things like that. Learned about the concept of artificial CSF. I once infused normal saline into the brain into the ventricle of several rats and caused untold harm. So before I figured out what artificial CSF was and things like that.
Problem in selecting your patients when you went for human studies? That also in States you were there.
Sorry, say that again?
Volunteers for the studies.
So the way it works for me is that I am not recruiting those patients, right? So I have sites that do them for me. So I wouldn't know how difficult or easy it is. All I know is that it happens at the end. I think Dr. Balachandra had a question.
ICMR encourages research. Research among students, fourth years and third year and fourth year. First and second year also, and then they would encourage people to submit for grants, and they do. After all, you see, when it was a medical student who was given a grant to introduce a drug which can prolong the effect of heparin. Protamine, zinc, insulin, it prolongs the effect. They thought the same thing will happen to heparin, but to their surprise, they found that it totally neutralizes. So it's possible. So that's why. And it was noticed only by the student. So it is possible that they'll come out with some very good discoveries.
Just in India for medical students is a double-edged sword. One is that the interest is not there. They don't even have an idea. The other is the parents pay the fees. There is no requirement for any of them to be interested enough to earn money when they are studying. When there is a requirement, that interest will come, and then it gets handed over to the next generation and all. As long as parents are going to pay the fees, these kids are not.
Can I just comment on that? I think it's a different thing where you have this ICMR research. Like in JIPMA, when I was a student, hardly one or two people used to do. Now we have more and more of them coming. For want of future, they all know that research is very important for any recruitment or anything like that, and people are interested in research. It's not that it's not there.
Kids are coming to the hospitals and colleges and doing short-term internship projects and all. But it's still a lot.
One of the ways that we at AIMS Delhi encourage undergraduate students to do some kind of research is by giving them summer projects. When all the other students go home during the vacations, some of the students stay back and they go to the laboratories of various faculty members and they join them with a small summer project. So that doesn't require any additional funds or anything, and sometimes the student also may get paid. So I think it is important for the institute to have people who are doing research, and those laboratories will attract the students. Students may come up with their own research questions, or they may take part in an already ongoing research. So it is important for the institutes to have research going on.
Like in JIPMA, we have something called GJ Straws, where we award some amount to 25 students and it's selected. So as he said, institutes have to take the initiative.
Absolutely. And and I also think that when you join somebody's project and you're working on it, ask questions. Ask questions. That's the only way you're going to learn. The answers are not going to become self-evident, so it's not going to happen. You have to ask the question. You have to And there is nothing called a stupid question or a silly question. You know, the answers may be stupid or silly, but the questions are never stupid or silly. So ask those questions. Ask those questions. Sometimes you'll be surprised by the answers you get. And sometimes you might ask questions that the mentor hasn't thought of. And that, you know, will lead you in a completely different direction, which is perfectly fine.
Sir, on that note, I would just ask one question. Sure. As a student, I took up 2 projects in second and third year, and a lot of ethical issues arise when you're starting up. So how do you deal with that, essentially?
So when you say ethical issues, what do you mean?
So like majorly, sir, like you are not in that position to deal with the patient, or probably like the thing that I faced was the degree is not there, so you cannot pose that question or pose that answer yet. So how to...
So typically what happens is when students engage in research, they are participating with a mentor who has the required degree or the, you know, experience. So typically they do it together, and that's how we overcome those. So for a second when you said ethical, I thought you had issues from the IRB and stuff like that. And believe me, that is major. I glossed over that. I mean, sometimes IRBs send you more questions than even grant reviewers. So you just have to, I mean, that's a whole nother you know, session by itself. But these kind of things, I mean, I wouldn't call them totally ethical. It's probably more practical and administrative, but certainly you're the mentor and you do it together to overcome that. Correct, yeah.
I think somebody switched off my mic. Okay. So the next time we do marvelous medicine, maybe we'll do a whole workshop on research. But right now, just before people, you must have seen when you walked in that many people have put up their collages and displayed their zina. And so we'd like to encourage them. And can we have the entries, please, quickly on the screen? And over to Tilaka.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm really going to make this quick. I will have to appreciate each and every participant who has given the entry. All of you, please do look at the entries, and there are some really interesting entries that have come in, both for collage as well as for Zenard. And I'm going to thank the judges for Zenard, Dr. Sitesh Ghosh, Dr. Sridhar and Dr. Balachandra, and the judges for the collage, Dr. Lata, Dr. Punit, Dr. Dinkapai, Dr. Ravi, Dr. Govind Raj, and Dr. Patta. I'm going to request Dr. Ilango Setu to do the honors of giving away the prizes to students.
1 minute, Tilaga. Because Kalan threatened me, I forgot the memento for Ravi and Prem.
Yes, see, that's what threat does. please finish that, ma'am.
I can't believe I got threatened.
But in the meantime, I'm going to request the AV team to get ready with the collages.
And we request Prem Sai sir to give his memento to, I'm sorry, Ravi sir to Prem Sai.
He's threatened himself also.
Yeah, Prem sir, there is a last question for you, sir, from one of our students.
Ravi, Dr. Ravi.
Myself, Swati, third year MBBS student, MGM basically, the word research, people are aware of it, but don't know where to start. Like, there is no basics. People don't even know what is included in that. Maybe study designs and all were taught in the subject called community medicine, but people don't usually know what to do, where to start. Like, let's say, sir, we have opportunities in our own college, researches are going on, but don't know where to get included, who to approach. As in, say, a mentor is a very important person. But then things like case report, literature reviews, review articles. There are many review articles which our own teachers had been doing and they're posted in the library also. But we don't really know where to start, like the bare basics. What to do, sir? Like, how do we start?
Okay, so the easiest way to start is when you read something in a textbook, at the end of the textbook there's a list of references. Look them up. Start by looking at them. That will give you an idea what the studies were done that led to being, that led to this part being abstracted into that chapter. That's one very good way to start. That's a very nice way to learn to learn the literature, relevant literature. The next thing is then you can search for similar terms using PubMed or Ovid or whatever system that your institution subscribes to. And as you read more, you will get questions, because you're not reading it passively. You will start getting engaged. Despite you will say, hey, if this happened in this group of people, what about somebody else? This was a study in men. What happens in women? So things like that. So you have to, it will come to you. But as far as understanding what research is going on in your institution, I think your institution would be the best. You can just approach anybody. That's what I said. Ask. It's not, nobody expects you to know everything. So just go and you can stop the first faculty member you meet and say, tell me who's doing research. Are you doing research? Is somebody else doing research? So they will tell you.
Yes, sir. And the reason I asked is many medical conferences go all around the world, within our own state, within our own country. But to attend a medical conference, a subject has to present an abstract on a particular topic. Only then you can attend or showcase your own project. So based on that, many would be interested in attending the conferences, but they don't know the abstract, like what to do. So that was the main reason.
So when, in terms of writing abstracts, so if there's a particular, so maybe there's an ophthalmology conference that you would like to go to. Find an ophthalmology faculty member who's doing research. Work with them. Tell them, I'd like to go to this. I want to write an abstract. So is there any project of yours that I can help with? Sometimes they might have completed a study, but they have, the data is sitting there. Nobody has the time to look at it, analyze it, and write it up. That might be your opportunity to do it. So unless you ask, you will not find out. So ask.
Thank you very much, sir.
Tilaka ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Can I request the AV team to put up all the collages that were displayed just for a brief second before I announce the winners?
Tilaka ma'am, you also come on stage, please.
Yes, sir.
Sophia, she's there.
So there were a lot of entries. I'm going to request all of you to please go through the entries, because the collage was based on all the topics. So the students had all really gone through everything, and they have made presentations out of this. And when the first time Patta sir said something called ZNAT, I had no idea what it meant. So I had to Google, find out what it meant, follow a lot of YouTube channels. But it's a beautiful way to bring out what you want to convey in just a few pieces of paper. And the zines, the topics that were given were 10 years down the lane and my inspiration. So beautifully done by students. So please do have a look. If we can have the next one also. And if we are over, I'll announce the winners. Zines. The next one, please. That's it. After this, we'll... Okay. So I'm going to request Silango Sethu sir to come over to the stage to distribute the prizes to the winners. I really hope the students are here to collect the prizes. Please come, sir.
Ilango is one of my core team of Marvelous Medicine. He, like in the beginning when we didn't have you know, so many people helping us. We were in constant touch. He's very much into pedagogy, and despite being a transplant surgeon who has to suddenly operate in the night and all, he still, you know, tries to do his bit, though he's not working in a medical college. So he, the next time we have Marvelous Medicine, we'll have some small workshops where he'd like to teach you actual skills. And since you have a great, you know, simulation lab, then he can be your mentor. And even somebody like that young lady who wanted help to know where to start for research, we will share Ilango's email ID, and he's happy to help any student anytime. He's a hepatobiliary pancreatic and transplant surgeon, and he works in Madras Institute of Orthopedics and Traumatology, but MIOT, now called MIOT, in Chennai. And he's like, you know, really one of the forces behind Marvelous Medicine.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I should have done that introduction. Thank you so much for coming, sir. So in collage, the first prize goes to a team, Pavitra, Daruni and Devi. All three of you, please come over to the stage. Kannan sir, if you can join us, it will be a huge honor.
Please come fast.
Vidya ma'am.
Vidya ma'am, please come.
Stage la nariya edam irukku.
Come fast, please.
Pavitra, Daruni and Devi, please come forward, Kanna. Pavitra. First Pavitra. I'll also try. Actually, that's the collage that they have made. Yes. The judges were completely blown with the creativity as well as the presentation, the aesthetics of the entire collage. So, congratulations, guys. I only know that they are in a field looking and so they are MSc kids, but I don't know anything more than that.
So, good afternoon to all. I am Pavitra from MSc Biomedical Science. We are the Department of School of Biomedical Science, and I am doing postgraduate. We are both postgraduate students. I am a first year student, and she is Devi Murdalasti doing BSc first years, ma'am.
They have a very amazing research facility which runs to a huge thing which is set up here. There's a huge thing which is there in our second floor, which we call it as CIDRF, Center for Interdisciplinary Research Facility, where they do stem cells and a lot of things are happening. So that is, and this is the first batch which has come.
I'm sure they'll be very happy to have medical students work with it. This. Sorry. The second prize goes to Sri Harini and Madhumita. They come in. Superb. Congratulations, and that's the collage that they had done. Very beautifully done, and it had an amazing meaning as well. So I'm going to request Sri Harini and Madhumita to introduce themselves.
Hello everyone, I am Sri Harini. I am from Mahatma Gandhi Medical College, an MBBS student, third year.
I am Madhumita, MBBS third year from Mahatma Gandhi Medical.
So the third years rock.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. And the third prize goes to Juhi and Farid. This is the collage that they had done. It is beyond medicine, art and painting. Ma'am, you should love, you must be loving it. And if you go closely and see, the concept that they have tried to bring out is absolutely amazing and very well portrayed in the single sheet of collage that they had done. Congratulations, guys. You will have to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Juhi Kalita from third year MBBS, MGMCRA.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Farid Yasser, third year MBBS from MGMCRA.
Like I said, the third year's wrong.
I'm going to request you to stay back, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a little bit more for lunch. I hope you all thaku pudichiving. Okay. So now we're going to announce the prize for Zine Art. Wonderful Zine Arts we had today. Can you please project? Yeah. So yeah, the first prize goes to Sophia.
Hi guys, I'm Sophia, third year MBBS student from MGMCRA.
The second prize goes to Shalu and Aditi, but unfortunately they have left. So please give a round of applause for Shalu and Aditi. And the third prize goes to Shruti. Similarly, unfortunately, she's also left, but please give a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Hira. I have a quick announcement. Of course, lunch is a major announcement, but the certificates, the participation certificates, kindly collect it at the counter. Spot registrations, the certificates are given at a separate counter. And for students for MGMRCI, you will be given certificates later. Thank you.
Just adding a... just adding a point to it. For the MGMCRI students to avoid clutter and to avoid a lot of people standing there, we will bring the certificates to your own classrooms and we will distribute it on Monday. I think that will be an easier way to handle. So other institutes of SBV, please collect it from the registration counter. We do have a lunch break at this point of time. After the lunch, Patta sir has got an amazing quiz for 30 minutes. So we expect the same crowd to come back and assemble here.
The whole fun lies in the quiz only. All of you eat fast and come back fast.
Because I'll tell you why. Because I know Patta sir as a quizzer. So we want you to come. It's on a Kahoot. Please download the Kahoot. We request all the faculties, organizing committees to have, all the seniors to have lunch here. All the students, your lunch is being served near the anatomy department and near the biochemistry department. Our own students are there, our own friends are there, so don't worry about the tags and all that. We will take care.
And for the quiz, so please come back as early as possible.
And when you come outside, there is a 2 big counters. So please join Learning General Surgery and Marvelous Medicine. A QR code has been pasted there. We'll send and to the lecture hall assistants and everybody.
Sri Balaji Vidya deemed to be university, accredited by NAC with A++ grade. Sri Balaji Vidya was established in the year 2008 and ever since has been ceaselessly striving to excel in academics, research, patient care and outreach services, all done with a view to serving the society. SBV has been successfully ranked one among the top 100 Indian universities based on the India rankings released by NIRF for the year 2016 since 2023 respectively. Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute MGMCRA, a constituent unit of Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, figures among the top 50 medical colleges of our country as per NIRF ranking 2023. The constituent hospitals of Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, namely Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute and Sri Sathya Sai Medical College and Research Institute, have received accreditation from National Accreditation Board for Hospital and Healthcare Providers. The molecular diagnostic laboratories housed in the main and off campuses are accredited by National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories (NABL). Balaji Vidyapeeth constituent units includes Indira Gandhi Institute of Dental Science, Kasturiba Gandhi Nursing College, School of Pharmacy, School of Physiotherapy, School of Allied Health Sciences, School of Biomedical Sciences, Mahatma Gandhi Medical Advanced Research Institute, School of Yoga Therapy, School of Music Therapy, Institute of Health Professions Education, State-of-the-art Central Library, Medical Simulation Center, and auditorium facility. Sri Balaji Vidyapith off campus is located in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India, namely Sri Satya Sai Medical College and Research Institute. Sri Balaji Vidyapith deemed to be university, accredited by NAC with A++ grade. Sri Balaji Vidyapith was established in the year 2008 and ever since has been ceaselessly striving to excel in academics, research, patient care and outreach services, all done with a view to serving the society. SBV has been successfully ranked one among the top 100 Indian universities based on the India rankings released by NIRF for the year 2016 since 2023 respectively. Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute MGMCRI, a constituent unit of Sri Balaji Vidyapith, figures among the top 50 medical colleges of our country as per NIRF ranking 2023. The constituent hospitals of Sri Balaji Vidyapith, namely Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute and Sri Satya Sai Medical College and Research Institute, have received accreditation from National Accreditation Board for Hospital and Healthcare Providers. The molecular diagnostic laboratories housed in the main and off campuses are accredited by National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories (NABL). The Balaji Vidyapith constituent units includes Indira Gandhi Institute of Dental Science, Kasturiba Gandhi Nursing College, School of Pharmacy, School of Physiotherapy, School of Allied Health Sciences, School of Biomedical Sciences, Mahatma Gandhi Medical Advanced Research Institute, School of Yoga Therapy, School of Music Therapy, Institute of Health Professions Education, State-of-the-art Central Library, Medical Simulation Center, and auditorium facility. Sri Balaji Vidyapith off-campus is located in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India, namely Sri Satya Sai Medical College and Research Institute. Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth deemed to be university, accredited by NAC with A++ grade. Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth was established in the year 2008 and ever since has been ceaselessly striving to excel in academics, research, patient care and outreach services, all done with a view to serving the society. SBV has been successfully ranked one among the top 100 Indian universities based on the India rankings released by NIRF for the year 2016 since 2023 respectively. Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute MGMCRA, a constituent unit of Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, figures among the top 50 medical colleges of our country as per NIRF ranking 2023. The constituent hospitals of Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, namely Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute and Sri Sathya Sai Medical College and Research Institute, have received accreditation from National Accreditation Board for Hospital and Healthcare Providers. The molecular diagnostic laboratories housed in the main and off campuses are accredited by National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories (NABL). Balaji Vidyapeeth constituent units includes Indira Gandhi Institute of Dental Science, Kasturiba Gandhi Nursing College, School of Pharmacy, School of Physiotherapy, School of Allied Health Sciences, School of Biomedical Sciences, Mahatma Gandhi Medical Advanced Research Institute, School of Yoga Therapy, School of Music Therapy, Institute of Health Professions Education, State-of-the-art Central Library, Medical Simulation Center, and auditorium facility. Sri Balaji Vidyapith off-campus is located in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India, namely Sri Sathya Sai Medical College and Research Institute. Sri Balaji Vidyapith deemed to be university, accredited by NAC with A++ grade. Sri Balaji Vidyapith was established in the year 2008 and ever since has been ceaselessly striving to excel in academics, research, patient care and outreach services, all done with a view to serving the society. SBV has been successfully ranked one among the top 100 Indian universities based on the India rankings released by NIRF for the year 2016 since 2023 respectively. Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute MGMCRI, a constituent unit of Sri Balaji Vidyapith, figures among the top 50 medical colleges of our country as per NIRF ranking 2023. The constituent hospitals of Sri Balaji Vidyapith, namely Mahatma and Sri Sathya Sai Medical College and Research Institute, have received accreditation from National Accreditation Board for Hospital and Healthcare Providers. The molecular diagnostic laboratories housed in the main and off campuses are accredited by National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories (NABL). Balaji Vidyapith constituent units includes Indira Gandhi Institute of Dental Science, Kasturiba Gandhi Nursing College, School of Pharmacy, School of Physiotherapy, School of Allied Health Sciences, School of Biomedical Sciences, Mahatma Gandhi Medical Advanced Research Institute, School of Yoga Therapy, School of Music Therapy, Institute of Health Professions Education, State-of-the-art Central Library, Medical Simulation Center, and auditorium facility. Sri Balaji Vidyapith off-campus is located in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India, namely Sri Satya Sai Medical College and Research Institute. Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth deemed to be university, accredited by NAC with A++ grade. Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth was established in the year 2008 and ever since has been ceaselessly striving to excel in academics, research, patient care and outreach services, all done with a view to serving the society. SBV has been successfully ranked one among the top 100 Indian universities based on the India rankings released by NIRF for the year 2016 since 2023 respectively. Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute MGMCRA, a constituent unit of Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, figures among the top 50 medical colleges of our country as per NIRF ranking 2023.
Hello. Vidya, are we good to go? No, but how come you've been here all the while? Yeah, actually, they want to have a thing about internet connection. If you can please announce. No, actually, he is going to guide you to get connected to the net, and after that, you have to go to Kahoot and play. I'll give you a pin which you have to log in. Yeah.
See, this wing consider as a team A. This wing consider as a team B. Those who are our students, you can use your credentials. Those who are come from outside of Mahatma Gandhi, you can use team A in this side, and those who are sitting in team B this side, username is team A is the username and password is team A at 123. Same like team B is the username, team B at 123 is the password. Because of load balance only, we are segregating the position, so please cooperate us. Our students, MGMCRA students, you can connect in your own ID, no issues. Otherwise, you can use this team A, team B also for right now. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, and as was mentioned or shown on the screen, this is on Kahoot. Kahoot is an app, and it's an app-based quiz. Quiz has got 25 questions, and for each question will be 20 seconds. So it shouldn't take more than 10 minutes or maybe 15 minutes to do the quiz. 1. 2 is all of you have to download Kahoot onto your mobile. There are two ways of doing it. You can just play Kahoot. You didn't necessarily download the entire app. Can I have my computer screen on the thing, LED? Yeah, that is the log pin. You have to name yourself, because I do these quizzes quite regularly. I have names like fox, penguin, and all that. So it's very difficult to make out who's fox and who's penguin. So you should, if it's a Bala, is a Bala, Kumari is a Kumari. You should have your names. Don't put unusual names, because when you log in, you have to log in. So Ananya is the first person to log in, but Ananya will not get any prizes for that. Yeah, but Ananya looks like a, is that a fox or a, I don't know, what is it? That CU is, I don't know what name is that. Then there's no music coming on from here, ma. Yeah, fine. See, whenever I did quiz, no, Ilango used to be a winner, so he knows that my pattern of Ilango then. No, you can still play. Yeah, everyone. No, you can put your name. There's a Dhoni here. I don't know where Dhoni came from. Yeah, but the 30 have logged in till now, but the number seems to be much more than that, so I'll wait. And somebody logged out also. So it is the fastest finger first. You'll not have any time to Google or whatever. If you do it, the time lag is there, so you will not get any point. So you can't fool the computer. And the questions aren't very tough. They're a mixture of medicine and non-medicine. We are not going beyond 30 plus here. Here is logging in. I thought I gave you the question paper. Sharif, I don't see a name here. Ilongo looks like a judge actually. See that? You look like a judge at your headgear. Looks like that. But any of you have problems with internet? Why there aren't many numbers? By now you should have you should have crossed 80 by now. I'll just wait for 2 more minutes before I start, because if you join late, you will not be in the winning team. Oh, there's a Federer. Jaiprakash, you can also log in. Anybody who's not logged in yet? Anyone? Oh, there are a few hands. Yeah, please log in. Hey, there's no combined effort here. You have to do because one person will Google, the other person will give the that. Huh? Oh, right. But then it doesn't help, because whoever gets the finger first will get the. Hey, anyone who's got difficulty in seeing, you can come to the center. This screen can't be turned to your side. Now. Oh, a Batman. Interesting. There's a pooch. Deeptika is not seen here. Have logged in. Huh? आपसे minus marks, yeah. That's what the organizing secretary says. Somehow to log in. Deeptika, your internet is not coming. I don't see your name. Is there? Okay. Oh, Deeptika, you look like a fox here with Kannadi. Oh, that's. Where did I figure in? You saw my name, Vidya? Oh God. I didn't know. I had to change my name. Djokovic. Oh, right. So a friend says that 120 are connected to the internet, so only 80 are here, so 40 are doing something else. There's no teams. See, the server இப்படி வச்சிருக்காங்க. So all the don't jam and சொல்லிட்டு இந்த ஒரு half and ஒரு half. Okay. Okay, there's a team C also, you can connect. When it touches 90, I'll start. Before people go to sleep. There's a KD. Looks like a KD. Oh, 90, good. Okay. No, they're going down, I guess. See, 88 now. 89, Ovia. Nice names here. Nabaya. Okay, we crossed 90. I'm starting now. Ladies and gentlemen, please join if you haven't. Okay, the last reported case of smallpox was from Kolkata, India, Bangladesh, Chandarnagar, India, Balasore, Odisha. The last reported case was this question will run for 30 seconds. The last reported case of smallpox was from where? One of these four places. Yeah, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is Bangladesh. A huge number of people have keyed in Kolkata, India. That's not the right answer, and there are Praveen is in the lead because that is the fastest finger first, and other names are there. These fortunes will be changing as we go on. And see, this is the picture of a 3-year-old Rahima Banu of Bangladesh, and that's more than 50 years ago. In 1975, that was the last person who is infected with the naturally occurring variola major. Now, of course, she's a lady with a lot of pock marks and all that, and she has some social stigma in relation to that. Smallpox is a disease that has been eradicated from the face of earth. We'll move on to the next question. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Name this famous model. Is this Adriana Lima? Is Kendall Jenner? Is Bella Hadid? Barbara? Hey, don't talk it out. Oh my God, the answers are coming thick and fast. Who is this famous model? Hey, somebody will know. Yeah? If you don't know, I am not responsible. You'll see how many of you get it right. Wow. Oh my God. If this was the response, I would have come only those questions. I wondered about smallpox and chicken pox in here. I'm so sorry about that. I thought only one or two will know what Bella Hadid. Oh, everybody's into fashion. Sir, beauty is the in thing now. So I got it wrong. Okay, that's... Praveen is still on the top. I think Juhi is coming up. Juhi is the name you heard. She won one of those contests. Yeah. Now, this is Bella Hadid. She's got a sister. Her name is? Anyone? Oh my God. Extraordinary knowledge. Gigi Hadid. She's an American, father is a Palestinian, and she suffers from Lyme's disease. There's no question about that, don't worry. Next question will not be about Lyme's disease. We'll move on to the next question, and that one is, which disease is related to this water pump in Broad Street, London? This shouldn't be very difficult. Which disease is related to this water pump, Broad Street, London? Vidya, you're not playing? You can use my name, Patta 1. This shouldn't be a difficult question. Which disease is related to water pump, Broad Street? It's a very important water pump. Yeah, is it polio, cholera, hepatitis E, or leptospirosis? And the correct answer is... Oh, nice. Very good. I think that's an easy question. Looks like cholera is the right answer, and there are few responses in other areas. I don't know how poliomyelitis is related to water pump. Hey, Praveen is still in the lead. Somebody has... Is it Praveen a boy or a girl? Because I only see some girls giggling. Oh yeah, fine. Somebody has to push him down. Ovia has come in. Tilaka, where are you? 36th position. Ilango, where are you, man? At the post-prandial something. See, this is the water pump from which cholera originated, and Dr. John Snow is a founding father of epidemiology. He found the source of cholera to this particular pump, and then his work led to understanding that water and when drainage pipes mix, all these things can happen. So after his discovery, many water pipelines have been laid down properly. We shall move on to the next question. Praveen, who is this person? I'll tell you, if there are 90 participants, 100 of them will get it right. 100 will get it right. Tilaka, if you have not known this, you are not there. Is it Shikhar Paharia? Is it Prathamesh Maulinkar? Is it Angad Singh Bedi? Is Ori Autramani? I see this fellow's picture every day, even palpating somebody's belly. Sir, I'm shocked. Kannan is shell-shocked. Sir, it is widely biased against you. Student quiz, you should get it right. The correct answer is Ari Autramani, and we'll see whether Praveen got it right. Have you? Oh my God. Anyway, the lead between Praveen and Shreya is not so much, so can catch up. Juhi is still there. Ovia is left actually. I don't know how Ovia didn't know about Ori. I do not know. I don't know. He keeps holding, touching people in odd places and takes pictures here. In odd circumstances. There's a party in Mumbai anywhere. Vidya says time is up. He's an Indian model known for coining words like liver. Why is the liver? He lives. It says a liver. Okay, relevance room. I don't know the meaning really. I had to Google and see what is relevance room, and of course digital demise, which Ilago is undergoing. Anyway, we'll move on. This animal is associated with. You can see an animal there. Is it cholera? Is it leptospirosis? Leprosy? Syphilis? It's a slightly difficult question, but this animal, what you can see, is related to a certain. Praveen, you are being challenged now. Dr. Sridhar sir looks very upset. Why? It's not a rat. Leptospirosis is not the answer. It's a googly. Right. And leprosy is the correct answer. Wow. Praveen has got a lot of support here. Ovia has come up from somewhere. Quite. Demigod, I don't know if it's a girl or a boy, but a demigoddess should be a girl. Anyway, so who's that? Some 10 players dropped their answer streak of 4. Okay, we'll move on to the next question. This is 9-banded armadillo. I remember from my undergraduate days, and this is an animal in which you can create disseminated leprosy. And of course, leprosy is another disease that has almost been controlled to a great extent. Next question. Typhoid Mary's real name is Jane Christensen, Marigold Mary, Josephine Gray, Mary Mallon. This shouldn't be a difficult question. Typhoid Mary's real name is what? Praveen, I hope you got it right. Googling not help because fastest finger. Whoever got the fastest finger, Google it, by the time it's all over. Wow. I should admit, you people are really good. Community medicine teachers. No, not just community. Or it doesn't come in community medicine. Oh. I have a doubt whether Praveen has got some mechanism by which he's getting something, some answers from somewhere. No, but the other 5 people are new. All others are very new. Ovia is gone, Juhi is gone. I'm very upset about it. Yeah. Mary Mallon was given the nickname Typhoid Mary and was identified as a carrier of typhoid bacterium and a source of multiple outbreaks of typhoid fever in New York City and Long Island between 1900 and 1907. Actually, she's been hospitalized multiple times. The last outbreak, she was hospitalized and she died of typhoid. Next question. Sir, you can't answer this. Sir, Harold Gillis is a neurosurgeon, pediatric surgeon, plastic surgeon, ophthalmic surgeon. Actually, it was projected in the day's proceedings. Oh, has he right? Okay. Then all of you should get it right. Okay. 2, 1, 0. Right, but there are enough answers in the other areas also. 19, 17, 9. 46 is a fairly good response. I think some of you have been concentrating on the lectures today. This chap is maintaining lead like anything here. And our old friends have come back. Juhi has come back. So he stayed in India and helped create the first plastic surgery unit in Nagpur. And I know he is the one who changed the face of plastic surgery after World War. We'll move on to the next question quickly. What is the name of this lady in this picture? Slightly difficult. You see a couple and you see a lady. This lady is Malavika Chatterjee, Mylene Jampanoy, Madhu Sapre, and Ankita Konwar. Not very difficult, but some of you look very blank. I don't know. The man you know, I'm sure, who runs bare feet. He was not bad. This needed, but we'll see what happens to Praveen this time. My God, I think he's got a band of advisors. IT, bright the IT, right? Here we are. Demigod is coming, and Juhi is gone. Ovia is gone, and Deeptika, where are you? We have to improve. Anne is in. Shalini is in. Okay, I'll go to the next question quickly. This is Anita Konwar. See, now, of course, Milind Soman is running bare feet. Once upon a time, he is completely bare. When Madhu Sapre, only a python was there. Right. Now, of course, and anyway, I'll not say anything more. Vidya will not allow me. He'll move on to the next question. This gentleman, is a technical question, did the first human dissection in India. Name him. Should not be difficult again. Raja Ramohan Roy, Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, Pandit Madhusudan Gupta, Malcolm Adisheshaya. You're looking uncomfortable. Any reason? Yeah, get your answer right. Who's this gentleman who did the first human dissection in India? And the correct answer, I'm sure most of you will get it right. Yeah, well, almost. Well done, sir. Pandit Madhusudan Gupta in Calcutta Medical College, which is the first medical college in India. That's the correct answer. And, oh, my God. This chap is heading for a Nobel Prize. Oh my God. Loki is a girl or a boy? Looks like a boy though. Boy. I think there is one coterie there, they are doing something together. Right. So Pandit Madhusudan Gupta, he in 1836, he created history and he changed the face of medical education in India because he did the first human. Actually, those times nobody used to touch dead bodies. And he dared and did it, and from where the dissection started. Calcutta Medical College is the first medical college in India. Second is Madras Medical College, which is 7 days. Although the plaque to make the colleges are done at the same time, it took 1 week for the plaque from Calcutta to come to Chennai. So Chennai is second. Otherwise, they are all the same time. And that's the college they've been refused admission because asbestos and cement was an issue. This will not be difficult, but there's an issue with the spelling. Is it Antilla, is Antilia, or Ashirvad, or Manat? This is where 7 pre-wedding ceremonies were done. Oh my God. I didn't expect this. See, the correct answer is Antilia, not Antilla, like a flotilla. It's Antilia. I didn't ask you for the meaning. Praveen, Shreya is on fire. She got 3 questions, answers in a row correct. Yeah. Now somebody has to pull Praveen up. Vidya, will you try? Yeah. Because, there are 7 pre-wedding ceremonies. I think wedding was there yesterday, wedding number 1. Okay, what is the trade name of this robo? Is it CMR Robo? Is Unimation Puma 200? Is Da Vinci Robo? Or SS Robo? Have a good look at it. It's a slightly technical question. Praveen, you got a chance to come up. I agree this is not such an easy question, but then again you can attempt. You should have a question or two like this. What is the trade name of this robo? Oh, yeah. Excellent. Most of you got it right actually. This is Da Vinci robo. Da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci. The robo came and Elago came. Yeah, Ria is leading. Praveen is gone down, but Praveen is trying to climb up. This is the Da Vinci system. And of course, you heard much about robo and you've seen also the street art on robo. Wonderful. Next question. Heart transplant surgeon Dr. Christian Burnout belongs to Germany, South Africa, United States of America, Switzerland. Which country does he belong to? Is the one who did the first heart transplantation in the world. He's a very, very handsome surgeon who had a lot of pretty girlfriends. Unfortunately, Bella Hadid was not alive that time. This is anti-climax. I didn't expect this. I thought you're all interested in history of medicine and surgery. Germany, definitely. Christian Bernard name doesn't sound like German though. And we'll see. For the first time, I think in the 9th or 10th question, Praveen disappeared from the screen. Ilongo is climbing up. Ilongo is good. There's a good chance of... Yeah, this is Christian Neitling Bernard, a South African cardiac surgeon who performed the first two human heart transplant in December 1967, much after Vidya was born. So I'm revealing your age. Okay, next question. The movie Elephant Whisperers is shot in the jungles of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra. I don't know how many of you have not seen the movie. It's a wonderful movie. It's shot in the jungles of which state? Should not be difficult. Shouldn't be difficult. I don't know name the jungle's name, but okay, we are coming close to the answer. And the correct answer, oh no. I don't know what made people think Kerala. Is it that elephants are seen more often in Kerala? Kerala means elephants. I didn't know that. I thought Kerala means coconuts and Karimean podichadu. Anyway, Ilongo, Ria is holding fort and way ahead of the rest of the people. And this is this shot in Mudumalai National Park, and Mudumalai is Tamil Nadu, not Kerala. Actually, Mudumalai is between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, and not Kerala, nowhere near Kerala. So, Praveen, where are you? Are you on? Next question. Upendranath Brahmachari is associated with which disease? Malaria, Kala Azar, arsenic poisoning, cholera. Sorry for the spelling mistake. Upendranath Brahmachari is associated with which disease? For those of you who are interested in history, yeah, get your answer right. is associated with which disease? And the correct answer is, oh, he's got as much score as Ori, whatever. Wonderful. Does it come in pharmacology or parasitology? Oh, if you're fresh from parasitology, Upendra Brahmachari is an option. And Ria is still holding fort. Ilongo is in number 3. And actually he synthesized urea, stribamin, and demonstrated its effectiveness in treating Kala Azar. Actually he was nominated for Nobel Prize for this discovery. Thrice. Oh, right. Okay, this is an interesting question that you have to take a guess. Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences is located in which city? Ilongo, there is a sitter for you. Which city? Gurgaon, Ahmedabad, New Delhi, Chandigarh. There is an Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences. Located in which city? Are you ready with the prizes? 1, 2, 3. And the correct answer is, ladies and gentlemen, it is New Delhi. Wow, interesting. 3rd MBBS student in New Delhi, the place where Sharif comes from. Here we are. Oh, Ria is still. Ilongo is almost holding on to his position. This is a tertiary care super specialty hospital located in Vasant Kunj, New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall move on to the next question, and that is, this is an interesting question. What is the name of the aircraft that carries Prime Minister, Indian Prime Minister, President, Vice President? Is it Air Force One? Is it Air India One, the Vayu-Sena One, the Maharaja One? I'm sure you know the name of the American President's aircraft. Which one of these is right? Air Force One, Air India One, Vayu-Sena One, Maharaja One. And the correct answer is, wow, most people got it right. Air India One. And the American President's is Air Force One, whether it is airplane or helicopter, whatever. Good, interesting. A demigod has come up, Ria has gone down. Close to, I think, Ria just above Ilongo. So Air India One, also referred as AI1, A1, AIC1, etc., is the air traffic control sign of any special extra section flight operated by Indian Air Force for the President, Vice President, Prime Minister of India. We shall move on to the next question, and this is the question. I think this is an easy one because it's somewhere related to an older question. I didn't realize that. First medical college in India is located in Pondicherry, Madras, Calcutta, Goa. Forget the picture. Pictures can mislead. I want to mislead Kannan, so pictures can mislead. And the correct answer is, wow, these kids can't be misled. Not possible. Calcutta is the right answer, and it's not Jipmu Pondicherry, as you see there. Well, Ria has come back again. So, Calcutta Medical College is a public medical school and hospital in Calcutta, and during the British Raj, Lord William Bentinck founded a medical college in Bengal in January 1835. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to there are not many questions left now. Okay, this anatomy amphitheatre, built in 1595, is located in Greece, Italy, Germany, or Egypt. And actually, I know you must have seen this picture in our AV. And the correct answer is Wonderful. Excellent. Most of you got it right. Good, good. AV has been watched very closely, looks like. Fantastic. Now we'll see any change in the fortunes of the winners. Oh, Ria, Demigod and Ilango are very close to each other. They're all into 13,000s. Yeah, very unshakable. See, the anatomical theatre of Padua, northern Italy, is the first permanent anatomical. This is how it looks now. More than 400 years old, and it's a wonderful thing. I don't know how they could see. And if you throw a stone, nobody will know who threw the stone. Next question. International Center for Diarrheal Disease and Research is located in Bhubaneswar, Orissa, Kolkata, India, Ranchi, Jharkhand, or Dhaka, Bangladesh. It's called ICDDR. International Center for Diarrheal Disease and Research is located where? Yeah, and time is running out. 6, 5, 4. I'm sure most of you will get it right. I have a feeling. Oh, right. It's called ICDDRB in Dhaka. I worked there actually. I mean, not in that center, but somewhere nearby. Ilango, what do you know about diarrhea? I thought you were a liver surgeon. My God. See, I told you every time he keeps leading. Ria, don't allow Ilango to come up. Oh, this is what is called ICDDRB. It's the International Center, because actually that is the area where cholera was very common. Surface water was contaminated. Not anymore. Now it's deep water arsenic poisoning. If they had to open a center for arsenic, it should be in Bangladesh, not diarrhea anymore. We'll move on to the next question. This Hiramandi story happened in Lucknow, Lahore, Amritsar, Jaisalmer. Tilaka, you can't discuss. Ilango will not know. Ilango will not know, I bet. Okay. And I don't know, Ilango gets time to see Hiramandi. And Sonakshi, oh my God. I was saying Sonakshi and you see Lahore. I mean, I don't know, this is amazing. This general knowledge is amazing. Kanan, you must be teaching everything other than medicine. Lahore, Pakistan. Hiramandi still exists there, but Sonakshi Sinha is in India, and all others are in India. Sonakshi is in the honeymoon somewhere, I don't know, Italy maybe. Here we are. Hey, where is our friend? Is nowhere to be seen, yeah? Ria is leading. I think all the top 3 are maintaining their positions. We have very few more questions to go. This is Hiramandi Lahore. Hiramandi is a diamond bazaar. It's a period series, and there's about lives of Tawaifs, the dance girls, and their involvement, not in red light, in involvement in independent struggle in Lahore, Pakistan. We'll move to the next question. What is the name of this equipment used in teaching anatomy? Should not be difficult at all. Advantage, anatomic, anatomage, anatomite. We are two eminent anatomists sitting there, but they are not playing, sadly. They can't give answers to neighbors. Okay, what is the name of this equipment used in teaching anatomy now? Yeah, here we are. And the correct answer is anatomage. Perfect. I couldn't confuse you by changing the wording. Anatomage is the correct answer, and a lot of you got it right. Oh, demigod is, you're really you should become a full god now. Yeah. This is a real human 3D anatomy platform and most technologically advanced 3D anatomy. Actually, this is available in all the AIMS. Your AIMS has, Sharif, I was told that all the AIIMS in India have this particular table. Why you didn't buy? You didn't want to buy? Huh? Oh, really? Okay. So he still believes in cadaver dissection. Right. Okay, next question. Okay, this is a slightly dicey question. Name the hurricane that struck Barbados soon after the finals of T20. What is the name of the hurricane? Is Brownie, is Bird, Beryl, Berna. What is the name of the hurricane that struck, which kept the Indian team back, doing nothing but drinking beer for 3 consecutive days? This is not again a very difficult question for those of you who followed cricket. Right. Again, most of you got it right. The name of the hurricane is Beryl. Why was that named? I do not know. Yeah. Ria is still holding fort. So Hurricane Beryl delayed the Indian cricket team departure from Barbados. This should not be a difficult question. That Shanta is known for her work in the field of burn surgery, cataract surgery, cleft lip surgery, cancer. Dr. B. Shanta is known for her work in the field of Wow, very nice. This is extremely good. Majority of you got the answer right. The very few thought it's cataract surgery. I don't know which few thought it's cataract surgery, but whatever. Ilanga, are you on the top? Well, almost there. But Ria stood her or his ground. And Ilango, I thought here you're going to break, but then you didn't. I think we have two more questions. I'll just check. But she's, the founder, director of Adyar Cancer Institute. She's no more, and she's got Padma Bhushan, Padma Vibhushan. Right. The famous Brihadishwara temple in Tanjavur is built by Cheras, Cholas, Pandyas or Pallavas. This shouldn't be a difficult question. Hey, get the prizes ready. Get them ready. My God, people are good in history also, Vidya. We could have done an alternative conference without medical people. Correct. Chola is the correct answer, Rajaraja Chola. This particular temple is more than 1,000 years old. Wow, Ria is still there. This is a Brihadishwara temple built in 1003 and 1000 and yeah. Is Oh, people are expressing love. KP is expressing love. Dhoni is crying. Loki is love. I don't know for whom. Munna Bhaiya. Oh, exclaim. This is interesting. Oh, I didn't see. This is a slightly difficult question. The biography of Dr. K.M. Cherian is titled The Golden Hands, Hand of God, God's Hands, Hands of Heaven. Not easy to get this answer, but it's one of these 4. Biography of Dr. K.M. Cherian. Well, Vidya, even this question, a lot of people got it, right? Really appreciable. It's hand of God, and that is the correct answer. He's the man who built, I don't know, anybody from PIMS there? Maybe. Oh. Did he know the answer? Oh, he didn't attempt. Right. Okay, I think now we come to the last question. No. We have, it's finished. Third prize goes to Muhammad Sadat. Second prize goes to Ilango. And first prize goes to Ria. I request Dr. Sridhar to come on stage and do the honors. Yeah, can I invite Muhammad Sadat to come down? Sir, please come. Muhammad Sadat, please come. Quickly. Hey, give him a microphone, please. Oh yeah, consolation prize. Congratulations. I think microphone, I think we have not paid rent post lunch. So, congratulations. Sir, please stay there. Can I invite Ilango to come over to get his second prize? Congratulations. Well done. Thank you. This is fun, Ilango. Well done. I told you so that Ilango will be somewhere in there. And we are all eagerly awaiting to see Ria. Where is Ria? Wow. Wonderful, Ria. Very well done. Congratulations. Ria, which college are you from? Which year? I'll take your number when I leave. Selfie, yeah.
Hi, I'm Riyashni, 4th year MBBS from MGMCRI. My friends helped me very much.
How?
They fast answering.
Huh? They Googled?
No, they know the answers, so they help me more than theirs.
Really? I don't know, how can that happen? No, but even then you can't become... Anyway, good. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations to friends also. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all once again. Hey, Praveen, where are you? Hey, is there a prize for Praveen? If there's one, please. Where is he, Praveen? Yeah, come down here. On popular demand. Demigod. Where's Demigod? Why? Good. Well done, ma. So I'll have a picture of Demigod and Praveen. Is Kanan there to close the program? Vidya, you have to come. Group photo, yeah. Kannan there somewhere. I hope you all liked. Yeah, that's Sir Ingwang.
Why don't you ask some of the students to feel how do they feel about the whole thing?
Yeah.
Whether it is any modification. Feedback you can write always, but at least some of you, I think, must express what do you feel about the whole thing.
Could this program
I think you should come forward and speak.
Yeah,
because
2-3 people speak.
No, because we'll send the mic there, because after a long time, in fact, we've had a program till 4 o'clock, which sustained actually. Anybody? Who won the quiz? Nobody. No, there was one.
Oh, there's a bad feedback here.
Praveen. Yeah. You'll speak a lot.
So, actually, the session was very good. So the classes and all the sessions were very good. The seminars, everything was good. So the thing I thought is, if a student get exposed to such events during the second year or third year, they'll be having better idea what they can do, or like how to do their career during the third and fourth years. And so it was a great experience for me. Thanks.
I think it's exactly for the same reason for all the people who have registered. We're going to share with you a QR code where learning general surgery is there, and another something called Marvelous Medicine is there. Please do join that group, so you'll be much useful. Anybody else, guys? Shiny.
The session was very useful actually. It made us inspiring to meet all esteemed like doctors here. It was one good opportunity for us to meet. We really enjoyed the quiz. That was the best part. So we really enjoyed everything.
Anybody else? Any interns? Just quick, 30 seconds. Shankar?
The session was good. The food also. Up to 10 o'clock, the session is good and well motivated.
Thanks, Shiva. Can we have anybody from the organizing batch? Huh? Actually true. Where is Kargwel Pandian? Come. No, I didn't say that. They were only saying it. I never said that. The last word, final word from him.
Sir. Sir, we really enjoyed the morning session and the afternoon session, sir. And then the quiz is so fun, sir. Thank you, sir.
All stand here and then take a picture, so and then that can be sort of winding up, or we'll all sit here and take, which is easier. We have a small request, guys. All of us want to take a picture. The seniors wants to have a picture with you. So this side, can you all shift here and come here, come to front, and then we'll all leave. Is that okay? Just shift for a moment. I know it's tough, and then we'll all be leaving. Yeah, please all come to the front, yeah. All the suit boot fellows should sit in the second row. Sit, man. Sister, Sunita, sit down. Picture. Hey, thank you, guys. Just try to occupy as much as possible, otherwise. Go, man, sit. Vignesh. Sam, all of you please come. As you are occupying, I think we should all give a great clap to the AV team and IT team. The one who is walking down the stairs, as they walk down like that, what we call it as the ramp walk, no, the catwalk which these girls are doing, those boys are doing. All those AV videos was done by them, Vignesh and his team. And a huge applause for Sam and Venkat sir and Vijit and other IT people. Also to the lecture hall people. Last row we are not able to see, it seems. Can you come here? For picture, not for class. Please occupy don't keep empty chairs. Please don't have empty chairs. Just make sure that all the chairs are occupied, please. I'll sit. I'll sit here. Come, guys. Sam, photo. Sam sir, IT team sirs, all please come. Gokul. Sam sir, IT team, please all join us for a photo, pa. Thank you guys. Thanks for being a very nice audience. Thanks to the organizing committee. Thanks to the volunteers. And a big thanks to the Marvelous Medicine team for putting up a great show in our campus.